What if Goku entered the Avatar world during the 100-Year War? Part 2. Night seeped over the southern air temple upon Goku and Aang's return. Gyatso, not wishing to cause another altercation with Tashi, quickly led the two boys over to his room. He even prepared a few meals, so Goku would be too preoccupied with dinner to say anything out loud. They each sat along a table that was positioned away from the door. "So, this boy knows you're the Avatar then?" Gyatso sighed in reference to Wang Shihoin. Aang slowly nodded his head while Goku gorged on a bunch of noodles and egg custard tarts. "I'm sorry, Gyatso. Wang was trying to kill that dragon and steal her egg, so I had no choice but to use Kai against him." The monk tried to rationalize his actions. Quote, "Goku might have also revealed a bit too much information than necessary." Said martial artist hurriedly swallowed some more of his food to gently slam a fist on the table. "It slipped my mind. Honest. I was trying to reason with the guy." Aang crossed his arms. "TCH. More like you wanted to inspire him to get stronger." "That's a form of reasoning, Aang," Goku said. Gyatso clutched the sides of Hai's head in a mix of irritation and concern. "It doesn't matter. You promised me that no one would find out Aang's identity, and look what happened. You couldn't even keep your tail hidden or stop yourself from using Kai to save that girl." He pinched the bridge of his nose. "What am I going to do with you two? If it makes you feel any better, I believe Wang was the only one who saw my face or knew about Aang's position as the Avatar." Goku assumed in an uncertain tone. "No one should have seen you, Goku. Don't you realize what kind of place the Fire Nation is? I may have been friends with Avatar Roku way back when, sure. But most other firebenders look out for their own best interests above all else. That boy most likely reported to Fire Lord Sozin about this information without so much as a second thought." Gyatso replied. He was struggling to maintain his calm demeanor. Goku looked down at his feet. The guilt was starting to eat him up inside. "I'm sorry, Aang. I didn't mean for this to happen," he whispered. Aang's expression softened a little. "Hey, don't be like that. It's partly my fault too. I shouldn't have used that Kai ball to stop Wang." Gyatso took a deep breath. "Arguing like this wasn't going to solve anything. There's no need to point fingers, boys. What's done is done and we can't change that." He placed a hand over his chest and frowned. "If anything, it's my fault for not supervising the two of you properly. I should have been wise enough to accompany you on your visit to the Fire Nation." The young Avatar pursed his lips. "No, Gyatso. You're not." "Yes, I am responsible for this, Aang. I am your guardian. I let my affection for you get the better of me, and that led to severe consequences." The air in the room suddenly became a lot more tense. Goku and Aang couldn't even look their caretaker in the eye after that moment. "Well," Gyatso clapped his hands together, "it's getting very late, boys. You two deserve some rest after all you've been through today." They didn't bother protesting this request. Goku and Aang walked back to their room in complete silence. As they passed by Gyatso, Aang could spot the slightest hint of a tear trickling down his face. This only served to make him feel even more guilty. The two boys shuffled into their rooms and prepared for bed. After they left, a lone figure hidden within the shadows stepped into view. He stood in the left-hand corner of Gyatso's doorway, so he wouldn't be spotted. It was none other than Monk Tashi, the very person Gyatso didn't wish to discover this information. "You've just run out of chances, Gyatso. Now, you've forced my hand," the old airbender whispered in slight regret for what he had to do. He then quietly shuffled over to his own room to get some sleep. By the next morning, however, another meeting would need to be held by the Council of Elders. Inside Aang's room, Goku and Aang couldn't bring themselves to go to sleep. They each stared up at the ceiling, wondering what other events tomorrow could bring for them. If Fire Lord Sozin did manage to discover who they were, then their moments of fun were all but over. "Some teacher I turned out to be, huh?" Goku whispered. "Stop acting like that, Goku. You being around has made me experience the most fun I've had in a really long time," Aang assured him. He looked down at Goku from on top of the bed. "Without you, I wouldn't even know the slightest thing about manipulating Kai either." "Yeah, I guess you're right. I just have this feeling that I put you all in danger somehow," the young warrior whispered. "I already lost a few friends back home. I don't want that to happen again, Aang." Aang was surprised. He knew Goku fought many tough opponents in the past, but he didn't realize that they resulted in the deaths of his friends. "It won't, Goku. That's something I can definitely promise," Aang pumped his fist in determination. I mean, you saw what I did to Wong back at that mountain. Some mean old firebenders are nothing compared to that. Haha, yeah, maybe. Goku chuckled in a slightly better mood. Good night, Aang. The monk smiled. Good night. He then turned around and tucked himself under the covers. Goku, on the other hand, continued staring up at the ceiling. He couldn't seem to get that strange energy off his mind. It felt like Piccolo's Masenko. But how is that possible? I was the only one transported here, right? He then remembered something crucial about Kami. Him and King Piccolo used to be the same being, so did that mean they were capable of using the same abilities as one another? Could that possibly include travel between different worlds? Such a complicated thought was starting to make his head spin. He shook it from side to side and gradually drifted off to sleep. Images of Piccolo's demonic visage plagued his mind before doing so. Out of every being he's fought in the past, the Demon King was not someone he wished to fight again. Blank. A few hours later. Namo ami tuo fo shin di. Goku woke up to a start. Although it was the middle of the night, he could hear the sound of ominous chanting in the distance. It was faint, but just audible enough to pique his interest. Aang, do you hear? He looked to see that Aang was still fast asleep. It appeared that he was the only one who could hear this ancient chant being uttered. Namo ami tuo fo shin di. It continued in a deep, booming voice. Namo ami tuo fo shin di. To Goku, this phrase sounded like complete gibberish. He didn't recognize the language at all, much to his growing frustration. What in the heck does that mean? And where is it even coming from? Wishing to get to the bottom of this mystery, Goku tiptoed out of the room. So Aang wouldn't be disturbed from his slumber. He walked out of the building with his staff in tow and looked around. The chant seemed to have gotten louder, but no one, not even someone as cranky as Monk Tashi, woke up to it. It was as if the chant was only meant to be heard by him and him alone. Goku couldn't quite understand why, though. Namo ami tuo fo shin di. The martial artist walked over the southern air temple's outermost edge. It may have been located high up in the mountains, but Goku could still spot traces of water down below. Floating on top of the water was what seemed to be a massive island with large trees growing out of it. As if sensing Goku's current presence, it began to ever so slightly glow with green energy. Namo ami tuo fo shin di. Goku looked down at the island. He could now tell for certain that the chant was originating from this location. Does it want me to come down there? He wondered while assessing how high he was in the air. That's a pretty long way down, though. He snuck a peek behind his shoulder to make sure he wasn't being watched. Explaining this to either Aang or Gyatso would be pretty awkward. Oh well, he ultimately shrugged. Flying Nimbus. Despite his quieter tone of voice, the Nimbus cloud still heard its master's call. Goku hopped on and pointed directly to the island. Head down there, please. Nimbus rocketed straight down the mountain, approaching the part of the ocean this island was floating on. It descended faster and faster until Goku motioned for it to stop. The cloud screeched to a halt and levitated directly in front of the island's trees. With Goku there, the chanting came to an abrupt stop. All that could be heard was the sound of waves crashing into each other. Kind of a weird-looking island, Goku muttered. He extended his staff to poke at one of the trees, but was interrupted by the sight of the water glowing a bright, translucent green. The whole island seemed to be rumbling from some kind of movement as well. Maybe it's not an island, after all. Its trees rustled from side to side as a large hand emerged from the water and knocked Nimbus away from Goku's feet. The cloud spiraled away from its rider and kept itself airborne out of slight fear. Gah! Goku yelped. He struggled to maintain his balance as he stood on top of the hand. Before his very eyes, an entire head came from out of the water. It resembled a lion with orange eyes and golden fur. Spiral markings lined its eyebrows and other facial features, including his nose, cheeks, and eyebrows. Two sharp teeth stuck out of his lower lip and slightly obscured his long, thin whiskers. A flowing mane of brown hair also surrounded his head. It was then that Goku realized that what he assumed was an island was, in actuality, this creature's shell. He appeared to have a whole ecosystem that he carried on his back. What fascinated Goku the most, however, was this so-called lion turtle's kai. It was surprisingly more massive and serene than he expected. Hello? The boy awkwardly greeted. He really didn't know what to say to such a fearsome being. The lion turtle studied Goku's mind, body, and spirit. He, at first, said nothing until the chants from before began to start again. It could almost be interpreted as the voices of lingering spirits living within his forested shell. Na mo ami tuo fo shin di. Young warrior from beyond the stars, do you know why I have called you here? He spoke. Goku hesitated. He wasn't sure why the lion turtle called him that. But for some reason, it seemed oddly fitting. I'm not sure. I'm guessing it has something to do with Aang's duties as the Avatar? The lion turtle looked Goku directly in the eye and blinked his own. The Avatar may be the force that maintains balance between both worlds, yet much like the four elements themselves, this was not always the case. In the era before the Avatar, we bended the energy within our own bodies, much like yourself, Son Goku. He explained, your purpose may be to help the current Avatar bend his own Kai, but there is still much yet for you to learn. The Avatar didn't always exist, Goku thought in surprise. Given how old Avatar Roku was, he just assumed that the Avatar has always been a part of this world's history. This version of Earth must have been a lot older than he realized. I know all of this already. I still have to complete my training with Kami back in my world. What does that have to do with anything going on here? Failing to acknowledge one's weaknesses is the path to stagnation for benders and non-benders alike. The true mind can weather all lies and illusions without being lost. You hold a greater role in this world than you realize and must discover a path that leads you to that position of innermost peace. The lion turtle replied. Goku couldn't quite understand what the lion turtle meant by this. But Avatar Roku only sent me here to help Aang and nothing else. Was there more to his actions than I initially thought? The lion turtle sympathized with Goku's present lack of knowledge. They were years apart in terms of age, yet had an equal understanding of Kai and its power. There is a great darkness amassing in this world, Son Goku. One that will shape the future of this world's people and one that has long haunted the past of yours. To overcome this source of great evil, your heart must remain pure and your spirit unbendable, he stressed. Otherwise, you will be corrupted and destroyed. Goku frowned deeper. He had a feeling this was referring to King Piccolo's newfound emergence in this world. Then that monster really is here, after all. Since beginningless time, darkness has thrived in the void. It may triumph once as a male, violent spirit of chaos and other points as a lord of demonic forces, yet time and time again, it will always yield to purifying light. The lion turtle continued, and you must discover who you truly are to achieve that power. Who I am, do you mean where I came from? Goku asked. He didn't think his origins would have such a huge significance when it came to the completion of his training. The ONLY parents he really knew were his grandfather, Gohan, and Master Roshi. That is a journey both you and your greatest enemy need to complete on your own terms. For now, I will grant you a gift that lion turtles haven't bestowed upon mankind for centuries, ever since that man first bonded with the Avatar spirit so many years ago. The lion turtle then rested two of his claws on Goku's head and chest respectively. Wait, what are you? In a blinding flash of green light, the lion turtle effortlessly bended the Kai inside Goku's body and transferred his own energy into it. Goku, once the flash fully dispersed, observed his hands and body. Nothing seemed to change about him, but he still felt a bit different all the same. Until we meet again, Son Goku, in 100 years' time. The lion turtle then submerged itself underwater and prepared to continue its trek across the globe. Goku, however, wasn't pleased by this encounter in the slightest. Wait, come back. What do you mean 100 years? What does that have to do with? He was suddenly transported back to Aang's room. It felt like his entire meeting with the lion turtle didn't happen at all. Me? Goku awkwardly finished his prior sentence. He looked down at his hands and clenched them together. His Kai felt slightly different, but he couldn't tell what the exact difference was. Morning, Goku. You really slept in today. Aang greeted. He was in the middle of changing his clothes. Goku squinted his eyes to look out the window. Unlike yesterday night, the sun was now currently shining. Why yeah, I just had a really weird dream I think. Aang just got done putting on his brown boots. Based on the frantic look on his face, he seemed to be in some kind of hurry. Well, we can talk about it later. Gyatso's ending an important meeting with the Council of Elders right now. Goku gasped in shock. Wait, seriously? What's it about? I don't know. That's why I want to sneak in, so I can make sure he doesn't get into any more trouble. Aang proclaimed. The martial artist flung the covers off of him and stood up straight. You don't have to tell me twice. Let's get a move on. You're not gonna change your clothes at all? Aang asked. Goku gave him a weird, confused look. I've been wearing the same gi since I got here. Oh right, the monk sheepishly chuckled. The two then ran out of their room as fast as they could. Aang manipulated the air beneath his feet while Goku, as always, used his Kai. Blank, underscore, blank. Outside the council hall, they hurriedly reached the Council of Elders meeting hall and jumped up to Aang's original hiding place. The two of them viewed this meeting through a crevice embedded into the roof that was hidden by some plants and vines. Down below, they could see Gyatso and Tashi standing side by side in front of High Monk Pasang. He, to Aang's disappointment, did not look happy with Gyatso at all. In fact, he was absolutely infuriated by his recent actions. I wonder what they're talking about. Aang whispered. Goku placed one of his ears closer to the crack, hearing the loud, angry voice of Tashi as a result. I told you, Pasang. This insignificant little trip has exposed Aang's position as the Avatar. Now, his and this temple's survival are all but compromised. Tashi fumed. Not only that, this Wang Shihoin child knows about Goku's Kai abilities. It appears that him teaching Aang was more to Fire Lord Sozin's benefit than ourselves. One of the other elders choked out. Pasang held up his hand as a sign for them to stop talking. He glared dangerously at Gyatso. I told you that there would be severe consequences if anything happened in the Fire Nation, Gyatso. You deliberately ignored my warnings and caused this utter mess to take place. He shouted in anger. His voice echoed off the temple's walls. What do you have to say for yourself? Gyatso took a moment to process his words before responding. I know Goku and Aang have made a few mistakes. But they're kids. They may have this monumental task thrust upon them, but both of them still need time for freedom and fun. They must grow up as any normal boy should. The monk tried to justify his actions. After all, most of their trip was spent exploring the mountains and eating food. The fight they had with Wang Shihoin and those thieves was secondary. Tashi narrowed his sunken eyes. But that kind of fight is what the two of them should be accustomed to. There's no need to keep protecting him from his destiny when a seasoned warrior like Goku is around. Exactly right. I know you mean well, Gyatso, but you are letting your affection for the boy cloud your judgment. Pasang warned. And a clouded judgment leads to problematic decision-making, as you've done countless times this week. All I want is what is best for him. He won't do any good as the Avatar if he ends up holding resentment towards the world he's trying to save. Gyatso rebutted. He then smiled in a warm, grandfatherly manner. That is why I am grateful for Goku's presence in his life. He is the type of friend Aang so desperately needed. Goku smiled. The way he spoke reminded him a lot of both Gohan and Master Roshi. It was like he was some weird amalgamation of the two from his perspective. But a friend for the Avatar isn't what the world needs right now. Goku needs to continue teaching him Kai, so the Fire Lord's plans for conquest can be swiftly interrupted, Pasang briskly stated, and based on what happened with this Wang Shihoin individual, his plans might be a knack. Ted much sooner than we would have hoped. He stared at Gyatso and put his intellectual mind to work. His role as Aang's surrogate father was commendable in a lot of ways, but with war unquestionably on the horizon, affection and care no longer had any use. If Aang wasn't ready in time, he wondered if having Goku wipe out the Fire Nation's defenses with a single Kamehameha wave would be a good alternative. Unfortunately, due to Goku being stranded by Avatar Roku, he knew the boy would never agree to such a task. That was why Pasang needed to make the difficult decision he was dreading for so long. He squinted his eyes at the floor and thought of what be done to ensure the Avatar and Goku's success. I'm sorry, Gyatso, but you must be separated from both Aang and Goku. They will complete the IR training at the Eastern Air Temple from here on out. Gyatso hung his mouth agape in surprise. Please reconsider, Pasang. Aang means everything to me. You can't possibly be serious about this. I am, Pasang muttered as he sat underneath his umbrella. And I will not give you any more chances. You've just ran out of them. Aang's former caretaker could say nothing else. He closed his tired, sorrowful eyes and looked down at the floor in defeat. This meeting is adjourned. Pack up Aang's belongings and send him off at once. Yes, I will, he hoarsely whispered. As he walked away, Tashi glanced over at Gyatso sympathetically, but didn't dare offer any words of comfort. He, after all, was the one who caused this pain in the first place. Back on top of the roof, Aang backed away from the open crevice in horror. He was completely mortified by what the Council of Elders, particularly High Monk Pasang, was planning to do. His gray eyes shrunk in horror as he murmured, "S separated. No, 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 no. They can't do this to me. Not after everything that happened yesterday." He broke out into a cold sweat and lost partial control over his legs. It seemed that his life at the Southern Air Temple was all but coming to an end. First, his friends abandoned him, and now, he would never see Gyatso again. All because he was cursed to become Roku's successor as the Avatar. The whole ordeal felt like a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. Goku wasn't pleased by the results of this meeting either. His energy rose a little just hearing Pasang denounce his friendship with Aang. It felt like the High Monk wanted a mindless killing machine, rather than an actual person to face the Fire Lord. He could understand that Pasang wasn't a completely terrible person, but his decisions were still deplorable. There was no way he was going to travel to some other air temple without a proper fight, at least. "I know this looks pretty bad, Aang, but Aang..." Goku frantically turned his head around in all directions. He caught sight of the distraught Aang as he ran back to his room. Surprisingly, he didn't even sense him moving at all that time. "Wait up," he cried. He jumped off the roof and followed after him. All that could be seen was a scratchy streak of orange and black as he moved. As they both left the council hall, light raindrops began to steadily fall from the sky. Blank. Back in Aang's room, Aang's vision was clouded by a haze of depression and wooziness. He sprinted over to his room, collapsing onto the nearby windowsill with a lost look in his gray eyes. He slumped over and gloomily rested his head on top of it. He watched his fellow monks fool around their own air scooters without a care in the world. Although many of them used to be his friends, they now only served as a sad reminder of what his duties as the Avatar took away from him. What's worse was that Pasang's recent decree essentially made it so he'd never be able to see them again. Struggling to hold back the tears in his eyes, Aang shuffled away from the window and laid down on his bed. He felt scared, confused, and depressed all at the same time, and had no idea what to do about it. All he could do was clutch his pillow for dear life, wondering what his life would even be like without Gyatso there to comfort him. Why does being the Avatar have to be so complicated? All it's done is hurt me and the people I care about the most. Aang screamed in distress. Fresh tears fell as he buried his face into the yellow pillowcase. On top of Fire Lord Sozin Poten, Tili discovering his identity and current location, losing Gyatso was the last straw. No amount of training with Goku could make up for the pain Gyatso's separation would surely cause him. It was Ally the only thing keeping him together these days. With all hope seemingly lost, Aang resorted to an action that would help alleviate the stresses brought forth by his status as the Avatar. That action, sadly, was running away from the Southern Air Temple. He knew nothing good would come from this decision in the long run, but due to everything he cherished in life falling apart before his very eyes, it was the only option left. After all, the Fire Lord would never be able to find him if his current location was unknown. "Forgive me, Gyatso, but I can't take this anymore." Aang wiped his tears away with his sleeves and sighed. Rummaging his top drawer, he brought out a piece of paper, some ink, and a paintbrush. He then began to write a letter to Gyatso explaining the reason for his disappearance. As soon as he dabbed his brush with some blank ink, Goku gently pushed open the door. He frowned, trying to see if his friend was doing okay. "Aang, you shouldn't have left like that. It sucks that they're making us move over to a whole other temple, but..." Goku paused. The monk didn't even attempt to take a break from writing his letter. "Oh, what are you doing?" Gently placing his brush down, Aang rolled up the note, tied it down with a piece of red string, and set it on the desk. He then glanced over at Goku, looking more despondent than sad at this point. "I'm leaving, Goku. I'm not sure where, but hopefully it'll be some place where the Avatar can't be found or isn't needed." Goku stepped back a little from shock. He fully understood the tight position Aang was being cornered into, but this was not a reasonable solution in the slightest. The completion of his training as the Avatar was Goku's only way to return home, so if Aang gave all of that up and fled, he wouldn't really have any idea what to do next. He needed to make him reconsider somehow. Aang was putting far too much on the line, including this whole world's safety. Goku scrunched up his face in hurt. "Why you can't do that? After everything we've been through, you're going to run away just like that?" There's nothing else I can do. Wang Shihuan likely told the Fire Lord who I was and where I live. so it's only a matter of time until he comes after me. Aang shook his head and looked down at the floor. I can't afford to put anyone else in danger because of who I am, Goku. Especially not Gyatso. Goku felt stuck. Avatar Roku may have warned him about Fire Lord Sozin and the Fire Nation's power, but never something like this. He certainly wanted to continue teaching Aang how to use Kai, yet everything that happened with Wang Shihuan and Kuzan, all of the time they could have had was all gone. Time, in general, was the key word here. He remembered something that Roku mentioned to him. Before arriving at the Southern Air Temple, he said that Aang would be trained in Kai manipulation when the time is right. Could that have been a hint of some sort? That training Aang here wasn't as ideal of a place as he thought? The lion turtle's last words to him then came to mind. 100 years' time? Does that mean I'm supposed to run away with Aang right now? Goku thought in confusion. I don't wish to turn my backs on Gyatso or the other airbenders, but Aang is, and always was, my main responsibility. Have you really made up your mind about this? You don't want to tell Gyatso first? Telling Gyatso would only result in the Council of Elders taking further action against us. Besides, we've already caused him enough trouble and heartache as is. Aang slumped over in his seat. Goku rested a hand on his shoulder. He went through similar emotions the day Grandpa Gohan first disappeared. It'd be a while until he learned what actually happened to him, but it still hurt just as much, nonetheless. I doubt what's that he thinks, Aang. Aang glanced over at Goku and silently nodded his head. In truth, the boy just didn't want to see the look of sadness and disappointment on Gyatso's face again. It brought far too much pain to his heart. Goku then crossed his arms and frowned. He had now decided what should be done for the sake of maintaining both his and Aang's destinies. Well, if you really are leaving, then I'll come with you. The airbending youth's eyes slightly widened. Really? You'd do that? Of course. Helping you bring balance to world and learn Kai is my only way to get back home, remember? He spoke in a somewhat softer tone with a genuine smile on his face. Besides, you're my friend, Aang. In case there's a chance that you'll get seriously injured, I want to be there to protect you from harm. That won't bode well for me or anyone else in this world at all. Although Goku added a little bit of pressure to fulfill his duties as the Avatar, Aang fully trusted the boy's words. They had only known each other for a few days at most, but within that short time span, he quickly became one of his closest, most loyal friends. His bond with Gyatso could never be replaced, but Goku's presence, admittedly, relieved the tension going on inside Aang's soul. Regardless of the many mistakes they have made, he was glad that this monkey-tailed glutton came into his life. He would need to thank Avatar Roku for his arrival whenever they got a chance to meet face to face. Thanks, Goku. You're a good friend. Aang grinned slightly in appreciation. Don't say that now. First we gotta find a way out of here. Goku smiled back while jerking a thumb at the doorway. Right, we should go. Aang placed his note in the center of his bed and then packed a small bag full of his belongings. With everything being settled, the two boys carefully left the room and closed the door behind them for good measure. Outside the window, the rain started to fall a bit harder than before. Goku and Aang successfully reached the Southern Air Temple's stables without drawing attention to themselves. They started to get a little nervous once certain airbenders were actively trying to search for them. But it didn't deter their progress at all, thankfully. Aang tiptoed towards Appa as he took a nap alongside other sky bison around his size or smaller. Nimbus, Goku whispered. The flying cloud managed to hear his words and ever so slightly float right next to him. It still seemed to be a bit shook up from their encounter with the lion turtle last night, but regardless, it was still operational like always. Aang reached his animal companion and stroked one of his ears. The bison opened his eyes in puzzlement. Wake up, buddy. I know it's still pretty early in the morning, but we need to leave right now, okay? Appa seemingly understood these commands and stood up straight in response. Garog. Aang chuckled. Good boy. He secured the saddle around Appa's back and placed his belongings inside. He then leapt on top of the bison's neck and grabbed a hold of the reins in preparation for takeoff. Goku repeated the same gesture by sitting atop Nimbus. However, he refrained from leaving the temple once he saw how heavy the rainfall had gotten in so little time. In the distance, the dark, massive clouds of a thunderstorm were in the earliest stages of cumulation. Faint flashes of thunder and lightning visible in his black orbs, Goku brought Nimbus closer to Appa and clutched his red staff. What should we do about those clouds over there, Aang? I see. And tell us a storm is about to happen, and a big one too. Goku asked in a worried tone. Aang bit his lip and gulped. He grasped Appa's reins a little tighter. Maybe it'll pass on once we travel a bit further. Don't worry about it too much. Quote. Goku just slowly nodded his head, not in the least bit soothed by Aang's words of encouragement. He looked straight on as the black storm clouds became larger in size with each passing moment. Yip yip, Aang whispered to his animal companion. Appa then kicked his tail against the floor and soared away from the southern air temple. Goku flew to the bison's left side on Nimbus, but at a more manageable speed than usual. He slowed it down just a smidge, so the cloud was equal in pace with Appa. They continued flying forward until the once large temple became less and less visible. Aang turned his body around to get one last look at his original home and birthplace. Memories of the past circled around in his subconscious mind, including the days he spent growing up under Monk Gyatso's tutelage. They had some truly wonderful times together, but now, there was no turning back. One last tear fell from his eye as he thought about Gyatso's smiling face. Goodbye, Gyatso, and everyone else. I'll miss you all. Aang and Goku shared equal looks of apprehension with one another. They had no idea what the future would hold for them, and while that was indeed scary, Fire Lord Sozin's plans for the world were even scarier. However, after hearing what the lion turtle just a few hours ago, Goku knew that an even bigger, deadlier threat was on the horizon. It was only a matter of time until the Demon King showed himself once again. In that moment, rain relentlessly pelted against them. Some of the storm's thunder, strangely enough, even flashed an abnormal green color, rather than white. Goku and Aang were too preoccupied with leaving the air temple to take notice of this phenomenon, unfortunately. The boys simply kept flying as fast they could do, while the sky itself was tinged a corrosive green and gray. Blank. Back in Aang's room, as soon as the Council of Elders meeting was ended, Monk Gyatso immediately left for Aang's room. He held the utmost respect for High Monk Pasang and all that he's done for the Southern Air Temple, but this situation crossed a line that shouldn't have ever been drawn. Aang was the closest thing he had to a son and, as his guardian, he would not stand for him being left on his own. The Eastern Air Temple was a reasonable enough place to send him, admittedly, but it simply wasn't his home. The council just didn't understand that Aang's duties as the Avatar were far too big for a boy his age. Every other Avatar, Roku included, were around 16 or older when they began their respective journeys. He needed time to grow, develop, and have fun for the sake of becoming a decent human being later in life. That is why Goku, in a sense, was both a blessing and a curse in disguise. He brought back the light in Aang's eyes by spending time with him while also escalating his conflicts as the Avatar to even greater, extravagant heights. Regardless of these past errors, Goku, in general, was the type of person Aang should become. He was immensely powerful yet had the naivety and innocence of a normal boy. That was the main reason both Goku and Aang needed to leave this place under his directed supervision. Leaving his people behind was unfortunate, but to him, ensuring Aang's happiness was the most important thing in this world. He was certain that Goku felt the same way, albeit for slightly different reasons. Adamant towards this decision, Gyatso snuck up to Aang's room and knocked on the door. He poked his body out of the entrance to see if the two were present. "Boys, are you in there?" he whispered in a quiet voice. "I'm not going to let them take you away from me, Aang." Getting no response, Gyatso frowned and fully opened the door. He was confused to see that no one was there. "Aang, Goku?" he asked to thin air. He looked around the room until his eyes darted to a scroll laying on top of Aang's bed. Furrowing his eyebrows, he untied its knot and read the letter's contents. He gasped in horror at what the letter described. No, the letter fell from his hands. He couldn't believe that Aang and Goku would even consider running away like this. It can't be. His eyes widened to their maximum capacity. Gyatso spun around to look over at the windowsill. Heavy bullets of rain poured amongst a cacophony of intense lightning strikes. In a severe thunderstorm like this, there was no possible way Goku and Aang could survive out there on their own. Even someone as powerful as Goku could fall victim to lightning strikes or, worse, drowning if not prepared in advance. What have they done? He muttered to himself. Desperate to save their lives, Gyatso used airbending to dash as fast as the very wind itself. The Council of Elders needed to know about this before it was too late. Meanwhile, Goku's concerns about this thunderstorm were all but confirmed. Within the span of only a few minutes, it escalated to levels of extreme danger rivaling his most difficult fights. The entire sky corroded into a sickly shade of green as the ocean was ravaged by massive waves splashing together at unprecedented heights. Drops of rain slammed down on E-boys so hard that their sense of direction was completely blown off course. They no longer had any idea where they were and how far the southern air temple was. Powerful wind smacked against Goku's body, causing the flying Nimbus to uncontrollably spin around and knock him off of his feet. As he struggled to pick himself up, the martial artist could just barely see Appa being pelted by rain and struggling to remain in mid-air because of it. Aang was holding onto the reins for dear life with a look of utter panic on his face. "Stay with me, Aang. Hold on," Goku screamed. Bolts of lightning struck around them, alternating between flashes of yellow and green light in quick succession. The amount of noise being produced from the storm made it impossible for Aang to hear what Goku was saying. I can't hear anything you're saying, Goku. Where are you?" he yelled back. His hold on Appa's saddle was all but completely gone. It was merely held together by his fingertips at this point. Still clinging onto Nimbus, Goku maneuvered the cloud right next to Aang. He reached out his hand in a desperate attempt to prevent from falling into the oceanic depths below. "I'm right here, just open your eyes a little," and suddenly, a massive green lightning bolt struck the space between Goku, Aang, and Appa. Nimbus was knocked completely out of the sky, causing Goku to be sent flying off of it. Appa, in contrast, groaned in pain and could no longer keep himself airborne. He plummeted directly toward the ocean, which petrified Aang to an almost insane degree. "Grog!" Goku and Aang screamed. They hung onto respective mounts for dear life and braced for impact. Defenseless to the harsh forces of nature at work, all four of them, Nimbus included, plummeted into the depths of the ocean with a huge, monumental splash. Appa attempted to poke his head out of the water in order to provide some air for himself and the two boys. "Gog!" the sky bison cried. He was then just as swift. Lee smacked in the head by another massive wave and fell unconscious. With Nimbus unable to move this deep underwater, Goku, Aang, and Appa helplessly sunk into the water. It seeped into their mouths and nostrils, causing both kids to near the brink of death. "Roku, this isn't how things were supposed to go," Goku thought in delirium. His vision was clouded by the ocean's darkest waters. "I'm sorry." His eyes closed as he passed out from a lack of oxygen. He was now falling in a semicircular pattern next to Appa and the flying Nimbus while Aang ended up in its center. They would have been lost somewhere at the bottom of the ocean if not for Aang's tattoos and eyes glowing a bright white hue. Functioning as some sort of survival instinct, the monk's body was placed in a state of autopilot. That caused his once dwindling energy to skyrocket. Gathering portions of Kai into his fists, Aang slammed them both together and produced a powerful, all-encompassing shockwave of air. This air, combined with the ocean's cool temperature, became a large sphere of ice that encased him, Appa, Nimbus, and Goku inside. Now a complete iceberg, it settled down at the lowest parts of the ocean and would remain there until someone, or something, found it. Until then, however, the martial artist, Son Goku, and the next avatar, Aang, would be gone for good. It was hard to say for certain if their adventures together would ever continue. At least, that's what could be said for this era. Their destinies were currently, in a sense, up in the air from this point onward. Blank. Back in Kuzan's village, Kuzoma couldn't bear to say a single word upon his return. Upon leaving the Fire Nation royal palace last night, the captain was an emotional wreck inside and out. He didn't exactly display these feelings out in the open, of course, but his inadvertent participation in the genocide of the air nomads disturbed him greatly. Granted, Kuzoma had a feeling Fire Lord Sozin would try to pull this plan off with or without the information he provided, but he still revealed that Aang was from the Southern Air Temple, anyway. The four air temples' locations were notoriously difficult to pinpoint on a map, so he managed to give Sozin a direct starting point. It chilled his blood to the bone just thinking that he could be involved with hundreds upon thousands of airbenders' deaths. And the most disheartening part was the fact that one of them could be the Avatar himself. With the Great Comet's firebending enhancements essentially confirmed true, Kuzan's friend would be doomed for certain. That didn't even take into account what Sozin had in store for the other boy, Son Goku. Kai in that kind of man's hands was absolutely terrified, even if the Fire Lord was some one he vowed to serve for his entire life. He always sought out to be loyal to the Fire Nation's cause, but this caused it to waver in a number of ways. The captain of the domestic forces sighed. Although it had been morning, he couldn't really tell the difference. He didn't get a hint of sleep last night. He drank from a tea, continuing not to say a word about what happened. His wife, Zona Fen, decided to do the same out of respect for her husband, while Kuzan did no such thing. He kept burning holes into the side of his dad's face as they all sat down together as a family, or something that resembled one. Zona Fen, sensing her son's distress, attempted to get his attention. Kuzan? The boy kept glaring at his dad without so much as a single peep. Zona Fen loudly cleared her throat. Ahem, your mother is speaking to you. Kuzan, I've told you countless times that it's rude to ignore people, remember? Kuzan tilted his head to the side in puzzlement. He still didn't hear what she was saying. Huh? Oh, sorry. Mom. What did you say? After taking a sip of tea, she crossed her arms and frowned. You heard me, young man. I'd expect you to be back in class with the other kids tomorrow. I won't have a son of mine skip out on their education to search for some strange dragons and whatnot. No offense, Mom, but I think we have other more important stuff to talk about right now, Kuzan sighed. Isn't that right, Captain Kuzoma? The room's atmosphere in that moment got a whole lot more awkward. Kuzoma didn't expect his son to mockingly address him in such a way. I may be captain of this town, Kuzan, but I am still your father. Show a little respect. Kuzan slammed his fist on the table. Well, how about you respect my intelligence for once and tell me what happened last night? Kuzoma began to sweat nervously. His father-son bond with Kuzan would be jeopardized if he discovered everything that happened at the palace. This included Wang Shihuan's involvement too. I told you, son. There's nothing important to say about it. He murmured. Flamio, are you serious? I know you went there to spill the beans about Goku and Aang to that Sozin jerk. I'm nowhere near as stupid as I look, Dad. Kuzan fumed. So, again, tell me what happened. I need to know that they're okay. Please. Kuzoma could practically feel the concern oozing off of his son's body. He'd never seen Kuzan act this focused on anything before, apart from his ridiculous dream to fly on a dragon. He sighed deeply. With the great comet arriving any moment now, keeping the truth to himself wouldn't solve anything. I suppose there's no use hiding it from you, my boy. Kuzan did not like the way he said that one bit. It sounded like Kuzoma was confessing to a serious crime or something equally heinous. Hide what? The captain straightened his posture and closed his eyes. He couldn't muster the strength to look at his son's face. Today, Fire Lord Sozin is planning to use the Great Comet to wipe out all 4 of the air temples. He'll be starting with the Southern Air Temple in his search for both Aang and Son Goku. Kuzan's mouth hung open in absolute shock. He felt like he was about to throw up at the mere thought of Aang being captured by Sozin and his Imperial Firebenders. Goku was very strong from what little he saw of him, but one kid couldn't fight them all alone. They were used into a hopeless situation all because of his dad's need to please the Fire Nation and its supreme leader. He couldn't even stand to sit in the same room as him now. Zona Fen set down her cup of tea, grimacing. It was times like these that she wished Avatar Roku could have still been alive. He was far more of a match for Sozin than some air nomad child. He's actually going that far, It was only a matter of time, I'm afraid. Kuzan stood up from his seat. Tears started to fall from his eyes one after the other. Wipe out? And no, he blubbered. He glared at his dad in absolute fury. Why didn't you tell me when you got home? I could have warned them somehow. I could have helped them before. Kuzoma balled his fists. Deep down, he felt like the biggest piece of scum on the earth for what he about to say. I wanted to, son, but I had a long night organizing soldiers around the town. I was too tired to deal with this whole situation at the time. Please understand. Kuzan's fists were suddenly covered by white-hot flames. Understand? Understand what? That following all of Sozin's orders by the book was more important than saving my friends' lives. Is that it? No, Kuzan. A large fireball whizzed past Kuzoma's head and smashed into the nearest wall. Zona Fen placed a hand over her mouth in surprise and gasped. I hate you. Stay away from me if you know what's good for you. Kuzan stomped over to his room. If anything does happen to Aang and Goku, I'll never, ever forgive you for this. Kuzan, Zona Fen cried. Ignoring his mother once again, he then SLA. The door behind him and didn't even attempt to come out. An uncomfortable silence was left over in his wake. Kuzoma clutched the sides of his head in remorse. If he never traveled to Caldera City, none of this would have happened as soon as it did. I've never seen Kuzan that angry before. Should I go talk to him? No, dear, leave the boy alone, he muttered, feeling completely broken inside. I've already caused enough distress for him as is. Some father I turned out to be, huh? Zona Fen sat closer to her husband and gently rubbed his back. This was the first genuine conversation they've had with one another in a long time. She wished it could have been held under better circumstances, but the Fire Nation woman was still grateful. So when is this comet supposed to arrive, Kuzoma? She asked. All of a sudden, the skies above their village transitioned from blue to a deep, blood red. The temperature outside became a lot warmer than usual too. Kuzoma, knowing what this meant, LKED over to the nearest window and hung his head down. He could see silhouettes of armored dragons flying over to the Fire Lord's intended destination. Now, back at the Fire Nation Royal Palace. With the Great Comet now spotted, Fire Lord Sozin mobilized his troops for war. He managed to strategize attacks on the Water Tribes, Earth Kingdom, and Air Temples many hours in advance. So nothing could alter his plans from potential success. He barely managed to get any sleep last night, unfortunately, but as the Fire Lord, rest was secondary to achieving global dominance. Legions upon legions of Fire Navy cruisers were sent out to the southern and northern water tribes. His main intention was to pelt them with cannon fire from a distance, so their turbenders would be put at an extreme disadvantage. Then, with their primary means of defense now compromised, the two water tribes would have no choice but to surrender. If not, the savages would be melted down alongside the very ice they stood on. For the Earth Kingdom, Fire Army soldiers would be intricately positioned around its most important cities. They would storm Omashu and other settlements on the backs of hundreds upon thousands of Komodo rhinos. From the backs of these creatures, they would devastate the Earthbenders with their comet-enhanced fire blasts. Causing enough destruction and death would hopefully lead to their unconditional surrender too. However, the walls of Ba Sing Se would be a notable exception. They would need to attack the Earth Kingdom's capital at a later date due to its heavy fortification. Last, but not least, Sozin, unquestionably, paid special attention to the eastern, western, northern, and southern air temples. Thanks to an inside source within one of the air temples, he was able to pinpoint their exact locations on a map. He didn't exactly like working with the treacherous airbender, Afiko, but locating the Avatar and Son Goku was far more important. Aang's death and Goku's capture were the two main factors that would ensure his victory for years to come. Knowing that each air temple was located high up in the mountains, Sozin brought in the Fire Nation's Air Force, which comprised of militarily trained dragons and their riders. The dragon's ability to fly was key to catching the airbenders off guard and making sure they had no means of escape. The moment a sky bison even attempted to take flight, they would be shot down by a dragon's fire breath, which he was certain would kill them instantly thanks to the Great Comet's influence. Although the amount of dragons in their arsenal was limited, they still had plenty for each air temple. He, in fact, would bring it upon himself to personally lead the attack on the southern air temple using his blue dragon. Claw, equal in strength to Roku's own dragon, Fang, she has continued to be a lifelong companion of his since childhood. That was why she needed to be involved with the death of Roku's successor. It would make things come full circle in a way. She stood next to him on the royal palace's balcony. He stroked the side of her neck as she purred lowly in content. Soon, my friend, our time to strike will come very soon, Sozin whispered. Behind him, Wang Shihoin walked onto the balcony with a new suit of armor. He now had the look of a traditional Fire Nation soldier, apart from his still tattered red scarf. He personally refused to remove that from his neck, much to Sozin's annoyance. Didn't I tell you to get rid of that useless old rag? It doesn't befall the look of a Fire Nation soldier. Wang shook his head. I understand, my lord, but I prefer to keep it on. It serves as a reminder of my first battle with Son Goku and Avatar Aang. Sozin snorted. His usefulness was unquestionable, but his attitude left much to be desired. It reminded him of how he used to act around that age. Suit yourself, he said. The sky then turned red as fiery heat coursed through his veins. Do you feel that, Shihoin? You mean the comet? Wang asked. Yes, it is absolute power of the highest caliber. Sozin took a deep breath and blew fire from his nostrils. My comet will be upon us any moment now. Sozin then pointed at the floor, causing Claw to crouch down, so he could mount her neck. He climbed on top of the dragon and motioned for Wong to follow. We should go, he muttered. Sit down behind me, boy. I promise Claw won't bite much. The blue dragon narrowed her eyes into slits and hissed at the boy. Wong, although having a personal grudge against dragons after what happened yesterday, did as Sozin commanded without argument. He clutched the sides of Sozin's stomach, so he wouldn't fall off. Don't get used to this, child. You have to prove yourself in order to earn my respect. Sozin's golden eyes bore into Wong's from the side. You do know what that means, correct? Wong nodded. He felt the heat from the great comet seeping into his body and surrounded himself in a fiery aura. Yes, I won't let you down, Fire Lord Sozin, he declared with a dark glint in his amber eyes. Then we'll set a course for the southern air temple, Sozin proclaimed. He lightly kicked his legs against his dragon's sides. Let's go, Claw, Garog, she roared. The dragon took off from the balcony and batted her wings. She flew across the royal plaza, circling around an entire army of dragons and their imperial firebender partners. Each creature was wearing black armor with the insignia of the Fire Nation placed on their helms. Prepare for battle, men. The Great Comet will grant you a level of bending no one has seen in over a century. Sozin shouted in mid-air. With that power, we will infiltrate the southern air temple and slaughter any airbender present. Leave no survivors, especially the Avatar. Yes, Your Majesty. The entire Fire Nation Air Force yelled in reply. Sozin, satisfied with this level of dedication to their nation's cause, flew Claw in front of everyone and, as usual, took the lead. Glory to the Fire Nation. Sozin was quickly followed by a wide assortment of dragons. Once they reached the ocean, many Fire Navy ships led beneath them at a nearly equal amount of speed. The water, disturbingly enough, was close to being as red as the skies above. Wong looked at the size of the entire army in awe. He then, to his further intrigue, spotted the great comet skimming against the sky as a gigantic, infernal fireball. It was a phenomenon someone like him would never be able to see, let alone experience. Be prepared, Son Goku. I won't let you get away this time. The former glowered under his breath. He refrained from speaking another word for the rest of the trip to the southern air temple. Sozin, consumed by his own thoughts of grandeur, did the same. They only stood there to take in the overflowing energies the great comet provided. Although this comet was to their benefit, it would bring nothing but misery and pain for the unsuspecting airbenders Sozin wished to eliminate. And anything the Fire Lord wished, sadly, would happen one way or the other. Blank. In the spirit world, while Sozin began his full frontal assault on the world, Roku, his former best friend and enemy, could only watch it in dismay. He flew on top of Fang, observing these events through a small portal between the living and spirit worlds. He performed a similar technique to observe the events of Goku's world, but this method cost less energy by comparison. The old Avatar shook his head. He was a complete fool for stopping Sozin when he had the chance. His trust in him, after all, led to the events of his death 12 years ago. Gyatso, my friend, I'm afraid I have failed you. The air gnat, Ion will suffer greatly because of my own past mistakes, he whispered sorrowfully. He then thought over what happened to Goku and Aang mere moments before. As if their luck couldn't get any worse, Aang was forced to freeze himself, Goku, his Sky Bison, and the flying Nimbus Solid using the Avatar state. He was relieved that he could help the monk achieve such power in time, because otherwise, they would both be dead for certain. The only downside to this survival tactic was the fact that both Aang and Goku were now lost. There was now, sadly, an era without the influence of the Avatar. All because of one huge storm. The world was now at the Fire Nation's mercy, and no one could stop them. He thoroughly stroked his beard, wondering what should be done next. Roku started to feel bad for bringing Goku into this mess, so maybe talking with him about this situation could help him in some way. The Firebender, at least, needed to specify the difference in time between this world and Goku's. Telling him that he wouldn't be woken up for another century would just break the boy's resolve and, likely, cause him to freak out. It's only fair, I suppose. Let's just hope I can contact Goku while he's frozen like this. Roku murmured. He did share a body with Aang's, technically, so speaking through him could work. He just needed to try it out. Onward to the bottom of the southern part of the ocean, Fang. Make sure you aren't spotted either, Roku ordered. Fang growled in understanding before directly transporting himself outside of the spirit world. He snaked through a few nimbus clouds until him and Roku vanished in a flash of blue light. Roku vowed not to tell Goku anything about the massacre taking place on Air Nation soil, but given the current circumstances, it would be quite difficult. Goku, can you hear me? The boy opened his eyes in response to the sound of Roku's voice. He appeared to be inside the spirit world once again, but this time, his body felt oddly cold for some reason. In fact, he really had no idea where his body was to begin with. Everything went dark after him and Aang fell into the ocean. He observed every corner of his body in confusion. Yeah, I can hear you, Roku. Is there something wrong? Roku's spirit materialized in front of him. He wasn't accompanied by Fang this time around and had a stern expression on his face. Yes, my boy, he replied. I'm afraid that Aang, through using the Avatar state, has somehow frozen both of you in ice. You are now floating somewhere at the bottom of the ocean as we speak. Goku was perplexed by this news. He didn't think Aang was capable of creating something like that so early on in his tenure as the Avatar. Frozen? Is that why I feel so cold right now? He said, shivering. That's right, I was only able to speak with you subconsciously. Your physical body, at the moment, is despondent and motionless. Until someone or something manages to break open that iceberg, you and Aang won't be going anywhere for a long, long time. That last sentence heightened Goku's concerns. He suddenly thought back to his encounter with the lion turtle a few hours ago. Until we meet again, Son Goku, in 100 years' time. It was then that Goku realized the lion turtle's parting words were more literal than they seemed. He shook his head in growing ire. Do you mean that me and Aang will be frozen for 100 years? Roku solemnly nodded. His prior predictions about Goku's reaction were proven correct. Unfortunately, yes, from the moment he was born, it was always Aang's destiny to be sealed inside that iceberg. He was meant to fight the Fire Lord, but not Sozin, I suppose. The firebender explained. His expression then softened a little. My only regret is getting you involved in this predicament, Goku. For that, I apologize. Although carefree in regards to most situations, this was not one of them. Goku was starting to get angry with the old man. You apologize? You're the one who brought me here in the first place. Roku, I could have been meeting a past version of Master Roshi if it wasn't for you and Fang busting into the time room unannounced. He yelled in frustration. Quote, I get that the Fire Nation is a serious threat, believe me, but your world isn't the only one in danger. I was supposed to be training to fight the son of the most powerful enemy I've ever faced. Now, what am I going to do? My friends could all be dead when I get out. They're not able to become some immortal spirit like you can. Roku just stood there, silently taking in all of Goku's transgressions against them. They were all warranted from his perspective. I understand your pain, Goku, but please try to calm down and hear me out. Roku pleaded. As I've mentioned to you before, time does no pass the same way in this world compared to yours. Goku crossed his arms and glanced over at Roku's translucent form. He had a feeling this explanation was going to be pretty complicated. What do you mean? Your world, mine, and the spirit world are all designated as separate dimensions from one another. Time used to move at the same pace between each world, from what I recall, but due to innate circumstances that remain a mystery to this very day, they now exist in different, alternating time zones. Roku attempted to explain. Are you following this so far, Goku? Goku's brain was fried as he tried to keep up with Roku's complex description of this temporal multiverse, or whatever it was. He was lost the moment Roku mentioned separate dimensions. Roku rolled his eyes. My point is that a day in your world equates to a year in this one. Meaning, if you and Aang are indeed frozen for 100 years, you'll really only be gone for a few months at most. Goku sighed in relief. It was still hard to follow, but what he said did comfort him considerably. I guess 100 days shouldn't be that bad, he muttered under his breath. Though, I still can't help but feel a little worried. We left Gyatso and the other airbenders without so much as a warning back at the temple. I'm worried about what the Fire Nation could to them if Sozin doesn't manage to find us. The former Avatar remained silent. All he could do was close his eyes and take a deep breath. You have every right to be worried. Fire Lord Sozin will stop at nothing to obtain what he desires. He grimaced, and once he realizes that you and Aang are missing, he certainly won't be pleased. Goku balled his fists. He may not have seen eye to eye with many of the Southern Air Temple's monks, but he still didn't want any harm to come to them. They were a peaceful group that deserved to continue living in peace, not suffering. Does this have anything to do with the hot source of energy coming from the sky earlier? He stammered. Roku bit his lip. He wanted to tell Goku what was about to happen, but in the end, he stuck to his guns and said nothing. It does, but you will find out. More about the Great Comet's powers once you're unfrozen, the firebender whispered. For now, you must rest and focus your energy. That's all I can tell you. Goku didn't like the way Roku mentioned this comet's powers. He wondered if it was more supernatural in nature than he let on. However, in the end, he heeded Roku's words and didn't ask any more stuff about it. Although, there was still something else on his mind. That something had to do with the lion turtle and his cryptic description of King Piccolo's influence over this world. Do you mind if I ask you one last question, Roku? Before you leave? Roku quirked a brow. Sure, what is it you want to ask? It's your reason for sending me here. Having me teach Aang how to use Kai is all well and good, but there has to be something else that caused me to get involved. Goku assumed. This giant lion turtle came to me last night and told me that a great darkness was amassing in this world. He said it has long haunted the past of mine too. He glared over at Roku suspiciously. Did you know that King Piccolo was here? Is that why you needed my help? Be honest with me. The old firebender didn't enjoy lying to the boy, but his hands were tied. Considering how serious of a threat Piccolo was, however, he wouldn't beat around the bush any longer. Yes, I did. But remember what I said about time differences between our worlds. If I were to guess, I'd say you originally defeated the Demon King a few months ago, correct? Goku nodded. I think so. That's how long I've been training with Kami and Mr. Popo. Then if Piccolo died right after giving birth to his son, his lingering spirit must have snaked its way from the afterlife of your world to the spirit world. That means, Roku peered into Goku's black orbs with a deeper, almost foreboding frown. Demon King Piccolo has already been here for hundreds of years. Goku took a step back, utterly dumbfounded by this revelation. Hundreds of years? That can't be right. It's impossible. Anything is possible if one's spirit is strong enough. Goku. I'm uncertain of what Piccolo's goal is or what influence he has on the four nations, but I do know that you are the only one who can stop him from destroying this world. You've defeated him once before and I'm confident that you can do it again. The protector of Earth couldn't deny Roku's claims. Aang was nowhere near powerful enough to face someone like King Piccolo. He wasn't even the Fire Lord's equal in strength at this point. That left the rest of the burden to him and him alone. He just hoped that Piccolo hadn't become a lot stronger since their last encounter. Okay. Goku ultimately nodded. I'll try my best then. Roku ever so slightly smiled at Goku's bravery. I know you will. Let's just hope he'll continue to lie dormant until your eventual return. He said, I will see you again in 100 years, Goku. Take care of Aang and keep him safe no matter what. Goku lightly waved his hand. Goodbye, Roku. Sorry for snapping at you earlier. Water under the bridge, my boy. I deserved it, to be honest. With that, Fang suddenly appeared to fly Roku out of Goku's subconscious mind. They disappeared in a flash of blue light once again, leaving Goku to drift off to sleep. He then focused his energy and placed himself into a state of prolonged hibernation. Goku hoped that he'd be able to get something to eat the next time he woke up. Blank. At the Southern Air Temple. They what? The voice of an outraged Pasang echoed off the council hall's walls. His calm, composed demeanor was now nothing but a memory as he glared daggers at Monk Gyatso. Even though Gyatso wasn't directly responsible for Goku and Aang's departure, he still should have been responsible enough to stop them from making such a terrible mistake. Now, their plans for the future were unequivocally compromised. They ran away. Pasang. Aang must have overheard your decision to separate him from me, Gyatso replied. Bags could be seen underneath his slightly tear-stained eyes. HMPH. I knew we should have gotten him involved in this meeting. Keeping it a secret has cost us greatly. Tashi spat as he wiped traces of sweat trickling down his forehead. The Avatar is far too emotional. He would have done something like this, regardless, whether we chose to invite him here or not. Pasang rebuked. He pinched the bridge of his nose. My main concern is Goku's disappearance. His powers can now be exposed to the entire world without our supervision. They've already been exposed enough as is. Besides, Tashi tilted his head to look out the window. It was still raining just as hard as before. Considering the size of that storm, I doubt Goku and Aang will have even survived. Gyatso narrowed his eyes. I suggest you don't repeat that, Tashi. We have to work on finding those two, not give up on them. And how do you suggest we do that, Gyatso? Any sky bison bold enough to fly in that weather will surely be knocked out of the sky. I have a feeling Appa was no different. Pasang grunted. Aang is the Avatar. I know, with Goku's help, that he would have found a way to escape this storm unharmed. I believe in them, Gyatso confidently exclaimed. Tashi, having enough of his fellow elders' misplaced optimism, stamped up to Gyatso and looked him directly in the eye. We don't care about your personal beliefs and false hopes, Gyatso. What we need to focus on making sure that confounded scroll doesn't get into the wrong hands. He pointed to the scroll resting in front of High Monk Pasang's seat. It, as demonstrated by Goku, showed the method he used to activate his Kai. His face in each drawing was smudged by ink, of course, but the step-by-step process was still depicted accurately. That level of accuracy was what terrified Tashi the most. You won't need to worry about that. I'll be hiding it away somewhere no one can find it. It's a place separate from even the temple's own archives, Pasang assured them. And where exactly is that? Gyatso just barely finished his sentence. His eyes were now focused on the council hall's window. What's wrong? Tashi asked in a serious tone. The rain. It stopped all of a sudden, he muttered. The entire council got up from their seats and crowded around each other. Something felt completely off about this sudden change in environment, but they couldn't tell what. Not only that, the storm clouds have all disappeared, Pasang mentioned. His eyes then widened in horror. And the sky is a blood red. Gyatso squinted his eyes. In the distance, a large fireball was launched below the temple and heading directly for the council hall. Oh no, he gasped. Before they could even move a muscle, the fireball landed. A direct hit on the ancient building and smashed its ceiling to pieces. They could now see what was going on outside, and it was not a pleasant sight in the slightest. Countless dragons led by Fire Lord Sozin and his Imperial Firebenders scoured the southern air temple from all corners. Beneath, a massive fleet of fire navy cruisers pelted the mountainside with one ballistic fireball after another. In this moment, there was no longer any room for them to escape their imminent demise. He's found us, Pasang scowled. Blank, underscore, blank. With Fire Lord Sozin, just as him and his forces reached the southern air temple, the great comet streaked past Earth's upper atmosphere and burst into flames. The intense fire of this celestial object, as promised, imbued every single Firebender with all the Kai they could ever wish for. This did wonders for their morale and interest in inflicting mass destruction upon any airbender they could find. Sozin and Wang maintained their position in the air on Claw. Seeing the comet gradually stagnate in terms of speed, the Fire Lord raised his hand. Embrace the power this comet has provided you, men. Burn it all down, he yelled. The entire Air Force stood in a line and took aim on the temple's grounds. Keeping themselves mounted on a dragon, each soldier outstretched their fists, shooting devastating blasts of hellfire at the southern air temple without remorse. They flooded the central plaza with torrents of molten heat, burning countless airbenders to death upon impact. To Wang's shock, some of them were kids around his age or younger. My God, he whispered from behind Sozin's back. The old man glanced at this shocked expression in amusement. Don't just sit idly by, Shihoin. It's time for us to get involved, he declared. He then patted his dragon's head. Land right there, Claw. Rog, she roared. As she set herself down on the surface, other, smaller dragons did the same. The rest flew around and breathed fire at the temple's central tower. In mere seconds, its green roof was burned to cinders and its white base crumbled to tiny pieces. Search the buildings. I want the Avatar brought to me alive or dead, Sozin commanded. The Imperial Firebenders into smaller groups and infiltrated the entire temple. However, to Sozin's irritation, one of the airbenders began to flip around and smack a few soldiers with gusts of wind. They were sent flying off of the mountain to their deaths as a result. The airbender attempted to repeat this gesture on the Fire Lord himself, but Sozin wasn't having it. He slammed his fist into the ground, creating a shockwave of fire that severed the monk's body into two smoldering pieces. He walked over to the dying airbender with little concern. Somehow, the monk managed to survive that last attack. How could you do this, you monster? Simple, Sozin replied. He then mercilessly blasted the monk again, causing him to melt away into nothing but a pile of ash. Because I can. Wang stood there motionless. He knew Sozin was brutal, but this level of brutality was on a whole other level. He wondered if Son Goku acted like this against his more powerful enemies. Ozin took his eyes off the corpse and saw a group of airbender children trying to run away. There were tears in the kids' eyes as they were forced to leave some of their fallen friends behind. Ah, here we are. This is a good chance to prove yourself, child. Sozin knelt down beside the boy and clasped his shoulder. Kill them. What? Wang stammered. I said kill them or else I'll be the one who does it. Sozin hissed. With dragons and fire navy ships blasting the temple from all sides, the kids were cornered. They couldn't run away from him or Sozin, even they tried with all their might. Gritting his teeth, Wang sprinted in front of the ground and smacked them all to the ground. There must have been 5 kids in total. Ah, one of them screamed. Please don't hurt us. A tall, skinny monk stammered. There was a nasty burn mark over his left eyebrow. The Avatar's not here. He left a while ago. What? He's not here? Wang thought in surprise. There was no way he could have known they were coming in advance. Just please let us go. We won't cause any trouble for you Fire Nation guys. I promise, a third monk squeaked out. Wang held both of his fists in front of him. He couldn't seem to budge even an inch out of reluctance. Unfortunately, he had no other choice to make. It was either he took part in the genocide or be killed himself. I'm sorry, he whispered. We agreed to leave no survivors. The former thief pumped his right fist and sent a plume of fire directly at the entire group. Their screams of anguish were silenced by the fire's crackling inferno. One of them attempted to escape on an air scooter of sorts, but he eventually perished the same way. After the smoke cleared, 5 skeletons were left to dissolve into one large clump of ash. Wang Ko-uld feel his legs turning into jelly at the mere sight of such a horrific event. Good work, that was surprisingly efficient. Sozin nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, sir, Wang muttered back in the quietest voice possible. He felt powerful for sure, but what he just did might have been the weakest thing he has ever done. Sozin looked around the area. Buildings were continuously being set alight by fire navy ballista and the dragon's fire breath. Some dragons were even vicious enough to bite and consume nearby monks. One of them was unfortunate to get their head chomped off and eaten in one single gulp. He drew his attention to a large building that had its roof completely blown off just moments before. Imperial firebenders were storming the place, but for some strange reason, none of them came out either alive or dead. Now, let's move on to that council building. I'm sure this temple's leaders are hiding Goku and the Avatar somewhere safe. While Claw kept fighting alongside her fellow dragons, Sozin calmly made his way over to the temple's council hall. That is, until Wang had the audacity to tug on his robes. Avatar Aang is gone. Sozin's eyes widened. What did you just say? One of those kids said he had left the temple a while ago. You think they might have sent the Avatar away as a diversion? The Fire Lord couldn't believe this assertion to be true. The Airbenders didn't expect this attack to happen, so there was no way they'd be smart enough to hide Aang on some other part of the world. He wondered if Son Goku might have something to do with this last-minute escape. HMPH. Utter nonsense. The brat was just trying to throw us off, so he could spare his insignificant little life. Sozin growled as large flames burst from his nose. Well, I'll believe it when I see it. Come on. The carnage continued on as Sozin and Wang headed for this particular air temple's main line of defense. Blank. Back in the council hall. Only a few minutes passed, and 2 council members were already dead. Pasang, Tashi, and Gyatso didn't even have time to properly mourn their deaths. They all had to focus on 1, preventing the Kai Scroll from getting into Fire Nation hands, and 2, keeping themselves alive. Fire consumed most of the room's walls as they each blasted streams of air at the invasive soldiers. No matter how masterful their airbending skills were, however, the Imperial firebenders kept coming. Their fire blasts were so large and devastating that the old men could just barely maneuver past them. Tashi cursed himself. The heat was starting to overwhelm him. We're all doomed. These firebenders are just too damn relentless. Quite agile for his age, the irate monk performed a backflip and took a deep breath. He then blew a huge tornado from his mouth that sent dozens of Fire Nation troops flying off the mountain. We have to keep fighting. All will be lost if they take this scroll from us. Pasang yelled. He spun around on the floor, causing torrents of high-speed wind to smack against some more approaching soldiers. Monk Gyatso, standing to right of Pasang, flung large discs of air at any soldier in close proximity. He swiped his arms at such a speed that the firebenders could barely evade them. Then hand it to me. I know a perfect place to hide it. Tashi rolled his eyes. Even in such a tough spot, he was still crabby as ever. Well, we're all ears, he suddenly gasped aloud. Gyatso, look out. A cylindrical blast of fire quickly headed straight for Gyatso's body, but Tashi knocked him out of the way at the last second. This left Tashi's right arm open to being completely incinerated. Damn it, what a nuisance. Why'd I always have to clean up your mess? He hoarsely snarled. Gyatso picked himself off the ground. He spotted Tashi's missing arm in absolute horror. Tashi, your arm. That's not how I expected that to go. The three airbending masters spun around to address the owner of this voice. As he walked in, the remaining firebenders got down on one knee as a sign of respect. Fire Lord Sozin, Pasang recognized. Ah, I see you know who I am. That saves us some time. Sozin calmly said. He held both hands behind his back and stood up straight. Tell me where the Avatar and Son Goku are. My young companion here wishes to speak with them. Wong peeked out from behind Sozin's back, looking extremely uncomfortable. Gyatso had a good feeling he knew who this boy was. That must be Wang Shihoin. Well, sorry to disappoint him, but the two of them are missing. They went flying during a storm this morning and we haven't seen them since. Tashi grunted. He was struggling to hold in the pain from his missing arm. Really? Do you think they went to one of the other air temples? Sozin asked. Of course, that wouldn't make much of a difference. I sent my forces to slaughter everyone in those temples too. The three airbenders trembled with despair. This man was nothing but pure evil incarnate in human form. You vile monster, who gave you the right to do such a thing? Pasang asked. Sozin paced around the room, keeping his arms crossed behind his back. I did. As the Fire Lord, it is my duty to destroy anyone or anything that serves as a potential threat to the Fire Nation's rule. It's why I left Avatar Roku to die and will do the same to his current incarnation. While he continued boasted about his power, Pasang silently placed the Kai scroll in Gyatso's hands. He motioned to one of the temple's rear windows and nodded his head. So, I'd rather you stop wasting my precious time and tell me where they are, Sozin shouted. Alongside his soldiers, he stood in a battle-ready combat stance. High Monk Pasang furrowed his eyebrows. He darted his eyes from Gyatso to Tashi, making sure all three of them were on the same page. Fine, we'll tell you, Pasang muttered. He then tightly grabbed a hold of his orange umbrella and smacked tons of wind against the firebenders. The soldiers in the back were swept off of their feet while Sozin and Wang maintained their position. Run, Gyatso. Nodding, Gyatso took a page from Aang's book and created a large air scooter. He rode on the side of the wall and quickly launched himself straight through the nearest window. Right before the monk left, Sozin caught sight of the scroll in his possession. Don't let him get away with that scroll. Whatever it is, it must be of great importance. Dozens of firebenders wearing normal armor followed their leader's command and ran after Gyatso. Wang was about to stay behind, but Sozin thought differently. You should go with them too. That scroll could be related to Son Goku in some way. Alright then. The boy then ran out of the building, leaving Sozin alone with Pasang and Tashi. They maintained their distance away from the Fire Lord just to be safe. You must know that there's no way to win this battle, right? Your people will be wiped off the face of the earth by the very moment this comet passes on. It's foolish to resist, yes, but with Aang and Goku's whereabouts unknown to you, this won't be a true victory for the Fire Nation either. You'll always be known as the Fire Lord who failed to locate and defeat his greatest enemy. Tashi sneered. This airbender seemed to have quite the mouth on him. He'd be sure to burn off that part of his face first. Keep talking, monk. It'll make your death all the more painful. Try me, Tashi yelled. Despite only having one arm, he let loose relentless gusts of air at the Fire Lord. Sozin, preparing for an encounter like this years in advance, moved like a leaf in the wind and dodged them all with ease. Pasang added support to Tashi's attack by outstretching his leg and kicking out a thin tornado. This tornado smacked Sozin off of his feet, but the Fire Lord recovered by launching himself off the ground with a powerful burst of fire from his hands. He rocketed into the air and landed in front of a now defenseless Tashi. He then held his breath and blew out a blast of fire from his mouth. It engulfed the monk's entire head, causing his skin to peel off and melt until only a skull remained. Sozin's breath grew significantly larger until Tashi's body was consumed by flames. His smoking, limp body then collapsed onto the floor, much to Pasang's sadness. End number, he choked out. Eager to exact vengeance for his fallen colleague, Pasang coated his arms in sharp blades of air. It won't end this way, Sozin. As the high monk lunged at him, Sozin casually wiped his mouth and channeled energy into two of his fingers. Blue electricity emanated from his very being as he transferred it between each of his left and right fingertips. Fortunately for you, pure lightning surrounded Sozin as he held a hand in front of his chest. Outstretching his arm, lightning pierced through Pasang's heart and killed him in an instant. The high monk coughed up blood, falling face first onto the floor. Or as his body spasmed from electric shock. The last thought going through his head was how foolish he was for trying to interfere with Aang and Gyatso's bond. Sozin looked down at his corpse. Shame, I was hoping to interrogate him some more. He then exited the council hall and destroyed it with one last stream of fire. It collapsed in on itself, leaving Tashi, Pasang, and the others' bodies buried underneath the rubble. A fitting enough funeral, I'd say. The tyrant smirked. He then took a short break to watch his forces annihilate the remaining airbenders and their hiding places. Thanks to him, the entire temple was a complete shadow of what it used to be and would never become again. Blank. Meanwhile, in some part of the temple, Gyatso had no idea what to do or where to go next. Dispersing his air scooter, the monk ran away from Sozin's soldiers on foot. Unbelievably powerful blasts of fire whizzed past his head as he ducked, jumped, and even ran along some walls to avoid their attacks. He held onto the scroll for dear life, going so far as to only airbend with his free arm and legs. Some of these air blasts managed to hit their target, but a majority did not. He tried to remain calm, but seeing the eviscerated bodies of his fallen people was too much to take in for him. Part of him was relieved that Aang wouldn't be among that pile of corpses. As much as it hurt to think that way, he raggedly breathed in and out, starting to become exhausted. Gyatso knew he wouldn't be able to keep this act up for much longer. His body was far too old for this type of tense situation. I have to lure them somewhere, Gyatso muttered to himself. Any enclosed space would do. He turned his head from side to side, looking for an area that wasn't destroyed by a dragon or ballistic fireball. The old man tried his best to ignore the draconic roars coming from up above him as he did so. Walking down a secluded staircase, he discovered a small building concealed by some purple curtains. It, surprisingly enough, wasn't burned to a crisp yet. Gyatso sighed and ran inside of it without another word. Brushing aside two sets of curtains, he found an OSED space lined by stone walls and black vines. There was no room to escape within this area. He walked up to the back wall and crossed his legs, accepting the fate that was most certainly befall him. I'm sorry, boys. I wish I could have seen the two of you one last time wherever you are. Gyatso thought in sadness, but now I have to use an airbending technique many have considered forbidden for generations. I hope Pasang can forgive me. He took a deep, strained breath and bent the oxygen within his lungs. Pairing this with the air inside the building, a large dome of air surrounded its interior and exterior spaces. It was, luckily, invisible to everyone else besides him and other airbenders. I think he's in there. Men, let's get rid of the old geezer. Firebenders hurriedly piled into the room while Wong stood behind. He could tell the old airbender was up to something dangerous inside there. It'd be best for him to wait until someone managed to kill him. Gyatso could feel himself struggling to breathe. The vacuum he created was working so far, but if his concentration was broken for a second, he would experience a more unfortunate fate by comparison. The dozen or so masked firebenders stormed into the room. Seeing Gyatso, they wasted no time in their attempt to murder him. Say hello to the spirit world, airbender. One of the soldiers yelled as he thrust his arm forward. However, only a small puff of smoke came out. My fire's not burning anything. To their surprise, Gyatso began to slowly wave his arms around and bend the oxygen from their lungs. The IR heads were encased by small spheres of compressed air. A soldier wrapped his hands around his throat. I can't breathe. Damn it all. Curse you. One by one, Gyatso's dome-like vacuum remote fed the oxygen from their bodies and swiftly suffocated them. They collapsed all around the room, leaving no scorch marks in sight. Within the span of a few minutes, multiple Fire Nation corpses were laid out in front of the airbending master. He, unfortunately, would join them any moment now. Bending the oxygen out of this room was necessary, but it comes with a heavy cost, he thought. His eyes became bloodshot as his lungs began to fail and take in less air. Goku, Aang, please take care of each other. I'll continue to watch over you two, I promise. He leaned against the wall and limply hung his arms atop the floor. A single light from the ceiling beamed down on him as he coughed out one last, lingering breath. Tears built up in his eyes as he smiled forlornly. His last thought was Aang's smiling face. I'll see you again someday, my dear friend. With a smile still on his face, Gyatso closed his eyes and passed on. The dome of air then disappeared and gave Wang a chance to walk inside. He brushed past both sets of curtains and witnessed the aftermath of what just took place. Every soldier that accompanied him to this part of the temple were dead. Who knew an airbender could be capable of something like this? Wang whispered. Maybe it was a good thing that the airbenders lived as pacifists. At least, that's what he would have said before this genocide took place. He analyzed the old man's body from head to toe. Positioned in his lap was the scroll he ran away with. Not wishing to disturb his final resting place, Wang snatched it without touching any other portion of the body. He untied the red string keeping it together and looked over its contents. It appeared to be a series of drawings that depicted Son Goku in different positions. The face was covered by ink for some reason, but the clothing and monkey tail were unmistakably his. One of the drawings, to his amazement, showed Goku holding a ball of energy in the center of his hands. It looked identical to the one Aang used against him. This scroll shows how Goku was able to activate Kai. He gasped. Looks like the Fire Lord doesn't need him here, after all. Wang still felt a little cheated, nonetheless. He was hoping the Great Comet would give him enough strength to defeat Son Goku in combat, yet the martial artist wasn't even there. For all he knew, Goku and the Avatar could have perished in Hat Storm. The Council of Elders referenced. He didn't wish to consider that possibility, of course, but it was pretty valid. He shook his head and rolled up the scroll. I should show this to Sozin immediately. Right as he was about to walk away, the boy looked back at the corpses of his fellow firebenders and Monk Gyatso. He couldn't help but see them as a dark reflection of what this war would eventually become. He wondered if his involvement in that conflict would be a wise choice for him or not. Then again, killing those innocent kids brought him to a point where there was no turning back. He chose his path in life, and would need to stick with it for as long as he lived. That was his key to becoming as powerful of a warrior as Son Goku. Hopefully, with Sozin's help, he'd manage to become even greater than that as well. Back with Sozin, every last ounce of the Great Comet's power was used to successfully destroy all of the temple's monks and their homes. A few sky bison managed to escape undetected, but a majority of them were either clawed at by dragons or sent to a watery grave by the Fire Navy's catapults. Apart from them, everyone who could stand in Sozin's way were now gone. He even received word that the eastern, northern, and western air temples were exterminated the same way. This left Avatar Aang as the last airbender in existence. The only problem was that no one knew where he or his accomplice, Son Goku, went. None of the letters he received from Messenger Hawks referred to them at all. In fact, to his annoyance, the irksome air nomad may have had a point. This wasn't the type of victory he wanted. Roku better not have interfered again. Sozin scowled as he crumpled one of the letters in his hands. He stroked He sighed of Claw's neck to soothe his worries. As he observed the last remaining traces of the Great Comet, Wang walked into view. He was accompanied by no one but himself. What happened? Where are the rest of the soldiers? Sozin inquired in anger. Dead. That old airbender apparently bent the oxygen from their lungs and killed them all, including himself. Sozin was quite taken aback by this. Really? I didn't think an old friend of Roku's would go that far. From what Roku told him, Gyatso was a massive prankster who had a go-with-the-flow type of mindset. He must have changed quite a bit since those days if such a suicidal tactic was at his disposal. You might want to take a look at this scroll too, sir. Wang added. He handed over the scroll to Sozin, who opened it up in curiosity. He thoroughly scanned its contents with a look of genuine pleasure on his face. I see. So, This is how Son Goku was able to become as strong as he is. Sozin inferred based on the drawings he saw. He frowned at the ink covering his face and hair. Still, I wish I could have seen what he looks like. We'll need to keep an eye out for him. Are you sure? I thought you wouldn't need to capture him anymore. A simple step-by-step process isn't enough, Wong. Son Goku, if the stories being told about him are correct, is the single strongest individual this world has ever witnessed. He and the Avatar may be gone now, but they could return at some point. Sozin glared determinedly at the sky. The Fire Nation must be prepared for when that day comes to pass. He climbed on top of his dragon again and held out his hand. Wong was hesitant to grab it after everything he just witnessed. After all, you still wish to fight him again, don't you? Yes, I do. Wong nodded with the utmost conviction. I want to defeat Son Goku more than anything else in this world. That is my reason to keep fighting. He grabbed Sozin's hand and shook it. The Fire Lord then hoisted him up, so he could sit on Claw as well. Then, I will shape you into the type of person who can attain that level of strength. This scroll will be used to do just that, Sozin said while lightly squeezing the scroll. Proud over the damage they were able to produce with the Great Comet's help, Sozin addressed the remaining soldiers in his army. Head a course back to the Fire Nation. We have a war to prepare for. He parted owned the Southern Air Temple with every other dragon following close behind him. The Fire Navy cruisers were also reported to sail back to Caldera City's shoreline and reconvene with every other ship stationed across the globe. Wong turned his body around to stare at the temple's remains. It continued to burn and decay long after the Fire Nation's initial attack. To him, this was only the beginning. For the Fire Nation's conquest for destruction, he just hoped a genocide of this caliber would never happen again. As they flew over the ocean, the iceberg containing Goku and Aang continued to float from place to place. It glowed a bright, amorphous blue energy before becoming lost in the darkness once more. Blank. Many years later, Sozin found himself getting closer to the end of his life in a bitter, yet satisfactory mood. Since the Air Nomad genocide had come to pass, the Great Comet was renamed in his honor and continued to be viewed as a symbol of the Fire Nation's global dominance. He admitted that Sozin's comet had a better ring to it than its original name, but they may have just been a pride thing. A lot has changed since that day. He had a son, Azulon. With his significantly younger wife, multiple Fire Nation colonies were established in the Earth Kingdom, and Wang Shihoin quickly moved up in the ranks as a soldier for the Fire Army. The boy, unsurprisingly, proved to be a natural at manipulating Kai, but he preferred to train in secret for now. Although Sozin himself thought about following that scroll, he decided that he ultimately didn't need its power. That was something for Wang and Azulon, the future Fire Lord, to decide later in life. The two even managed to form a student-teacher relationship since Azulon was a boy. As a whole, life has transpired the way he wanted it to. He would have considered this a successful reign as Fire Lord if not for Goku and Avatar Aang's continued absence. He sent out countless Fire Navy ships and dragons to search for them. But nothing worked. The two boys would continue to remain a mystery for the remainder of his life, it seemed. The anomaly that was Son Goku became so infamous, in fact, that stories about him spread throughout all three nations. The Earth Kingdom said he could fire a blast of blue fire from his hands and fly with it. Captain Kuzoma's village said that he could travel in and out of the spirit world at will, and others even alleged that he was the reincarnation of the Chaos Spirit, Vatu, himself. He wasn't sure where that story came from, but it, admittedly, did make some sort of sense. Chaos did seem to follow the boy wherever he went. A part of him was relieved that he would never have to deal with Goku and Aang's abilities in his lifetime, but the lingering sense of dread was still there. Nonetheless, all he could do was write down his frustrations in a series of letters. He had already made one discussing his former friendship with Roku just a few months prior. Although I used the Great Comet to change the world and wipe out the air temples, things did not transpire as I initially planned. The new avatar somehow eluded me and Son Goku's presence. CE remained just as much of an enigma as he was from the beginning. I may have managed to scavenge the secrets to unlocking one's Kai, yet I can't help but wonder if I wasted the remainder of my life searching in vain. He paused to look at the medallion kept in his pocket. He knew it had some significance to Son Goku's origins, but it did absolutely nothing to prove that fact. Although ominous in nature, it was, by all meanings of the word, useless. After all, I still don't know the secrets to this cursed symbol my father passed down to me. My capture of Son Goku could grant me the answers that I seek. But I doubt such an event will ever happen. Deep down, I know him and the last Airbender are hiding somewhere. They could become the Fire Nation's greatest threat, but for now, all that remains of their existence is a simple legend, the legend of Goku. Sozin then rolled up the letter and drifted off to sleep alongside his wife. In the distance, a few black storm clouds began to form and flash with green electricity. The old man's demon clan symbol sparked with energy the same way. Blank, underscore, blank. 94 AG. Fire Nation Royal Palace. 94 years after Aang and Goku were frozen. Legends about their disappearance persisted even beyond Fire Lord Sozin rule. Goku became such a popular figure across the Fire Nation that stories about his supposed adventure were told from word of mouth and spread, ironically enough, like wildfire. Salesmen were even bold enough to create merchandise based on descriptions of Goku's physical appearance. The only issue was that no one's account of the boy was exactly accurate. Some depicted him as a full-blown monkey spirit while others interpreted him as some firebender with a hog monkey sidekick attached to his back. Even crazier stories had him riding on dragons and teaming up with Fire Lord Sozin of all people. These folktales were extremely popular with children, making him somewhat of a household name and icon over the years. His influence managed to spread to the Earth Kingdom and Water Tribes as well. Arguably, his notoriety became equal to the Avatar in a number of ways. Some people were old and wise enough to know different, but as the years went by, their word became less relied upon as a source of information. This especially applied to Fire Lord Azulan's family. Azulan was very well aware of his father's obsession with Son Goku and the Avatar, but his grandchildren were not aware of this fact. Just like everyone else, they merely saw Goku as some type of legendary hero from the spirit world. That night, a big sleepover was being held within the palace. 3 little girls around the age of 8 were currently being tucked into bed. One of them had short brown hair that was tied up into a long braid. She wore a pink tunic with red padding that covered her shoulders. "Oh, please, Ms. Ursa, could you please tell us another story about Son Goku?" Ursa, wife of Azulan's youngest son, Ozai, laughed at the girl's excitement. She was a beautiful young woman with golden eyes and long dark brown hair. The top of her hair was paired with a flame-like crown that indicated her status as a Fire Nation princess. All right, I'll tell you one more." She agreed to the girl's request. "Yay, seriously, Ty Lee? We hear stuff about him all the time. It's getting a little old." Another girl scoffed. She had short black hair that was tied up by red ribbons. She wore a tunic of the same color with a skirt that covered the top parts of her legs. Her skin was noticeably paler than Ty Lee's as well, but he's just so cool. My, he has a monkey tail, flies on clouds, and can shoot blue fire from his hands. Ty Lee beamed with rosy cheeks. What's not to love? Laying down on another bed, Ursa's own daughter, Princess Azula, knowingly smirked. She had short black hair with 2 bangs that covered either side of her face. Her hair was also tied up into a bun that contained a small L crown with the Fire Nation insignia on it. She had a cunning, devious look in her amber gold eyes. It made the girl look way more mature than her current age let on. Don't mind her, she probably Jew. Saint wants to hear some more things about Zuzu instead. Right, my turned beet red from embarrassment. She promised not to say anything else about that. Shut up. Ursa pursed her lips and sighed. Azula, that's enough. Stop teasing the poor girl. Her daughter shrugged absent-mindedly. I was just saying. Ursa shook her head in response to the young girl's behavior. She really didn't know how to discipline her sometimes. So, which story do you want to hear, Ty Lee? She asked while perusing through a recent collection of Fire Nation fairy tales and legends. Anything. Really, Ms. Ursa. I mostly want to hear one about Son Goku saving someone. Just like what he did for Great Granny Tai Shen 100 years ago. Azula rolled her eyes. You're still going on about that story? Your great-grandmother is senile, Ty Lee. I doubt she ever encountered someone as infamous as Son Goku, let alone the Avatar. It's the truth, Azula. He saved her from 3 bullies back in a small village she was visiting. Ask her yourself and see what she says. Ty Lee puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. I'll pass on that, thank you. Azula muttered. Ursa took it upon herself to stand in the center of all 3 girls. She couldn't take much more of this silly arguing. She still needed to say goodnight to her son, Zuko, after all. That's enough, you two. How about I tell you girls a story I heard when I was your age? How does that sound? Ty Lee smiled widely. That sounds great. Azula crossed her arms, sighing. I suppose that's all right, Mom. It depends on what happens in it. Mai, on the other hand, shrugged her shoulders. As long as it shuts Ty Lee up, I'm okay with it. Hey, Ursa then loudly cleared her throat to get the girls' attention. Here goes. Once upon a time, a young boy with the tail of a monkey, Son Goku, arrived on Earth from some unknown world. It may have been the spirit world or some other place entirely, but regardless, he soon took up residence somewhere in the mountains of the Fire Nation. He lived on his own for years and years until suddenly, he became very, very hungry. Hee, that's definitely how Great-Grandma described him. Ty Lee giggled in amusement. Azula quirked a brow. Eating food is funny now, I guess? He then traveled over to a nearby village on his magical flying cloud and asked for some food. The villagers agreed to cook for him if he agreed to protect them from some dark spirits being led by the Demon King, Piccolo. This Demon King was corrupting the very spirit world from which he came from and would soon threaten the entire Fire Nation itself. Ursa continued. Azula snorted in response to such a ridiculous name. What, is he some kind of musical instrument? Shush, I'm trying to listen, Mai hissed. She appeared to be getting engrossed in the story as well, much to Azula's annoyance. As I was saying, Goku grabbed a hold of his trusty bow staff and fought one dark spirit after another. He used the very energy contained within himself to both purify these spirits and vanquish the most powerful ones with his blast of blue fire, the Kamehameha wave. So cool, Ty Lee giggled in amusement. Azula stroked her chin. Blue fire does sound interesting. It does have the hottest flames, after all. It's also the most difficult to control, which is a testament to how strong Son Goku allegedly was. Ursa replied. She then continued the story. Although the village was saved, Demon King Piccolo suddenly showed himself and proved to be Goku's equal in every way imaginable. They each had similar abilities and backgrounds. Yet Piccolo used them for purely evil intentions. To make Goku suffer for everything he's done, he killed all of the villagers, including one of his best friends and a fellow firebender. Azula chuckled. Now, this is starting to get interesting. Overcome by feelings of sadness and rage, Goku unleashed his remaining energy in one final attack that both defeated the Demon King once and for all, and also brought the spirits of the dead villagers back to life. Reuniting with his closest friend, Goku felt reluctant to return back to his original home in the mountains, but had no choice. Our places around the world required his protection just as much, if not more so. He then ate to his heart's content, said a sad farewell to the people he saved and grew to love, and vowed to return to them someday. Legends say that the village is still waiting for Son Goku to return and save them from peril once again. Ursa then closed the book with a nostalgic grin on her face. The end. That was great. I loved the part where he saved everyone and defeated the Demon King. Ty Lee proclaimed. She then closed her eyes and beamed at the Fire Nation princess. Thanks a lot, Ms. Ursa. You're welcome, sweetie. I hope you'll sleep soundly after hearing it. She smiled while tucking everyone under the covers. I dunno, that was a surprisingly bittersweet story. Mai murmured in discomfort. Even if it was a story, she didn't expect everyone to be killed off just like that. It was a pretty morbid for a children's fairy tale. A lot of these old legends are like that. Mai. It probably has nothing to do with the real Son Goku disappearing in such a short amount of time. Ursa frowned. She then fondly remembered her days performing in the Hurrah acting troupe. His story lives on through these legends in a sense. My village used to hold a play depicting this version of events every month or so for that reason. Makes sense. As long as it had a happy ending, I'm okay with it. You just gotta think on the bright side. Mai. Sure, Ty Lee, whatever you say. Happy endings are overrated. I'd prefer it if Goku defeated Piccolo in a slow and painful for everything he did to the villagers. Just like what Grandpa Sozin did to the air nomads during. Okay, that's quite enough out of you, young lady. Ursa kissed her on the forehead. Good night, girls. Good night. Ty Lee and Mai replied. Give Zuzu an extra kiss for me, Mom. Azula called. She then playfully winked at her black-haired friend. And for Mai too. Haha. Azula. Mai whined as she threw a pillow at the cheeky little girl. The Fire Princess simply laughed even harder at this. Enough, girls. Get some rest, Ursa instructed. She then gently shut the door behind her and headed over for Zuko's room. You guys think we'll ever get to meet Goku? Ty Lee wondered while looking up at the ceiling. Mai deadpanned at the girl. That was 100 years ago, Ty Lee. He's probably long dead or a wrinkly old man right now. Azula smiled. Yeah, like your great-grandma. Ty Lee frowned in offense. Hey, don't be mean, Azula. She looks pretty good for her age. Calm down, I'm just kidding. She then narrowed her eyes. What I'm the most curious about is that Kamehameha wave technique. Could you imagine having such overwhelming power in the palm of your hands? It'd be euphoria of the highest level. Ty Lee scrunched up her nose. What does that mean? Azula palmed her face, having enough of her friend's somewhat ditzy attitude. Never mind, just shut up and go to sleep. Ty Lee blinked a few more times before shrugging. She placed her head on a pillow and continued looking up at the ceiling. She could just imagine flying on a cloud with Goku and traveling the world with him. It'd be the type of dream her great-grandmother always wanted to achieve, but never could. She smiled melancholically at such a thought. I wonder where you could have gone, Son Goku. Were you really good friends with the Avatar like many people say? Quote, hoping to discover an answer to this question someday, Ty Lee yawned and closed her sparkly brown eyes. She then drifted off to sleep and had dreams about her potential first encounter with the legend himself, Son Goku. Long ago, the four nations corresponding to each element lived together in harmony. Then, everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. They used the unimaginable power given to them by Sozin's comet to bring the entire world to its knees. Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, and his mysterious, yet powerful companion, Son Goku, could stop these ruthless firebenders, but when the world needed them most, they vanished. 100 years have passed since that moment and the Fire Nation were close to winning the war their former leader, Fire Lord Sozin, initially began. A select few firebenders were even capable of bending the very Kai within their bodies, an ability Goku allegedly displayed moments before his disappearance. Due to their growing rise in strength, people of the subjugated Earth Kingdom and Water Tribes began to lose all hope that the Avatar would ever return. They believed that he was either dead or a coward who turned his back on the world in its darkest hour. One girl, however, did not give up on the Avatar so easily. Sitting in one of the Southern Water Tribe's many tents, she was a 14-year-old teenager with light brown skin and long dark hair that was tied down into a braid. This braid was concealed by the hood of her violet parka, which had a hood covered in white fur. Two thin loops of hair, held together by small, circular pins, overlapped her forehead and the area behind her ears. Two sets of three feather-like objects were also tied down to her shoulders. Her blue eyes were lightly narrowed in concentration as she wrote her thoughts down in a small, leather-bound pocketbook. While writing, a pair of dark blue clothes were set to the side of her desk. It's been 2 years since Dad, Bato, and the other men journeyed to the Earth Kingdom to help fight against the Fire Nation. We've been looking after the tribe well enough, but Sokka, as always, has to be the man of the house and do everything himself. It makes me wish that Mom was still alive. She paused to touch the necklace wrapped around her neck, containing a blue waterbending emblem. It was all she had left of her mother, Kya. It made her hate and fear the Fire Nation more than she already did. I've heard Gran and a few others suggest that the Avatar was never reborn into the air nomads. They belie that the cycle has been broken somehow, and that Son Goku died along with it. However, no matter what they say, I haven't lost hope. I still believe that somehow, even 100 years later, the Avatar and Goku will return to save the world. Katara, what's the hold-up? A loud voice called from outside the tent. Katara then closed the book and hurriedly put on her gloves. She plopped it down on the desk, preparing to leave. Coming, she exited the tent to see her older brother, Sokka, standing there. He was a 15-year-old teen boy with tan skin and very short dark brown hair that was tied down into a warrior's wolf tail. He wore a blue parka with tufts of white fur positioned along his hood and shoulders. Wearing a pair of brown winter boots as well, the boy was holding a sharp white spear in one of his hands. He tapped his foot in an impatient manner. Were you writing in that stupid journal again? Yes, I was, and it's not stupid. Katara rolled her eyes. It helps me concentrate. Sokka then hoisted up the spear and held it along one of his shoulders. Well, concentrate less on writing random stuff and more on fishing. We have a lot of mouths to feed here. Yeah, like yours, the girl muttered. They headed over to a brown canoe placed along the southern water tribe's shores. Pieces of ice and snow could be seen floating atop the water, which included massive glaciers as well. Near the shoreline, an old woman was waiting there with a woven basket in her hands. She looked fairly similar to Katara in terms of both hairstyle and appearance, but her hair was now gray instead of brown. She also wore a purple parka with a dark X shape on her chest. Her blue eyes looked upon the two children in concern. Please be careful out there, you two. There are many Fire Navy ships sailing around these parts. Sokka grabbed the basket from her, smirking with overblown confidence. No worries, Gran. I'll gladly bust some firebender heads to protect my dear little sister. Isn't that right, Katara? I think I can take care of myself, Sokka, but thanks. Katara deadpanned. She then gave her grandmother a hug. We'll be back soon, Gran. Watch over everyone while we're gone. Gran smiled. I will, dear. Make sure your brother stays out of trouble. Sokka took offense to his statement and pointed at himself. He then grumbled some comments about Katara playing around with magical water as he sat down in the canoe. I always do, hee. The old woman waved them off as Katara and Sokka set sail across the cool waters of the South Pole. They placed their basket in between the two of them, hoping to capture some fresh fish or something similar. Blank. A few hours later, the two siblings continued floating across the water. Although Sokka managed to pierce some fish with his spear, he didn't end up finding as much as he wanted. The boy, however, was too stubborn to give up, so he kept leering over the side of the canoe with his spear in hand. Katara, in contrast, sat behind him with a bored look on her face. It's not getting away from me this time, Sokka said as he glared down at the marine life swimming around their boat. Watch and learn, Katara, this is how you catch a fish. Not buying his bravado for a second, Katara darted her eyes to the back of the canoe. She spotted a fish swimming idly by and, in response, removed one of her gloves. This seemed like a perfect opportunity to practice her waterbending skills. Come on, Katara, you can do this, just concentrate, she thought to herself, gritting her teeth in nervousness. Katara took a deep breath and outstretched her hand. She waved it up and down, causing the fish to be contained in a glowing blue bubble. Sokka, look, I did it, she beamed. Katara waved her arms around in order to keep the bubble steady in midair. Her brother, unfortunately, was too focused on the water to notice or care. Shish Katara, you're going to scare it away, Sokka whispered. He wiggled his fingers and licked his lips hungrily. I can already smell it cookin'. But, Sokka, I caught one. She then levitated the bubble over to Sokka, so he could see it better. Unfortunately, this caused him to pop the bubble with the back of his spear, splashing him with water and flinging the fish away as a result. Neither of the two siblings were pleased by this. Why is it that every time you play with magic water, I get soaked? Sokka yelled in annoyance. His wolf tail and hood were both completely drenched with water. Katara frowned. How many times do I have to tell you, Sokka? It's not magic, it's waterbending, and it's, yeah, an ancient art too unique to our culture, blah blah blah. Sokka mockingly replied. He then wrung out his hair, so some of the water could be removed. Look, I'm just saying that if I had weird powers, I'd keep my weirdness to myself. Do that and you won't end up like that Son Goku spirit or whatever he was. Katara crossed her arms, pondering Sokka's words. They hadn't heard much about the legends concerning Son Goku and his adventures, but from what Gran told them, the great power he displayed made him a primary target for the Fire Nation 100 years ago, although he didn't see how his powers were anything to be weirded by. They were absolutely incredible from her perspective. You sure about that, Sokka? I still remember the day you tried to use Goku's Kamehameha wave on a group of penguins. She chuckled, but I suppose that's not as weird as you making muscles at yourself every time you see your reflection in the water. Sokka, caught rolling up his sleeves doing just that, snorted. Hey, I was just a kid. Giant blue death beams were all the rage back then. Even today, the image of him performing such a powerful technique was still pretty glorious. He wouldn't admit that to Katara, of course. She'd only rub it in his face. The waterbender knowingly raised an eyebrow. Were, beef, or any more snide remarks could be shared. Their canoe was sucked into a rapid current surrounded by intersecting pieces of ice. Sokka, now looking concerned for their safety, grabbed a paddle from Ai. inside the boat and used it to pick up speed. He kept rowing the boat from side to side, narrowly evading ice blocks that could have snapped it in half. "Watch out," Katara shrieked. Two glacial chunks slammed into one another. "Go left, go left." Unfortunately, Sokka steered their boat in the opposite direction and caused it to be pinned in place by a few more chunks of ice. With the boat's days all but numbered, he and Katara leapt toward the nearest chunk they could reach. Katara slid just near the edge while Sokka pinned his spear in place to keep himself from falling over. Now, they were stranded with seemingly no way to get home. "You call that left?" Katara scolded as she sat next to her brother. "Well, excuse me, sorry I couldn't steer properly while I was in the middle of saving our lives." Sokka snapped back. He then waved his arms around. "If it's so easy, why couldn't you have just waterbended us out of the ice?" Katara stood up and positioned herself in front of a mountain of ice pointing upward. "Then you think this is my fault? If you hadn't distracted me with your little water tricks or that Son Goku mumbo jumbo, then yeah, I probably would have been able to save the boat." Sokka scowled and shook his head. "Leave it to a girl to screw things up." Something in Katara snapped. Her eyes twitched from pure rage hearing the sexist garbage Sokka so nonchalantly dumped from his mouth. She couldn't hold it in any longer. "You are the most sexist, immature, nut-brained," Katara growled as she waved her arms around in growing anger. "I'm embarrassed to be related to you." In tandem with her arms movements, a wave splashed against the icy mountain and left a prominent crack on its surface. This crack shot clumps of snow into the air. Sokka, trying to ignore his sister's temper tantrum as best he could, flinched at the sight of the cracked mountain. His eyes were widened in horror. "Ever since Mom died, I've been doing all the work around camp while you've been off playing soldier." Katara flung another burst of water at the crack, causing small pieces of ice to fall. She then pointed directly at Sokka with a fierce glare. "I even wash all the clothes. Have you ever smelled your dirty socks? Let me tell you, not pleasant." The girl flung both of her arms, creating a second, almost identical crack on the opposite side. Sokka was now starting to panic. "Katara, settle down. No, that's it, I'm done helping you. From now on, you're on your own." Katara screamed. She finally produced a gigantic wave that split the mountain into multiple, segmented pieces. The sound of it splitting apart managed to catch her attention. She spun around to see the once towering mountain split down the middle. Its remains smashed into the water, causing Katara and Sokka's platform to be blown off course by yet another wave. They floated aimlessly down the stream until coming to a sudden, yet bumpy halt. The two siblings clutched the sides of the ice for dear life. Sokka protectively held an arm around Katara's back to prevent her from falling in the water. "Well, congratulations, Katara. You've managed to pull off a freakish act on the level of Son Goku, after all." Sokka sarcastically glowered. "As if you couldn't get any weirder." Katara observed the spot in the water where that mountain once stood. She couldn't believe her emotions could result in that much damage. "You mean I did that?" Quote. Sokka condescendingly nudged her in the shoulder. "Afraid so." Mere seconds later, the water in front of them glowed with blue light and became filled with bubbles of various sizes. Sokka and Katara stood back in shock as a large iceberg removed itself from the ocean's darkest depths. It rocketed out of the water and, after rocking from side to side, floated in place. Both Southern Water Tribe teens didn't dare take a step forward. They observed the mysterious iceberg, trying to get a good idea of what it was and where it came from. Did destroying the T-Mountain cause this iceberg to submerge somehow? Katara thought to herself. She noticed that 4 different silhouettes were trapped inside. One was a bald monk with glowing tattoos, the second was a boy with spiky hair and what appeared to be some kind of tail, the third was a massive creature situated above the monk, and the fourth was, oddly enough, just a cloud. It was puffier than any she'd seen before, but still a cloud. There seems to be 4 people hidden inside of there, she noted. Sokka was starting to get bad vibes from whoever these people were. He'd rather get out of there immediately than deal with this situation any further. Well, they must be inside of there for a very good reason, so let's pretend we didn't see anything and find a way back home. Before he could walk away, Katara motioned for him to stop. "Wait a minute, Sokka." She took a closer, more intimate look at the bald monk. He sat in a calm, meditative position, yet something about him seemed active from her perspective. Her suspicions were proven correct when the boy opened his eyes to reveal white, glowing pupils. Sokka and Katara collectively gasped at this. How could a person frozen in an iceberg still be capable of moving? That boy in the middle. He's still alive, the waterbender exclaimed in concern. That means the others are too. We have to help them. Katara swiped her brother's CL up from the back of his coat and sprinted toward the iceberg. Sokka quickly ran after her in concern. Katara, get back here, he cried. He removed his spear from the ice and picked up speed. We don't know what that thing is. I mean, there's something with a tail in there for crying out loud. A tail, hopping from block of ice to another. Katara stood in front of the iceberg and smacked it repeatedly with Sokka's club. Her strikes caused it to shake and rumble ever so slightly. This caused Goku's black eyes to slowly flutter open as well. Due to his abnormally high energy, he became a little more conscious than Aang was. What's that noise? He glanced over at the girl as she continued striking the iceberg. From what he could guess, the two kids appeared to be from one of the water tribes that Roku mentioned. It was most likely the southern water tribe, since him and Aang, from what little he could recall, were frozen not too far away from their respective air temple. Has it really been 100 years? Goku thought. Seeing that the girl was close to breaking through the ice, he decided to speed up the process. If it has, I might as well wake up Aang and Appa. We've been trapped in here long enough. He closed his eyes and fully activated his energy. Lying dormant for years on end, his aura let loose a massive shockwave that caused the iceberg to cave in on itself. Cold Tay billowed out from the spot Katara hit, sending her flying a few away into Sokka's arms. Yeah, she yelped. Both of them watched as the iceberg fully cracked apart in a large explosion laced with powder and snow. Thanks to a combination of the Avatar state and Goku's energy, a massive beam of blue light propelled itself into the sky. And now that is a giant blue death beam, Sokka stammered in awe. Katara could barely take her eyes off of it. The blue beam could be seen from miles upon miles away. It exuded a power so great that even those from halfway across the world could sense its presence. This, sadly, included denizens, warriors and leaders from the Fire Nation. Blank, _ blank. On an unknown island, some distance away from the Fire Nation mainland, a small, artificial island presided. Its existence remained a secret to all, but one single person. This person, surrounded by various palm trees and the bones of fallen dragons, sat in a calm, meditative position. He was a very old man with amber eyes and a white, scraggly beard that coated his entire face. His hair spiked up at the top, implying a vague resemblance to the Fire Nation's flame-shaped insignia. He also had red armored shoulder pads that were marked with bold characters that roughly translated to the word, death. The rest of his outfit comprised of a black GI with dark red highlight. TS imprinted near his sleeves and along his chest. Tied around his waist were the tattered remains of what used to be a scarf. It was the last trace of the old man's former life before he became the legendary warrior and Kai manipulator. Siwang Zhuo, or as other people called him, the Fire of Death. His abilities have become so infamous that the mere mention of his name struck fear into the here. TS of Fire Nation commoners and soldiers alike. Beforehand, however, he was only an average thief named Wang Shihoin, an identity that has long since been lost to time. Ever since Fire Lord Sozin's death, that name was nothing more than a simple memory to him. He, as promised 100 years ago, had moved on to bigger and better things in his life. What he could not move on from, on the other hand, was his longing to fight Son Goku. He dedicated his every waking moment to mastering firebending and his newfound powers as a Kai user. But deep down, Siwang knew it wasn't good enough. Once he realized that neither Sozin or his son, Azulon, were close to discovering Goku's whereabouts, the old man left the Fire Nation behind to become a drifter. He diligently researched the fighting styles of the other three nations, including the very air temples Sozin destroyed. He even went as far as to become the pupil of a few waterbenders and earthbenders at one point. All he had left to do was unlock his 7 chakras and his training would be complete. The only issue that remained was waiting for the Avatar and Goku to reveal themselves. He could not afford to wait any longer at his age. Floating a few feet off the ground, Siwang Zhuo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then felt an extremely powerful Kai emerge from the other side of the globe. It appeared to be a massive pillar of light that pierced the very heavens above. That incredible energy, it's him in the Avatar. I'm sure of it. Siwang stopped levitating to sit on the floor. He smirked and tightly balled his fists from pure excitement. I knew they'd return someday. He whispered, looking up at the sky. You are still alive, Son Goku. I've been anticipating this moment my entire life and now, it has finally come to pass. The old man narrowed his eyes, thinking how incredible his fight against Son Goku would be. His body became surrounded with a fiery, orange aura. I anticipate your arrival, boy. We have a lot of catching up to do. Siwang Zhuo then continued meditating. He would need to wait until the time was right to encounter his greatest rival. After all, there was a chance that Goku could become me even stronger on his journey with the Avatar. That, from his point of view, was an exciting enough prospect on its own. Blank, underscore, blank. Meanwhile on a Fire Navy cruiser. His large output of energy was also witnessed by a 16-year-old boy and the crew of his Fire Navy cruiser. He wore a black-red armor with gray sleeves and pant legs, along with a pair of black boots that were slightly curved at their tips. His head was almost completely bald, apart from a long black ponytail held together by red binding. The most notable characteristic of his appearance, however, was a pinkish-red scar that surrounded his left eye. It contrasted well with the golden iris his other eye contained. This was Zuko, crowned prince of the Fire Nation and former heir to Fire Lord Ozai's throne. It had been over 2 years since the boy was banished by his father, and sent out to discover Aang and Son Goku's whereabouts. He rigorously searched in vain for some trace of their presence, hoping that they'd be able to reclaim his lost honor in some way. All hope seemed lost until this very moment took place. Looking up at the beam of light, Zuko couldn't help but narrow his eyes in satisfaction. Finally, Zuko spun around to address a short old man sitting behind him. Wearing armor similar to the prince's, he had long gray hair that was tied up into a neat bun, pointed mutton chops on either side of his face, and a sharp goatee. The man, Iroh, sat cross-legged in front of a small wooden desk that contained stone tiles and a warm tea set. Uncle, do you realize what this means? Zuko asked in excitement. Iroh glanced up from his cards with a look of boredom and disinterest. It appeared that they have had this conversation many times before. I won't get to finish my game. It means my search is about to come to an end, Zuko boldly claimed. He couldn't keep his eyes off the beam of light. Some of the legends spread throughout the Fire Nation may prove to be true, after all. The old man sighed. While he was well aware that the legendary Son Goku did indeed exist at some point, Zuko was putting far too much focus on discovering him for his own good. They, after all, had no idea if Fire Lord Sozin's manuscripts about the Avatar and Goku were even accurate. Legends are legends, Prince Zuko. You can't put much stock in their authenticity. For all we know, Goku's strength could have been greatly exaggerated to make stories about him more interesting. Iroh warned. After he spoke, the beam of light dispersed, much to Zuko's annoyance. He pointed to where it was in anger. That light came from an incredibly powerful source. There's no question that it's them, Zuko said. To him, this light bared a close resemblance to the Kamehameha wave described in legend. They weren't exactly identical, but the similarities in both appearance and size were there. Iroh separated his tiles into 4 sections. Each tile contained a symbol representing one of the 4 nations, including 3 spirals symbolizing the air nomads. Weirdly enough, one of these tiles was placed on top of a Fire Nation tile. There's also no question that this cup of jasmine tea is both delicious and soothing. How about you sit down and enjoy some with me? The old firebender calmly suggested. I don't want you to get too excited over something that could just as easily be the celestial lights. Zuko's inner fury suddenly broke loose. He turned around to snap at his uncle. I don't need any calming tea. The only thing I'm excited about, uncle, is capturing the Avatar and uncovering the secrets to Son Goku's unimaginable power as a Kai manipulator. He yelled. Directly afterwards, his expression and voice softened ever so slightly. Only then will the Fire Lord be able to accept me as his son again. Iroh frowned in newfound sadness. There was so much pain buried beneath his nephew's cool exterior. Zuko, the banished prince, regaining his composure, pointed forward and said, Helmsman, head a course for the light. As their cruiser sailed in that direction, Iroh inspected a tile with the symbol of the long-extinct air nomads and set it on the table. He couldn't help but wonder what this last airbender could be like. Blank, underscore, blank. Back with Katara and Sokka. A shining blue aurora circled above the area where Aang and Goku's hiding place once stood. Sokka huddled closer to his sister and protectively held out his spear as a means of defense. Remnants of the destroyed iceberg still glowing profusely, Aang crawled out and stood up on his own feet for the first time in a century. Sokka, unnerved by the boy's glowing tattoos and eyes, brandished his spear. "Stop, don't come any closer." His threats were overheard by Goku, who was currently hidden behind a wall of ice. He decided to keep himself hidden until Aang was woken up from the Avatar state. I wonder if he was in that state the whole time we were frozen. It must have cost him a lot of energy. He then looked to see Aang's tattoos revert back to their original blue color. The aurora disappeared alongside the Avatar state's white glow as well, causing the monk to groan with exhaustion and limply fall from the edge he was standing on. Goku was about to jump in and catch him, but Katara did it first. She gently held him in her arms and scanned his body from head to toe. Sokka, in contrast, was far less comforting. He began to poke the monk's bald head with the end of his spear, which Goku struggled not to laugh at. "Stop it," Katara yelled while swatting the spear away. She then turned Aang's body around to get a better look at his face. He appeared to be around 2 years younger than her at first glance. Aang's eyes slowly fluttered open to see a young water tribe girl staring down at him. Apart from her smile being one of the most beautiful, comforting things he's seen in the entire world, he decided to ask her the first thing that came to his head. "I need to ask you something," he weakly muttered. "What?" Katara asked. "Please come closer." She smiled in growing curiosity and whispered, "What is it?" Aang blinked a few times before smiling widely at the teen girl. "Will you go penguin sliding with me?" Katara quirked a brow. Admittedly, that wasn't something she expected a strange boy frozen in ice to ask. Sure, I guess," she awkwardly agreed. Goku wasn't sure what penguin sliding was, but it did sound fun. He just wished this place didn't have to be so cold. It reminded him a little of Jingle Village in some way. Aang used a gust of wind to propel himself forward. Katara hung her mouth open in surprise while Sokka took a step back and got into a fighting stance. "What's going on here?" Aang asked to himself in confusion. He rubbed his head and looked around the South Pole, having no recollection of how he even got there. "You tell us, how did you get in the ice? And why aren't you frozen anymore?" Sokka asked as he pointed to the massive crater of ice Aang used to be sealed inside. He then poked him a few more times in the stomach with his spear, which the monk casually brushed aside. "I'm not sure," Aang replied. "I think I can answer that." "Aang," Goku called out from behind the ice. Or at least most of it hopefully. He walked around the ice and approached the group. Despite his smiling face and calm demeanor, Sokka couldn't keep his eyes off the brown monkey tail swishing about from his backside. "Tail," he squeaked out. Aang was relieved to see that his friend was still in one piece. "I'm glad you're alright, Goku. I was just about to come and look for you." He chuckled. "Are Appa and Nimbus doing okay?" Goku nodded. "Yep, you can come see for yourself." The two walked into the circle of ice while Sokka and Katara cautiously followed. Neither of them could ignore the presence of Goku's tail. Like his name, it seemed oddly familiar somehow. Almost too familiar. Once they saw Aang's sky bison, however, the two were utterly shocked that such a magnificent creature even existed. Sokka, especially, became slack-jawed out of sheer disbelief. "See, he's just taking a little nap, but he should be fine," Goku said. He then scratched the back of his head. Not sure where Nimbus flew off to, though. Must have been scared off by the iceberg breaking open. While he tried to look for his missing cloud, Aang ran up to the sleeping Appa and struggled to lift his chin up. The sky bison soundly snored away, not budging at all. Hee. "Come on, Appa, it's time to wake up, buddy." The airbender laughed. He lifted up the bison's upper lip, causing him to yawn and lick Aang's back affectionately. "Garog." Aang smiled and hugged Appa's snout. "There we go." Sokka darted his eyes from Goku to Aang in quick succession. He's starting to get more annoyed than he already was. "Okay. Whoa. Time out here," Sokka shouted. "I have several questions right now." Aang parted from Appa to look back at him and Katara. Goku did the same. "Like what?" "Well, first off, what in the world is that thing?" Sokka asked while pointing directly at Appa. Aang smiled. "He's not a thing. This is Appa, my flying bison." "Right, and this is Katara, my flying sister," Sokka sarcastically replied. Katara did not look amused by this joke at all. "It's true, though. I've flown next to Appa on my cloud, Nimbus, loads of times." Goku said. Sokka thought the kid was mocking him with that last remark. You named a cloud, Nimbus? Sokka repeated. What's next? You gonna name the floor, Icy? Really killing it today, Sokka. Katara rolled her eyes in annoyance. Here, I'll just show you, guys. Goku then rubbed his hands together and cupped them around his mouth. Nim bus SS. The martial artist's shout was so obnoxious. Loud that Sokka had to cover his ears. Katara, thankfully, had her head up, so the noise wasn't as much of a nuisance. Gah, geez, kid, can't you yell at the sky a little quieter than? Suddenly, from the distance, a golden cloud sped into view and parked right in front of Goku. It just got back from a quick overview of the South Pole and its neighboring areas. Sokka stood there dumbfounded as Goku exchanged a strange hug of sorts with the sentient cloud. Katara found the scene more endearing than anything else, given Goku's wide smile during it. There you are, Nimbus. I was getting worried there for a second. He snickered. Sokka had to pinch himself to make sure he wasn't living in some dream world while Katara pondered something about Goku in her mind. A flying cloud? Wasn't there a legend about that somewhere? She thought. Amongst the monkey tail and other such features, a sudden wave of realization began to wash over the waterbender. Could he be who I think he is? Sorry if this is a stupid question, but is your full name, Son Goku, by any chance? Katara asked. Goku parted from Nimbus to look over at the girl. Him and Aang were both confused as to why she knew his last name. Yeah, I'm just called Goku for short, he affirmed. Is there something wrong with that? Sokka and Katara stared at each other in amazement. The monkey tail should have confirmed their suspicions from the beginning. No way, the older sibling gasped. Does that mean you're the legendary Son Goku? The one who traveled to the Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation with the Avatar? Katara asked in growing awe. And managed to fly with a giant blast of Kai called the Chamomile Wave or something weird like that? Aang snorted at Sokka's mispronunciation of Goku's signature technique. He covered his mouth, so he wouldn't burst out laughing right then and there. Yeah, that's all me. It's also Kamehameha, not whatever you just said, Goku corrected. The way they were looking at him was starting to weird him out. Not sure what you mean by legendary, though. That's news to me, I'll admit. For such a legendary figure, Goku didn't seem as extravagant or mysterious as the stories made him out to be. Maybe, like the Avatar themselves, looks could be deceiving. Well, you did travel with the Avatar, after all, so that's kind of a pretty big deal. What happened to him, by the way? Do you know where he is? Katara asked in a somewhat demanding tone. Goku crossed his arms. He thought that was a pretty odd question to ask him when Aang was standing right there. Aang, in contrast, was hoping that Katara wouldn't discover his identity. He didn't want to run away from his responsibilities again like last time. But still, this was an opportunity for him and Goku to have fun for a change. Given all that they've been through together, he desperately wanted to keep the whole Avatar situation a secret for now. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it, he thought repeatedly. Unfortunately, his pleas weren't strong enough to bypass fate or Goku's thick head. Nothing did. He's standing right there. Sokka and Katara were now even more blown away by this information. Although, Sokka still had his doubts. There was no way a guy from 100 years ago would be this young and immature. You're the Avatar, Aang? Katara inquired with sparkles in her blue eyes. Aang sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. He was really hoping to avoid this conversation for as long as possible. Well, I prefer not to tell people I just met about that. But yeah, I'm the Aachu. Aang's sneeze sent him rocketing into the skies above. Goku stupidly grinned at the height he was able to reach while Katara and Sokka just kept looking up in surprise. Never seen him do that before. After hanging in the air for a few seconds, Aang slid down one of the ice craters surrounding walls and came to an abrupt stop. I'm the Avatar, he sniffled. Well, if you're able to Lee 10 feet in the air from sneezing alone, then that proves you're an airbender. Katara stated with a smile. That means you have to be the next Avatar. I can't believe it. It felt higher than that. But yeah, me neither. Aang shrugged in a nervous manner. He then smiled. What's your name, by the way? Do you guys live around here? Katara smiled back. It appeared that her hopes for the Avatar's return were finally fulfilled. My name's Katara and this is. Don't answer that. I'm nowhere near convinced yet. Sokka stuck out his spear in skepticism. You may claim to be this super powerful Son Goku guy, but I know better. I bet you're just some random kid they sent as a spy for the Fire Navy. That crazy bolt of light doesn't just happen out of nowhere. It must have been a signal. Katara shook her head. Sokka, you're being ridiculous. They just got out of an iceberg, like not even a few minutes ago. I doubt they're here to hurt us. Oh yeah? Then why can Goku's tail, Sokka SNU, CK up behind Goku and tightly grabbed a hold of his tail, be pulled off like this? Hiya. Goku stood in place, not bothering to knock the Water Tribe native away from him. He kept pulling and pulling, but the tail just couldn't be removed by normal means. Sokka even went so far as to try dragging Goku's body along the ice. This didn't seem to weaken the tail's incredible strength either. Erg, the stupid thing's not budging. He huffed and puffed until he finally let go of the tail. He plopped down on the ice from absolute exhaustion, which caused Aang and Katara to both laugh at his expense. Probably because it's part of me. Sokka, it doesn't come off so easily, Goku explained as he wriggled his tail back into place. The last time it got ripped off, it hurt quite a bit. It's Sokka, the boy snapped. He stood up straight and grabbed his spear off the ground. Fine then, your freaky little tail might be real, but I still need proof that you're strong as they say you are. Show me something truly impressive and then maybe, just maybe, I'll believe you. Goku rested a hand on his chin. Truly impressive, huh? Don't feel like you need to do anything too extreme, Goku. I mean, we would just like to see one of your skills in person. That's all, Katara kindly assured him. In spite of her kind nature, the martial artist still wasn't certain what to do. He glanced over at Aang for help. Hey, you already told them I'm the Avatar. You might as well not hold anything back. The monk shrugged. Goku had to admit that he made a good point. He ultimately nodded his head and stepped a few feet away from everyone else. I'm not really an airbender like Aang is, but I can use my Kai to do what he just did a few minutes ago. Goku said with a smirk. Watch this. He cracked his knuckles and stretched his legs, causing an invisible white aura to surround the boy's body. His energy thickened the surrounding air and put excess pressure on the other's shoulders. He then bent his knees low to the ground and rested one of his hands on the ice. Katara felt herself struggling to breathe, much to her confusion. Why do I feel heavier all of a sudden? Is this your Kai or? Before she could properly collect her thoughts, a flash orange, blue, and black ascended into the air at unforeseeable speeds, surpassing the height of Aang's sneeze in mere seconds. The result, shockwave from Goku's Kai-enhanced jump shook the ice crater back and forth, knocking everyone, including Appa, off their feet. The poor Sky Bison was even thrown off his side and struggled to get back up. Whoa, Katara yelped. She couldn't even see how high up Goku was able to go. He streaked toward Earth's upper atmosphere and got a good look at the South Pole in its entirety. From that point in the sky, he caught a glimpse of Katara and Sokka's village. It was only visible as a small speck, of course, but he could tell they weren't too far off from getting there. He then dropped back down to the surface and landed as gently as a feather. That impressive enough for you, Sokka? Goku chuckled while holding up a V sign for victory with his fingers. His legs filled with jelly, Sokka dumbly nodded in disbelief. He, alongside his sister and Aang, then groaned in pain as they struggled to stand back up. Katara was absolutely starstruck by this short glimpse of Goku's power. Incredible, your Kai is even more enormous than the legends made it out to be, she said with a delighted grin. Did someone train you how to do this? Goku lifted up part of his GI to show off the black Z symbol plastered on it. It was surrounded by a white circle with black outlines. You bet, I've had a few teachers in the past, but my main one was Master Roshi, the Turtle Hermit. He enlisted me as a student in the Turtle School of Martial Arts and I've been pretty strong ever since. Thinking about Roshi brought up good and bad memories in his mind. It was hard to believe that he died trying to seal away King Piccolo with the evil containment wave a few months back. He hoped that Bulma and the others were able to wish him, Krillin, and Chaozu back with the Dragon Balls sometime soon. Even so, Piccolo was still an issue he needed to bring up in conversation. There was no telling what that monster could have been up to during these past 100 years. He doubted that Katara and Sokka, at their age, would know anything about him, but it still wouldn't hurt to ask. Katara cupped her chin. Master Roshi? I've never heard of him before. The kid just jumped straight into our space and that's what you're thinking about. Whatever. It's not like anything weirder could happen. In that exact moment, Appa rolled back on his feet and roared in discomfort. He took a deep, inward breath and sneezed out a blast of green mucus at Sokka's body. Revolted by this, the boy attempted to wipe the snot off of him via patting down his sleeves and scrubbing his face against the icy floor. This only resulted in green slime being practically glued to the side of Sokka's face, causing Goku to smile and Katara to place a glove over her mouth in disgust. Yuck, Sokka cried. Don't worry, it'll wash out, Aang cheerfully assured him. Giant light beams, flying, snot-nosed bison, magical clouds, airbenders, freakishly powerful monkey boys. I think I must have gotten midnight sun madness. I'm going home to where stuff makes sense. Sokka attempted to walk away, but came to a sudden stop once he realized that him and Katara were stranded there. To his chagrin, he somehow forgot that their canoe was recently destroyed on the way here. I know we still have a lot more to talk about, but how about Aang and I give you a lift back to your village? I saw it somewhere over that way, Goku offered. Great, he knows where we live. Katara jabbed her older brother in the stomach and smiled in gratitude. We'd love a ride, guys. Thanks. Aang then spun around and leapt on top of Appa's back using a current of air. Alright then, all you need to do is hop on Appa and we'll be ready to go, he said while grabbing a hold of the reins tied to Appa's horns. The monk then helped Katara climb on board the saddle. Oh no, I am not getting on that fluffy snot monster, Sokka verbally protested. Thinking back to the fire hose of mucus that was Appa's nose, he was far from being as gung-ho about the idea as his sister. Why not? You don't want to be stranded here, do you? Goku asked. He then jerked a thumb back at his cloud. There's always Nimbus too, if Appa bothers you that much. Sokka threw his arms up in further protest. That's even worse. What can a cloud like that do to get me home? I get that it flies by itself and all, but last time I checked, cloud aren't solid. If you stand on top it, you're going to fall. His eyes widened at the sight of Goku jumping on top of the cloud and sitting there with little effort. How are you doing that? It's scientifically impossible, Sokka stammered as he observed the flying Nimbus all directions. Katara had similar questions running through her mind, but they were laced with childlike wonder, rather than outright shock. Goku didn't have a clue what he was going on about. No one had really asked him that kind of question before. Not sure what this really has to do with science. The flying Nimbus is a magical cloud that can only be flown by people who are considered pure of heart, he explained, and that includes me, I guess. Hee, a magical cloud? But how did you even get something like that, Goku? Katara inquired. He found it somewhere near my home, the Southern Air Temple. Apparently clouds like this are pretty common in the spirit world, Aang replied, recalling the moment him and Goku encountered. The enormous cloud that Nimbus was born from. Goku just has a particular mastery when it comes to flying this one. Whenever he calls its name, it'll appear right away. Pretty cool, huh? I'll say. They never seen anything this magical before. Katara nodded. Sokka, wanting to see this magic for himself, rolled up the sleeves of his coat and sported a look of determination. PFF'd, magical, my butt, I mean, come on. Pure of heart? That's really the best you could think of? He said ignorantly. Move over, Goku. I'm going to prove that this cloud is nothing but some dumb illusion or trick. Goku did he was told and hopped off of Nimbus. He had a feeling this guy wasn't very keen on listening to reason. If you say so, Sokka. Don't say I didn't warn you, though, he warned. Ignoring him, Sokka climbed on top of the ice crater's walls and stood up straight. He then leapt off of the crater and landed on Nimbus. His feet settled on top of the cloud, seemingly remaining there without interruption. He smugly looked down at Goku and crossed his arms. See, what did I tell you? It's just a dumb. Suddenly, Sokka's body fell through the cloud and crashed into the ice facing his back hard. He twitched and quietly moaned, stricken with immense vertebral pain. Snot monster, it is then, he grunted. The others all broke out into uproarious laughter at Sokka's expense. The boy then begrew. Jingli picked himself off the floor and sat inside Appa's saddle. Goku then hopped back on Nimbus and floated next to the area where Katara was seated. How about you try, Katara? She hesitantly rubbed her shoulder. Oh, I don't know about that, Goku. I don't think I'm exactly the most pure person out there. That's an understatement, Sokka grumbled, recalling Katara's recent temper tantrum. In response, she roughly jabbed him in the side. Ow, it wouldn't hurt to try, at least. Trust me, I've flown with Goku before. It's a lot of fun, Aang said in an encouraging tone. I'm sure it is, but... Goku, seeing how nervous she looked, hopped in Appa's saddle and motioned for Nimbus to float directly in front of Katara. Here, I'll set Nimbus right over the saddle, so you won't have to hurt yourself like Sokka did. Does that help? Goku asked while patting Nimbus a few times. Sokka clicked his tongue in outrage. Tisk, why didn't you do that before I jumped on? You already climbed on top of the wall before I could. Goku pointed out. Although this statement couldn't be refuted, Sokka still grumbled under his breath about favoritism and a number of other random things concerning Katara. She took a deep breath and sighed. Here goes then. She then climbed on top of Nimbus and sat on it. At first, she seemed to stay on there for a few seconds at most, but like Sokka, she quickly fell through and landed flat on her stomach. Huh, not so funny now, is it? Sokka laughed in amusement. He wished he had a way to record this moment somehow. Goku flew Nimbus to the side. Leave. Enough room for Aang to help the girl up. Are you okay, Katara? He asked. Yeah, I'm alright, just a little sore, she muttered while resting her back against the saddle once again. Guess I wasn't pure enough for Nimbus either. I don't know why, though. You seem like a nice enough person to me, Aang said. Actually, Aang, riding Nimbus doesn't have much to do with being nice or not. Pure of heart mainly refers to someone's innocence and how selfless their intentions are. Goku replied informatively. That's what Kami told me, at least. That makes sense. Much as I hate to admit it, I wouldn't describe myself as innocent by any means, Katara admitted. Her expression then darkened ever so slightly as she rested a hand over her necklace. I haven't been that way since. Aang tilted his head to the side in concern. Sokka, on the other hand, knew exactly what she was referring to. Katara, staring into space for a moment, Katara snapped back to reality and shook her head. She concealed her former sadness with a smile. Don't worry about it, let's just get back to our village. It'll be dark soon. Okay then. Aang slowly nodded his head. He then crawled back to the front of Appa's saddle and grabbed its reins. Hold on tight, first-time flyers. Appa, yip yip. He slapped the reins against Appa's head, causing the sky bison to kick his tail and leap into the air. However, due to not having enough energy, Appa splashed down into the water and gently swam forward. The resulting waves almost knocked Goku off of the flying Nimbus, but he managed to recover at the last second. Yikes, that water sure is cold. He winced. Come on, Appa, yip yip, Aang shouted. Appa ignored his orders and kept floating along the water. Sokka struggled to contain his displeasure. Wow, that was truly amazing, he said sarcastically with crossed arms. Katara turned her head to glare at him. Appa's just a little tired. A little rest and he'll be soaring through the sky. You'll see, Aang promised while gesturing to the surrounding area with his arm. It's true, Appa was able to keep up with Nimbus in terms of speed. Goku added. He then brought Nimbus close to Appa's head. Speaking of which, how about I speed up the process a little and give Appa some much-needed energy? Sokka uncrossed his arms, looking curious. What do you mean by that? In response, Goku rested a hand against Appa's fur and transferred a large portion of his Kai to the sky bison. The bison's brown eyes widened in surprise and newfound vitality as a green aura surrounded him. Satisfied with his work, Goku hovered Nimbus beside Aang, so he could give him a thumbs up. There we go, try saying it again, Aang. The Avatar raised an eyebrow before gently hitting the reins against Appa's head a second time. Katara leaned over the saddle's railings to get a closer look. Yip yip, upon command, Appa's body rumbled and shook as he slapped his tail against the water. He then ascended into the air with a loud, mighty roar, causing Sokka to shoot up in his seat from excitement. He's flying, he's actually flying. Katara and the others gave him smug, knowing grins. Told you so, haha, Aang laughed. Sokka, although he hated being proven wrong, couldn't help but accept defeat this time. He was just happy that the bison could actually fly like Aang said. Yeah, you did, he muttered. This will definitely make the trip back a lot faster, Katara said. She then leaned over the side of the saddle to look at Aang's animal companion. Good boy, Appa, I always believed you could do it unlike some people. She glanced at Sokka from the corner of her eye. The boy sighed aloud in annoyance. Okay, I'm sorry. I already admitted that Aang was right. What else do you want me to say? You saying anything at all was the problem, Sokka. Katara deadpanned. Whatever, he grumbled in reply. How long will it take Appa to get there anyway? Aang squinted his eyes to look out at the distant horizon. A few miles away, the southern water tribe could just barely be spotted within the snowy tundra. Not long. I think I can see your village from over there. He looked back to smile at the two. However, his smile seemed to be solely directed towards Katara than anyone else. Even Goku took notice of this. Why are you smiling at me like that? Katara asked. Aang suddenly realized what he was doing in slight embarrassment. He just couldn't seem to take his eyes off of her for some reason. Oh, I was smiling? I didn't even notice, he awkwardly replied. He then cleared his throat before changing the subject. By the way, you mentioned something about us being spies for the Fire Navy, Sokka. What was that about? Well, don't take it too personally. I just had to remain cautious. We are in a huge war with the Fire Nation, after all. Sokka defended his actions. Those Fire Navy jerks have been stalking these parts for years. So, with Goku having white skin and black hair, I just assumed he was part of the Fire Nation and working for them, which I will admit, was a pretty baseless assumption on my part. Although Sokka's presumption that Goku was from the Fire Nation didn't seem too far off. His other comment seemed odd to the monk. He knew Goku mentioned something about Fire Lord Sozin wanting to start a war, but from what he remembered, it never ended up happening as planned. War? What do you mean by that? Sokka and Katara exchanged nervous glances with one another. Goku, in contrast, didn't like the sound of this discussion one bit. You're kidding, right? You know, the whole war with the Fire Nation that's been going on for 100 years? The one that we're currently losing badly. That war? It appeared that Goku's prior suspicions were all but confirmed. Roku really was telling the truth. Then it really has been 100 years since Fire Lord Sozin and Wong tried to capture us, he thought in dismay. The lion turtle was right. Aang was experiencing similar feelings. He scrunched up his face in puzzlement. I still don't know what you're talking about. Me and Goku just visited my friend, Kuzan, in the Fire Nation not too long ago. There were a few bullies that Goku had to deal with. Sure, but definitely no war. Goku floated closer to Aang and shook his head. I think a lot more time has passed than you assume, Aang. How long do you think we were frozen in that iceberg? I don't know, I'm guessing a few days, maybe? Aang guessed while rubbing the back of his head. This is getting confusing. Katara was beginning to piece things together in her head. The current avatar, Aang, was said to have vanished 100 years ago, so this iceberg must have been the reason why. They were stuck at the bottom of the ocean, with no way for anyone to discover their current whereabouts. The question was, why? No, Aang, it has to have been more like 100 years. I mean, think about it. The war is a century old, yet why? Oh, you and Goku have had no involvement with it, she said. It's probably because somehow, you were stuck in the iceberg that whole time, which is why you haven't aged at all either. It's the only explanation. Aang's eyes widened in horror. But that's not possible. The last thing I remember was leaving the Southern Air Temple and then, we were frozen, Aang. Everything and everyone we knew from that time is gone, including Fire Lord Sozin, Goku whispered with a frown. Aang rested both legs against his chest, trying to take in all of this information at once. 100 years. I can't believe it. Understanding the boy's pain, Katara walked up to Aang and calmly rested a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry that you had to find out like this, Aang, but look on the bright side. At least you and Goku are still alive. The world needs the both of you more than ever right now. Aang nodded. Even if Fire Lord Sozin was gone, there was still a Fire Lord he was destined to face and save the world from. He could only hope that this guy wasn't as big of a threat as his grandfather was. I guess you're right. Not sure Gran and the others are going to believe some goofy little kid is the Avatar, but we can worry about that part later, Sokka said in an attempt to lighten the mood. Katara rolled her eyes. Like you have any right to call anyone else goofy, Sokka. You guys also mentioned something about there being legends about me. Is the Fire Nation responsible for that too? Goku wondered. Obviously, the name, Son Goku, sorta spread throughout the Fire Nation due to your ability to bend, Kai and whatnot. Then, starting from the Earth Kingdom city of Omashu, it continued to become known throughout the entire world. Sokka informed. The Southern and Northern Terror Tribe versions did mention something about you riding on a flying cloud, but I still had to be skeptical about Nimbus, regardless. And, honestly, given what it looks like in person, can you blame me? Goku stroked his chin. He had to admit that a fluffy golden cloud would be difficult to explain to the average person, especially its flying abilities. Yeah, you got me there, he spoke. He then recalled the moment he used the Kamehameha to escape Omashu's mailing system. So, everyone knows who I am then? Not everyone, but quite a few. There's been multiple myths and folktales spread about your adventures just in this past century. The only problem is that each version differs from one another in a number of ways. They all describe your appearance and powers based on what a specific village or nation came to believe over time. Katara clarified based on prior knowledge. Like the story that you were a monkey god born in the spirit world who could travel from this world and back at will. Or the one where, instead of a tail, you had a hog monkey sidekick attached to your back named Wukong. Sokka chimed in. He then had a dumb smile on his face thinking about that particular story. Hey, that one was always my favorite. Wukong? Goku thought. He couldn't help wondering how that version became popular. He's hung out with monkeys before, sure, but he wouldn't actually bring one along with him on his adventures. The point is that while the name, Son Goku, has been mythologized over the years, no one really knows what you actually look like or where you came from. A lot of people wished to meet you one day, but they never did, including my grandfather. Katara continued. She then closed her eyes and beamed at Goku. And I gotta say, I'm glad I was able to meet the real you. You and Aang both seem pretty easy to talk to. Goku scratched the back of his head, smiling. Aang, meanwhile, blushed a little. Hey, thanks. I'm glad you were the one who unfroze us too. I second that. The airbender lightly chuckled. Sokka groaned witnessing all of this mushiness. It was getting too touchy-feely for his tastes. Alright, guys, I get it. We're all friends now, he sighed, while resting his shoulders along the saddle. You two should just be grateful that no one knows your real age or appearance. A lot of the firebenders are probably expecting a pair of old geezers to show up anytime soon. That's a good point. No one knows that we were frozen in that iceberg. He addressed to Goku. He then sheepishly tapped his fingers together. Or that I haven't really trained much as the Avatar yet. Sokka stood up straight and quickly crawled closer to Aang. Wait a minute, you mean that you, the Avatar, supposed master of all four elements, only know how to airbend? Nothing else? Yes, but I was also taught how to use Kai by Goku for a day or two. Aang replied. Sokka, taken aback by this terrible piece of news, fell backward and smacked his face a few times against the saddle. Yep, we're doomed, he whispered in a muffled voice. Don't be so pessimistic, Sokka. Now that he's finally returned, Aang has plenty of time to master all four elements and end this war. Katara attempted to soothe his worries and think positively. He even has Goku teaching him how to harness his Kai. That sounds like pretty good news to me, don't you think? Sokka slightly turned his head away from the saddle, looking unconvinced. Come back to me when he learns how to fire that chameleon grave thingy. He grumbled under his breath. Goku held up his finger. Kamehameha wave. Sokka, same difference. Katara pinched the bridge of her nose. Sometimes she wondered if the two of them were even related. Let's talk some more when we reach the village, guys. Maybe Sokka will stop moping by then. Doubt it, Sokka shouted out in a purposely defiant way. Goku and Aang just laughed at his antics before continuing their conversation. Oh, I forgot to ask. Do you know what the current Fire Lord is like, Katara? Does he have any kids? Goku asked. I was wondering that myself. Aang said. Not really. That kind of information's kept secret around the South Pole. But I do know that his name is Fire Lord Ozai. Ever since his reign began, the war has gotten worse than ever. Katara scowled in anger. Thinking about the Fire Nation in general brought forth a great darkness in her heart. She wasn't one to hate people indiscriminately, but the Fire Lord and his followers were notable exceptions. Fire Lord Ozai, Aang repeated to himself. He felt a chill go down his spine just thinking about this new threat. As for his kids, I heard some rumors about one of them being banished from the Fire Nation a few years ago. The waterbender attempted to recall. She brushed one of her hair loops to the side while speaking. I think it was his son, but I don't know much about them beyond that. Sorry, that should be enough for now. Thanks, Katara. Goku expressed his gratitude from the sidelines. You're welcome. Katara smiled while sitting back down next to Sokka. As Appa flew further, Aang rested his head down on top of the sky bison's fur. He looked up at the sky and thought about the Fire Lord's son. A banished prince? Huh? Wonder what he could be like. Goku laid down on Nimbus the same way and expressed similar sentiments. He wondered as this body could be similar to Wang Shihuan in terms of personality. That was something he was both worried and excited about at the same time. Blank, underscore, blank. Back on the Fire Navy cruiser, Zuko stood on top of his ship, staring off into the distance for any sign of Goku and Aang's current location. Just waking up from a nap, the Fire Prince was wearing a black sleeping gown with a red strip extending from his neck down. The skies surrounding him darkened a bit since he first witnessed the blue beam of light that the Avatar had assuredly caused. Iroh slowly approached him from behind. He had a look of concern on his face. "Prince Zuko, that's enough for today. A man needs his rest." The old firebender sighed. "Maybe you're right. Maybe somehow, someway, the Avatar and Son Goku are indeed still alive. But even if your assumptions are correct, you won't find either of them. Your father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all tried and failed." Zuko didn't say anything to retort his uncle's claims. He just kept glaring at the polar ice caps and didn't move from his spot. "Look at your great-grandfather, Fire Lord Sozin. He obsessed over Son Goku's very existence for so long. At legends and fairy tales began to be spread about him, some of which I was even young enough to hear as a boy. Yet he ended up with nothing to show for it." Zuko glanced at his uncle. "I don't view the spread of Kai manipulation as nothing, uncle. There are plenty of powerful firebenders who know to use Kai solely because grandfather retrieved that scroll from the Southern Air Temple's remains. And I hope to surpass all of them someday." Iron slumped his shoulders. Not even stating the cold hard truth would deter the boy from achieving his destiny. "And what if you do? Will you become like Siwang Zhuo, the Fire of Death? Consumed by his goal to defeat Son Goku and the Avatar so much that he wiped out nearly every single dragon in the Fire Nation?" Iroh spat in disgust, just referring to his father's former teacher. Siwang Zhuo, by name. He was certainly a master when it came to firebending and Kai manipulation, but his bloodlust was practically unmatched. It made him relieved that he was able to spare the two ancient dragons, Ran and Sha, when he did. There was no telling what Siwang would have done in a battle against those creatures. Even Zuko bared his teeth hearing the Fire of Death's name. He had never met the man in person, of course, but his achievements were infamous across the entire Fire Nation. There were rumors that the man was still alive, in fact. That's different. None of them, not even the so-called Fire of Death, had their honor hinged on Son Goku and the Avatar's capture. "Mine does," he specified in anger. Iron sighed once more. He would never forgive his younger brother for the amount of trauma he caused Zuko. He may have been an exceptional Fire Lord, but he was far from being considered a good father. He, sadly, wasn't sure Zuko saw him that way. "Prince Zuko, please, I've spent my entire life hearing about Goku's powers and abilities, uncle. I can't just stand by and let him continue to hide after causing 100 long years of age. Humiliation for the Fire Nation royal family." Zuko growled while flame burst forth from his hands. "Those two cowards will have nowhere to run from me. Their days of eluding the Fire Nation's grasp are over." Seeing that the boy wouldn't be going to sleep as suggested, Iroh shook his head and walked away. Zuko continued to stand there, looking for any moment to strike an unsuspecting Goku and Aang from the shadows. Kanna, or Gran, according to her two grandchildren, started to get worried once night fell over their village. Normally, Sokka and Katara would have returned by now, so she had a sinking feeling that something bad happened to them. They either could have gotten lost due to some foolish argument or lost their canoe to stray pieces of ice. Either way, both of them should have known better than to stay gone for this long. They were, after all, her responsibility to take care of while their father and her son, Hakoda, was off fighting in the war. She sighed and looked out toward the distant horizon. "Those two, I told them to be careful." Suddenly, the old woman spotted a small object flying through the sky. It came closer and closer to reaching the village, revealing itself to be a large sky bison with Katara, Sokka, and a bald monk riding on top of it. "Is that," she gasped in surprise, "a sky bison?" To make matters worse, there was also a boy flying next to the bison on a yellow cloud. His spiky hair and brown monkey tail seemed eerily familiar to Gran, but she couldn't explain why. She would need to get a closer look at him first. Everyone else in her village, more commonly known as Wolf Cove, saw the strange creature and collectively ran out of their tents. They all huddled together as a protective measure in case this sky bison proved to be some sort of threat. However, With Kanna's grandchildren riding on its back, most of their concerns were somewhat put at ease. What they didn't expect to see was the black-haired boy and his flying cloud. While most of the children thought it was cool, the adults whispered amongst themselves, trying to ascertain this kid's true identity and origins. These whispers were swiftly silenced by Appa landing atop the snow. He straightened his posture and bent down, giving Sokka and Katara enough room to leave the saddle. Goku then hopped off Nimbus and stood next to the bison with a small, curious frown. He could tell these villagers were pretty startled by both Aang and his sudden appearance. He wondered if it had something to do with the multiple legends that were told about him. "Told you this, Ove. Our grown ball of fluff would cause a scene," Sokka grumbled over to his sister. He then stepped a little too far out from Appa's saddle and fell down. His face was firmly planted into the snow, much to the onlooking children's amusement. "Ah, man, the only one causing a scene here is you, Sokka." Katara giggled. She then hopped off of Appa and walked over to her grandmother. "Sorry we're late, Gran. We got a little sidetracked on the way back." Gran glanced over at Goku and Aang in curiosity. She scanned them from top to bottom, frowning. "I can see that." Katara stepped back a bit gesture towards her two new companions. "Luckily, we managed to get a lift from these two and this sky bison, Appa," she said. "Come on, guys, introduce yourselves." Both of them parted from their respective mounts to stand in front of the villagers. They awkwardly waved at them. "Hi, I'm Aang. Yo, my name's Son Goku, but you can call me Goku for short." "Pleasure to meet all of you." The villagers, unfortunately, said nothing in return. They took a step back from fear and clutched their children protectively. Some were even frightened by the mere sight of Goku's tail. "Did we say something wrong?" Aang asked whilst examining his clothes and body. Gran decided to stand in front and speak on behalf of the group. "We don't mean any disrespect, child. It's just that, well, no one has seen a living breathing airbender in 100 years. She revealed. "We thought they were all rendered extinct by the Fire Nation until my granddaughter and grandson found you." Aang froze. That wasn't the type of response he expected at all. How could airbenders be extinct? There was no way there could be a world with only 3 nations, rather than 4. Extinct? By the Fire Nation? Gran closed her eyes and nodded. She chose to spare the boy from any pain that a detailed explanation would bring and kept it short. She then sized up Goku's appearance, vaguely recognizing his speed, KY hair and orange GI from stories she heard as a child. "And then there's you. You fit the description and namesake of the legendary monkey-tailed boy who could shoot blue light from his fingertips with the utterance of a single phrase." The old woman narrowed his eyes. "If you are indeed the very same Son Goku I have heard so much about, then that makes Aang the next avatar, correct?" Aang flinched. He exchanged a nervous glance with Goku, uncertain of what else he could say in that moment. She's good," Goku thought while stroking his chin. Before the martial artist could even speak, Sokka loudly yawned and stood beside him. "Yep, that's right, Gran. This kid, as much as it pains me to say, is the Avatar," he confirmed. The boy then jerked a thumb at the Avatar's current mentor and friend. "And Goku, well, is that Goku? A tough pill to swallow, I know, but it's true." Hearing this, Wolf Cove's general populace all broke into an absolute uproar. They had so many questions going through their heads that Goku and Aang couldn't even handle answering one of them. "The Avatar? Why, you mean, you've been alive this whole time? How are the two of you so young after 100 years? Are you immortal? Why did you run away? Both of you could have easily beaten the Fire Lord and ended this war before it even began." "Is that tail real, mister? Can I touch it?" a child eagerly asked. Seeing the confused, overwhelmed looks on Aang and Goku's faces, Katara protectively stood in front of them. "Enough, everyone. Settle down, please," she yelled. The rest of her fellow tribe members complied with her demands and quieted down. Goku could only sigh in relief as a sign of gratitude. "Look, I know it seems strange that the Avatar and Son Goku suddenly appeared out of nowhere like this. But please understand that they've been frozen in an iceberg for quite a long time. They knowing nothing about the war or all that's happened these past 100 years. Katara informed in a sympathetic tone. "I'm not entirely sure what happened to freeze them that way either, and hopefully, I'll be able to hear the truth from them sometime soon. But regardless, I still think that their arrival should be seen as a good thing, not a bad one." They show that there's still hope this war can end, after all. With their help, we actually have a fighting chance against the Fire Nation. Some of the villagers weren't entirely convinced. Based on looks alone, neither Aang or Goku looked fearsome enough to face the Fire Nation's toughest forces. Fighting chance? Tisk, what can He's boys do that the men of our tribe couldn't? A woman inquired. Sokka took Aang's staff from his hands and thoroughly inspected it. I have to agree, apart from Goku's hand-wavy Kai stuff, what use is a weapon like this gonna do if it can't stab anything? It has a ton of uses, actually. I mean, have you ever been hit by a staff before, Sokka? They can do some serious damage. Goku said based on past experience using the power pole. He's defeated countless amounts of enemies using that staff alone. Plus, this staff isn't exactly designed for combat, anyway. It's for airbending. After creating a vacuum of air that brought the staff back into his hands, Aang tapped it on the ground and opened up its 4 orange wings. Sokka ducked away, so these wings wouldn't hit him in the face. Magic trick. Do it again. A little girl with brown hair cried in excitement. The other kids laughed along with her. Not magic, airbending. It lets me control the air currents around my glider and fly. Aang informed while visually demonstrating the glider's movement in mid-air. Okay, I can accept the fact that Appa and that weird magic cloud can fly, but humans are where I draw the line. There's no way you can actually fly around with that thing. Last time I checked, that wasn't possible. Well, then you might want to check again. Aang smirked. Hey, Goku, you want to fly around like what we did at the Southern Air Temple? Now smiling, Goku nodded his head and stood on top of his magical cloud. Sure thing, let's go, Nimbus. Aang then grabbed onto the upper parts of his glider and jumped into the air. Through manipulating the nearby gusts of wind, he performed various spins and loop-de-loops with his glider. Goku followed his example by using Nimbus to spiral across the sky at faster than average speeds. They chased after one another in a straight line, performing all sorts of turns and flips that greatly impressed the villagers down below, including Katara herself. He's flying, a little girl gasped in awe. That Goku boy's riding on top of a cloud. It's just like the stories said. Another delightedly squealed. Both kids then brushed past the middle of the group, causing snow and smoke to be flung from behind them. Standing atop the flying Nimbus like a surfboard, Goku suddenly sped past Aang as he laughed aloud from amusement. Hee. Try to keep up, Aang. You're on, the monk chuckled. However, before he could increase the speed of his gliding, Aang caught sight of Katara's smiling, awestruck face. Wishing to impress her some more, Aang spun his glider sideways and beamed with a wide, toothy grin. Goku then turned his head to see what direction Aang was gliding towards. It appeared that he was too focused on Katara's reaction to notice the tower of snow that he was about to crash into. Look out, Aang, he warned while grinding Nimbus to a sudden stop. Before Aang could properly react, he slammed headfirst into the snowy watchtower, much to Sokka's audible gulps of despair. Goku, seeing that Aang's head was now stuck, floated over to the airbender and helped pull him out. Sokka, realizing what was about to happen, frantically ran to a spot that was directly beneath them. Wait, Goku, don't. Unfortunately, said martial artist pulled Aang out of the watchtower too fast and caused both of them to tumble back down to the ground in a huge pile of snow. They somehow crashed into Sokka's body before he had a chance to escape, causing him to be completely buried underneath this massive pile. Nimbus, on the other hand, just idly floated in place without any damages. My watchtower, he whined out in a muffled voice. Goku and Aang, after digging themselves out of the snow, both pointed and laughed at each other. Their laughter was joined in by a large group of kids and a highly amused Katara. That was amazing, guys, she said while helping the two boys to their feet. I had a feeling the flying Nimbus was fast, but that definitely exceeded my expectations. That's not even its top speed either. Haha, Goku chuckled. Nimbus lowered itself back to the ground, so Goku could pat it. However, this only left it open to a few kids jumping on top of it, so they could get a ride themselves. Nimbus wobbled about, unable to handle this amount of excess weight and pressure. Can you fly me next? Please. No, I want to go. I want to use your glider, Aang. One boy said he reached for the airbender's glider. Chuckling at their enthusiasm, Aang spun his staff around and undeployed its orange wings. Hee. Settle down, everyone. Give us a few minutes to relax. Sokka stuck his head out of the snow pile and struggled to dig himself out. He did not look pleased at all. Relax? He shrieked in annoyance. Sure. Let's just have the Avatar, the legendary Son Goku, and my weird waterbending sister relax here all day long. It's not like anyone's hard work was destroyed or anything. He stomped away, trying to figure out a way to salvage his watchtower from irreversible destruction. At the same time, Aang gazed upon Katara in newfound admiration. Wait, you're a waterbender, Katara? She shyly looked away with a nervous grin. Well, sort of. I still have a lot more training to do. Given Aang's status as the Avatar, Goku thought this revelation was oddly fitting in a convenient sort of way. Katara may be a novice when it came to waterbending, but at some point, she could become a viable teacher for Aang later on. The question is, will she even agree to train Aang in the first place? She does seem pretty dedicated to running the village, he thought. She also appeared to enjoy his and Aang's company, so it was difficult to tell at the moment. A sudden question then came to his mind concerning waterbenders and the Southern Water Tribe. So, are you the only waterbender here? Are there others like you? Goku asked. The girl rubbed her shoulder in discomfort. As with the Fire Nation itself, that kind of question and only served to bring up bad memories for her. Well, about that. Before she could respond, Gran clapped her hands together and frowned. Alright, that's enough playing for today. It's getting dark out. You three can talk more in the morning, the old woman ordered. She then glanced over at her grandson as he tried to pick up the pieces of his fallen watchtower. Sokka, help your sister set up a tent for these two. They'll be our guests for tonight. But, Gran, no buts. Sokka, you can fix your little fort tomorrow. Now, come along. The young warrior slumped his shoulders. Nd limply dragged his spear against the ground. Fine, he groaned. Follow me. Right before he could follow Sokka, Goku respectfully bowed in front of the old woman. Aang repeated the same gesture. Thanks for the hospitality, Miss It's Kana, but you can just call me Gran. I'm used to it, believe me, she said in a slightly kinder tone. Oh, alright then, thanks, Gran. Aang chirped. The two then walked to where Sokka was leading them, leaving only Katara and her grandmother behind. Katara, this boy may be the Avatar, but you shouldn't put all your hopes into either him or Goku. There's so much they don't know about this world and what the Fire Nation has done to it. I doubt they even realize the amount of danger their presences may bring. She advised with caution, especially if Goku is a prodigious master of Kai as the old Fire Nation legends claim. I understand your concerns, Gran, but look at what they're capable of. Both of them are truly special. I can feel it, Katara expressed from the bottom of her heart. Her smile was the widest it's ever been in 6 years. As crazy as it sounds, I think I was destined to meet them somehow. Have you ever had that kind of feeling before? Gran lightly smirked and nodded her head. Once, when I met your grandfather and, she faltered, not wishing to think about the life she once had in the North Pole. But that's not the point, dear. I just don't want you to be disappointed if things don't go quite as planned for Aang and Goku. That's all. Katara stood in place, pondering over her grandmother's words. She knew Gran held her best interests at heart, but if she truly wanted to become a waterbending master someday, then joining Goku and Aang were the keys to achieving that dream. The problem, however, was deciding if taking care of her village or learning waterbending was more important in the grand scheme of things. Maybe sleeping on that particular conflict would help. Alright, I'll keep that in mind, she murmured in a quiet, uncertain tone. Good night, Gran. The old woman gave her a tight, comforting embrace. Good night, sweetie. Katara then ran to catch up with her older brother, Goku. And Aang as Gran watched from afar. Blank. Meanwhile in a Southern Water Tribe tent, getting a little tired himself, Sokka hurriedly plopped own sleeping bags for Goku and Aang to use. They mainly consisted of pillows and brown blankets that covered any potential occupants from head to toe. They weren't much, but Goku was used to sleeping in far less savory conditions than this one. Plus, getting some much-needed warmth from the cold would make anything work from his perspective. Are those good enough? Sokka asked. Aang nodded, removing his shirt and boots while speaking. This showed off more of Aang's blue arrow tattoos, which curved along his back, arms, and legs. Seems fine to me. Thanks, Sokka. Yeah, thanks. Let me know if you need some help fixing that watchtower tomorrow, Goku said while tucking himself underneath the covers. I appreciate the offer, Goku, but you guys have already done enough damage to my pride for one day. Working on this stuff alone will help get a little of that back. Goku shrugged his shoulders. Suit yourself then. Night, Sokka, Aang said. Good night. Don't do anything stupid in the middle of the night, you hear? Sokka warned in a semi-threatening tone. Goku and Aang didn't really get this impression, though. You should probably be asking yourself that. Oh, Snowfort connoisseur. Katara quipped from the tent's entrance. Sokka just glared at her in annoyance. He didn't appreciate the complete lack of care she showed towards his damaged watchtower. Good night, Katara. He then brushed past the young waterbender and sluggishly stomped over to his own tent. Rolling her eyes, Katara walked over to the two boys with a smile. So, how are you two liking the village so far? It's not bad, I guess. I could do without the freezing weather, but your people seem nice. Goku replied. His body then ever so slightly shivered underneath the covers. I might need to borrow one of those fluffy-looking coats, actually. Hee hee. Sure, Goku, I can help you with that. Katara chuckled. I'm just happy that I got to meet an actual waterbender. I've heard a lot about the Northern and Southern water tribes from a few other airbenders, but never really got to visit them in person. That means you really don't know how to waterbend, huh? Katara sighed in disappointment. I was hoping you'd be able to teach me. There's no else in your tribe who could teach you? Goku asked. Unfortunately, no. I'm the only waterbender in the entire South Pole, Goku. I tried to tell you earlier before Gran interrupted us. But that's how it's been for many years now. She sported a downcast expression and closed her eyes. The rest of the waterbenders were either imprisoned or killed by the Fire Navy. Goku tightly balled his fists. It seemed that no nation was spared from the Fire Nation's wrath, even the airbenders he came to know 100 years ago. He just hoped that these Ent waterbenders weren't tortured too severely while he and Aang were stuck frozen in ice. Those monsters, how could they do something like this? It was out of fear, like always. Waterbenders can be easily outmatched alone, but when banded together, they can prove to be stronger than an entire fleet of Fire Navy ships. Katara summarized the near-limitless potential waterbenders had as a group. That's why the Northern Water Tribe is far more difficult to attack. From what Gran told me, waterbending is quite common there. Then why not go there? There's plenty of waterbenders who could teach you in the North Pole. Aang suggested. Easier said than done, Aang. We haven't had contact with our sister tribe in a long time. It's not exactly turn right at the second glacier. It's on the other side of the world. Appa could always give you a lift there. Even if you fell off the first time, you could still try flying on Nimbus with me as well. Goku pointed out with an encouraging grin. Keep in mind that Aang still needs to master waterbending too. You could both benefit from this trip. Exactly right. We'll be able to find us a master in no time, Katara. Aang beamed in excitement. What do you say, Katara? Although equally excited by this prospect, couldn't help but a little conflicted. She cupped her hands together in uncertainty. I mean I don't know. I've never really left home before. Well, think about it and let us know what you decide later on. However, before you do, you need to go penguin sliding with me tomorrow morning. I won't take no for an answer. Aang playfully demanded. The young waterbender giggled at this statement. All right, you drive a very hard bargain, Mr. Avatar, she said. Try to get some sleep, guys. Good night, Katara. Struggling to suppress her widening grin, Katara walked out of the tent and prepared for bed herself. She thought back to what they talked about as she walked away. I really want to go to the North Pole, but will Sokka and Gran be okay with that? Will everyone else be fine without me? Not knowing a proper answer to these questions, Katara shook her head and decided to sleep on it. She would need to come up with a final decision sooner or later. Blank. Several hours later on the Fire Navy cruiser. By morning, no clear sign of the Avatar and Son Goku had been detected. Zuko decided to take out his frustrations by sparring with two Fire Nation soldiers. The sun beamed down on the ship as the former Fire Prince stood in front of Bot H firebenders while Iroh observed his training from the sidelines. The old man glared down at Zuko with a deep frown on his face. He did not look impressed by what he was seeing. Again, his nephew hot out two blasts of fire at both soldiers, causing them to dodge these attacks with ease and retaliate with their own flames. Zuko jumped in the air to evade a plume of fire aimed at his feet and moved backward to maintain some distance from his opponents. Afterwards, he stood up straight and held out both of his arms, much to Iroh's clear disappointment. He sighed and stood up from his seat. No, power in firebending comes from the breath, not the muscles. Iroh instructed while gesturing to his stomach and outstretching his arm. The breath becomes energy in the body. Energy extends past your limbs and becomes fire. After demonstrating this step-by-step process, Iroh produced a massive blast of fire from his left fist. Zuko looked upon this display in annoyance. In case you weren't aware, Prince Zuko, this is exactly how Son Goku transmits Kai into his hands to produce the Kamehameha wave technique. Only by learning to firebend the proper way will you be granted enough power to face him in combat. He proclaimed based on what little he has heard about Goku's signature move. Get it right this time. Zuko shook his head and scowled. He stomped over to Iroh in direct defiance of his orders. Enough. Drilling this same tired sequence over and over again won't bring me anywhere near the Avatar or Son Goku's current level. I'm more than ready for the next set, Uncle. No, you're impatient. You have yet to master your basics. Iroh sat back down on his stool. He rested both hands on his knees and shouted, "Drill it again." Grinding his teeth in anger, Zuko kicked oohed a stream of fire that knocked one soldier off his feet. He slid across the cruiser's steel floor and fell unconscious. Basic firebending won't do anything against two opponents who are both over 100 years old by now. The Fire Sages have said that the Avatar is the last airbender, so if he's had a century to master Kai and the other three elements, him and Son Goku will be nothing short of unstoppable. I'll need to learn everything there is to know about firebending just to even consider capturing those two, let alone actually defeating them. Zuko angrily proclaimed, and for that reason, you will teach me the advanced set. The two glared at each other for a few moments until Iroh, begrudgingly, complied with his nephew's terms. He lowered his head, scowling. Very well, but first, I must finish my roast duck. Iroh said. To Zuko's disgust, he brought out a bowl and started chowing down on the pieces of duck with his chopsticks. He had a bad feeling that this little meal was going to take way longer than expected. Blank. Within Goku's subconscious. Wahahaha. Goku awoke to a sinister cacophony of laughter that he was all too familiar with. He stood up in a battle stance and attempted to sense where this maniacal laugh came from. Is that you, Piccolo? Show yourself, monster. I know I heard. His eyes widened once he saw what end of the World Martial Arts Tournament arena. It was left in shambles and consumed by wide plumes of white-hot flames. Pieces of stone shrapnel were thrown about the arena's former battlegrounds, NCLUDING its two monster-like statues and the building where competitors waited for their matches to begin. This damage was so immense that Goku barely noticed that he was back in his own dimension. Is this Papaya Island? He saw that many of Papaya Island's towering skyscrapers were either toppled on their sides or turned into large piles of ash. What horrified Goku the most, however, was something he didn't wish to imagine at any point: dead bodies. They were, more specifically, the corpses of hundreds upon thousands of Papaya Island's residents. Each of them, whether it be animals, teens, adults, or, disturbingly enough, children, were imprinted with sizable holes in their chests. They sizzled from excess heat, reminding Goku of the power most firebenders possessed. The most unsettling part about these corpses, however, were their eyes. They all lacked pupils and were rendered completely void of life. Goku looked down at his hands in disbelief. No, I was only gone for 100 days, right? How could this have happened? Goku, the marshal froze. He recognized the sound of this cry right away. He spun around to see his best friend and fellow martial artist, Krillin, limply crawling away from something. His orange eye was stained with various patches of fresh blood. Not seeing the bald monk ever since his neck was snapped by Tambourine, tears welled up in Goku's eyes as he sprinted toward him. He couldn't let anything bad happen to him again. Krillin, I'm coming, buddy, don't. Before he could even reach out to his closest friend, a massive blast of yellow Kai slammed into the ground and erased him from existence. Goku was struck dumb by Krillin's almost inexplicable demise. All he could was stand there, trembling from a mix of sorrow and rage. End number, Goku muttered. He then glared up at Krillin's murderer. What have you done? Floating above the boy was Demon King Piccolo himself. He was nearly identical in appearance to Kami apart from his immense height and smooth, bright green skin. His sharp, almost vampiric teeth were clenched in a diabolical sneer of triumph as he glared down at Goku with yellow, bloodshot eyes. He also wore a dark blue gi that contained a symbol which translated to the word demon, and a purple sash that wrapped around his waist. His feet were covered by orange slippers that contrasted nicely with his body's green pigment. Piccolo relished in the boy's hatred towards him. He grinned from ear to ear and howled with laughter. Ha ha ha, what have I done, foolish brat? Your very disappearance is what made this all possible. He gestured to the fiery apocalypse taking place around them. This caused Goku to shiver and think about the consequences his sudden transport to the spirit world might have wrought. To his steadily growing despair, he spotted the fallen forms of his closest friends. Goku, Bulma whimpered. The blue-haired scientist was clutching a gaping wound in her stomach. Why, Goku? Yamcha asked in a pleading tone. His body was torn in half while Puar, sadly, lied dead near his legs. Where were you? You were supposed to fight alongside us, not run away. Tien choked out as bloody salvia oozed out of his dislocated jaw. Goku rapidly breathed in and out, starting to have a panic attack. Tien's lifeless body was followed by the appearances of Launch, Oolong, Upa, Bora, Drive, Brief, Suno, Android 8, and finally, Master Roshi. Goku, why weren't you there for us? Where did you go? Unable to hear any more cries of anguish, the martial artist collapsed onto his knees and slammed a fist against the ground. Fresh tears began to fall from his eyes and wouldn't stop. He hadn't cried this much since the day he reunited with Grandpa Gohan at Baba's palace. King Piccolo, obviously, didn't care. The sadness of his most reviled enemy was borderline delicious from his perspective. Ah, don't cry yet, boy. Your suffering has only just begun. Piccolo chuckled. After all, you're not the only one who has left this sorry excuse for a world behind. The landscape shifted over to the spirit world. Before he could wipe away his tears, Goku found himself sitting on top of the flying Nimbus. He looked down below to see the four nations situated in the centermost point of Earth. All of a sudden, the Nimbus cloud streaking past him became dark and corrupted by King Piccolo's evil influence. Some were lit up by green bolts of lightning as King Piccolo floated toward Goku. You haven't gotten rid of me yet, son Goku. I will return, and once I do, I will kill you. And this time, there won't be any Dragon Balls around to save you. Quote, King Piccolo, to Goku's confusion, was enveloped by dark creatures of various shapes and sizes. They coated his body in malefic flames until yellow, glowing EYs and black skin were all that could be seen by the boy. Roku may have told him that Piccolo traveled to the spirit world a few centuries ago, sure, but he did not mention him having abilities like this. His Kai was much more powerful than it ever was when he first fought and defeated him. It may have been stronger than Kami's current power level too. What do you mean by that? Goku asked in a hoarse whisper. You'll find out soon enough. It'll only be a matter of time until you and your miserable little friends are sent straight to hell, or my hell, that is. Ha ha ha. King Piccolo laughed. The mysterious dark spirits surrounding the Demon King's body all seemed to laugh along with him. Their dark, sinister essence consumed the entire spirit world until the only source of visible light was Goku himself. He narrowed his eyes in determination. Remembering that he agreed to help Aang save his word, Goku wouldn't let King Piccolo break his resolve. You're wrong, Piccolo. I've defeated you once and I can defeat you again, he shouted. You won't hurt anyone else while I'm around. I swear on it. Kami's evil half sneered in delight. He found the boy's courage hilarious, yet somewhat commendable at the same time. He'd be sure to make his death nice and slow the next time they met on the battlefield. Challenge accepted then, boy. Bahahaha. Piccolo unleashed his aura, causing hazardous sparks of electricity to surround his entire body. The dark spirits writhed in pain as the Demon King outstretched one of his arms while the other grabbed it for extra support. A massive sphere of yellow Kai permeated from his open palm. Cherish what little life you have left, Goku. This will be you, the Avatar, and this entire damn world's fate soon enough. He cockily promised. So long. He then unleashed the explosive demon wave as an enormous flash of yellow and white light. Goku and Nimbus were completely engulfed by the Kai blast, sending them crashing down to the world below. No, the explosive demon wave kept traveling downward until it made direct contact with all four nations. Them, Goku, and the entire planet itself were all annihilated in a gigantic explosion. All that remained was the shadowy form of Demon King Piccolo and his haunting, melodic laughs of pure evil. Blank, underscore, blank. Back in the Southern Water Tribe tent. No, he bolted out of his sleeping bag in pure terror. He was currently sweating bullets and struggling to breathe properly. That level of fear was something he'd never wished to experience again. Oh, it was just a nightmare, Goku muttered while rubbing some sweat off his forehead. Yet it felt so real. You had one too? He darted his eyes to see Aang getting up from his own sleeping bag. The monk's CLO's resemblance to Krillin caused Goku to break eye contact and quietly nod his head. Mine was about the storm that led to us being frozen. Most of it is all a blur to me now, but I can still remember the moment we crashed into the water and saw that eerie green lightning. Aang muttered. What happened in yours? Goku bore holes into the floor and tightly clenched his fists. The thought of this world and his own being collectively destroyed by King Piccolo made his blood boil. The demonic tyrant's control over those dark spirits only served to frustrate him even further. He couldn't tell how believable his nightmare was. But nonetheless, Goku knew that Piccolo did get stronger somehow. Something far scarier than that storm was. The airbender grimaced. He didn't like seeing Goku in this much distress. Was it about that King Piccolo guy? The one you defeated back in your world? Before Goku could confirm his friend's suspicions, Katara peeked her out through the tent's entrance and interrupted their conversation. She had an enthusiastic grin on her face. Oh, good, you guys are awake, the young waterbender whispered. She turned her from side to side to make sure no one was eavesdropping. You ready to do some penguin sliding? The duo's mood swiftly took a 180. The negative feelings accumulated from their respective nightmares were put at ease for now. You bet I am, Aang chirped. He put his yellow and orange clothes back on, giving Katara a good look at his blue arrow tattoos. Will there be some food there? Goku asked. Hunger began to take King Piccolo's place in his subconscious mind. It might have been some form of coping mechanism. Katara looked at him in amusement. Sure, Goku, there should be some spare fish that the penguins collected. She chuckled. Tease just go before everyone else wakes up. She then grabbed both kids by the wrists and roughly dragged them out of the tent. Although it seemed like Katara was excited to go penguin sliding, she, in actuality, was more determined to share her final decision about traveling to the Northern Water Tribe. That's why no one could know where they were going just yet, including Sokka and Gran. Blank, underscore, blank. Somewhere close to the Southern Water Tribe, hundreds of otter penguins waddled around without a care in the world. They each had 4 flippers, smooth black-white skin, and the face of what would simply be called an otter in Goku's own dimension. Some of them took turns diving into the water while others kept fish they recently caught in neat, organized piles. While Goku tried to steal some fish from these large clumps, Aang attempted to grab one of the penguins for himself. They instinctively ran away from the airbender as he snuck up behind them. Come on, little guy. Wanna go sledding? Aang giggled. Getting a little closer to one of the penguins, he leapt toward it with open arms. This only resulted in his face slamming headfirst into the snow. He then got up to smile at Katara. Hee, I have a way with animals. Wishing to make her laugh, Aang outstretched his arms and badly imitated one of the otter penguin's chirps. He lightly waddled from side to side while doing so. Gop, 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 I can tell. Katara giggled in amusement. Nearby, she saw Goku trying to eat some fish he managed to grab. Goku seems to be pretty good around them too. As he shoved a few fish in his mouth, the martial artist was quickly surrounded by a large horde of hungry penguins. They each wanted to take a bite out of Goku's meal, much to his chagrin. Hey, this is my breakfast, guys. You should be grateful I'm not trying to eat any of you right now. Goku snapped. He stuffed the rest of the fish down his throat and hurriedly jumped over the large mob of penguins. They all squawked in protest as he quickly reunited with Aang and Katara. Phew, that was close. He sighed in relief. The look of sheer agitation on Goku's face caught his 2 friends a bit off guard. They couldn't help but laugh at him for that. I see you figured out the secret to catching penguins, huh? Katara cheekily asked. Goku quirked a brow, oblivious to what she was implying. Huh, I was just eating some fish and they all swarmed around me like that. He bluntly replied with a jerk of his thumb. Is giving penguins fish all it takes to slide on them? Yep, all you need to do is draw them towards you with the fish and then you'll be all set. She affirmed. She then bowed towards Aang with a calm expression on her face. Is that clear to you now, my young pupil? It is, Master Katara. I'll be an expert at penguin sliding in no time. The airbender beamed in excitement. Although, we should probably talk about that trip to the North Pole before we leave. Goku nodded in agreement. Yeah, did you end up coming to a decision, Katara? The waterbender smiled. She was just about to bring that up. Well, it took some time for me to think about it last night. But yeah, I did. She revealed. I decided to come with you guys. I think traveling to the North Pole is what'll grant me the most progress as a waterbender. Plus, exploring the world with the Avatar. And Son Goku himself doesn't seem all that bad either. Both Aang and Goku gave her thumbs up in approval of her decision. Glad to hear that, Katara. It's going to be a lot of fun traveling with you. The monk exclaimed. There's so many places we can visit on our way there. Won't Sokka and your grandma miss you, though? And the rest of your village too? Goku asked in slight concern. They will, yes, but I'm sure they'll be able to understand once I tell them. Katara replied. Hope so. Going on this journey will be pretty useful, though. Back when I was Aang's age, I went on many different adventures around the world. I would never become strong as I currently am without those experiences. Goku recounted his past adventures in his own world. He then gestured to both her and the aforementioned Avatar. I think the same will apply to both you and Aang's waterbending skills. Adventures, huh? So, you discovered how to practice martial arts just by traveling around the world 100 years ago? Katara asked in growing intrigue. That must be why all those legends were told about you. Maybe some of them are more accurate than they seem. Goku and Aang exchanged nervous looks with one another. They didn't think it was the right time to reveal Goku's true origins just yet. It would be far too bizarre for her to believe, let alone accept. I guess you can say that. Yeah, hee. The martial artist nervously chuckled. He tried to keep his comments as vague as possible. I did meet all three of my masters that way, at least. Katara rested a hand on her chin in thought. 3 masters? I know he mentioned that one of them was named Master Roshi, the turtle hermit, but who could the other 2 be? She narrowed her eyes and inspected Goku's body. His instructors must have been as strong, if not stronger than he was at the moment. That made their very presence in this world a bit confusing to her. And why hasn't there been any accounts of this turtle hermit's whereabouts over these past 100 years? Wanting to spare Goku from another interrogation session similar to the Southern Air Temples, Aang awkwardly cleared his throat and stood in front of Katara. We can talk about more of your past later, Goku. For now, let's get to sledding. Although still somewhat suspicious about Goku's past connections, Katara ultimately shrugged and tossed her fish at the otter penguins. They all waddled toward the trio, giving each of them an opportunity to select a penguin to slide on. Blank, _ blank. A few minutes later, riding atop their respective penguins, the trio launched themselves off of a glacial cliff and landed on a gradually descending hill. The otter penguins laid flat on their stomachs, allowing them to pick up speed with relative ease. They weren't nearly as fast as Appa or Nimbus, of course, but Goku was still having a lot of fun, regardless. Haha, go faster, little guy. Goku chuckled. His penguin dashed forward and slid off of a ramp. This allowed him to slightly soar past Aang and Katara's positions in the snow. Woohoo! Katara shouted as her own penguin flew into the air and landed once again. Hee, I haven't done this since I was a kid. You still are a kid, Aang corrected, happy that Katara was having so much fun. All of us are, Goku added with a smile, deciding to kick things up a notch. The martial artist placed an open palm on the penguin's forehead and transferred some of his Kai into it. Its eyes and body suddenly glowed with an invisible yellow aura, causing it to rocket toward a series of caverns at unimaginable speeds. 2 elongated strips of snow were sent flying from the penguin in separate directions. If not for Aang's ability to sense Kai, he and Katara wouldn't have been able to dodge in time. Don't fall behind, you two, Goku cried whilst sliding into the cave. Hey, that's cheating, Goku, Aang laughed. He then glanced over at the area where Katara was. We better catch up, right? She agreed. They both followed after Goku and entered a cave made completely out of ice. The tunnel was partially illuminated by beams of sunlight that gave it a dark blue sheen as Goku, Katara, and Aang continued sliding through it. While the martial artist trailed on ahead, Aang, through his airbending abilities, spun himself across the cave's ceiling in a corkscrew-like motion. He just barely passed by Katara as they came to a slow, gradual stop. They then got off their penguins and let them waddle somewhere else. Their joy was suddenly replaced by concern once they saw Goku standing in place. He appeared to be looking up at an old Fire Navy cruiser that was entrapped by multiple large and sharp pillars of ice. Its metallic exterior was heavily damaged from these spikes and the gradual passage of time. Some parts of it were a tad bit rusted for this very reason. "Whoa, what is that?" Aang asked in shock. He looked up at a pole attached to the ship's watchtower. It had a tattered red flag that sported the Fire Nation insignia in its center. Katara stood silent for a moment, taking in the dour atmosphere that this single battleship imbued. A Fire Navy ship, and a very bad memory for my people. Goku tilted his head to glare at the Fire Nation flag as it blew against the wind. If the Fire Lord did indeed start a 100-year-long war while he and Aang were frozen, they needed to find out what their forces were capable of. This certainly included an abandoned vessel like the ship standing before them. "Let's go look inside," he muttered. As Aang prepared to follow him into the ship, Katara grabbed his arm in protest. "Stop, you two, we're not allowed to go near it. This ship could be booby-trapped. I've been through worse. Traps won't be that big of a deal for me." Goku shrugged. He then squirmed in response to a sudden, terrifying thought in his head. Unless it has something to do with needles, then I'd be in trouble. Right before Katara could ask him what this situation had anything to do with needles, Aang looked back at her with a smile. "Besides, if you really want to be a powerbender someday, you have to let go of fear," he informed. Taking note of the knowledgeable wisdom in Aang's response, Katara bit her lower lip and reluctantly followed after the two. They carefully climbed over some pillars of ice. Reaching a large hole in the ship's hull, the three entered this hole and walked through the empty halls of this long-abandoned Fire Navy cruiser. Some parts of the ship, surprisingly enough, were covered in snow. Goku looked from side to side, inspecting every inch of the boat's metallic plating and pipes. It looked like something the Red Ribbon Army would have designed back in his world, which wasn't a good sign by any means. As a matter of fact, the Fire Nation and the Red Ribbon Army were similar in a number of ways. One similarity, of course, was their needless obsession with ruling the world and bringing harm to innocent people. However, he could tell that these firebenders were slightly more brutal when it came to their actions. The chains hanging from one of the room's ceilings was enough proof to support this assertion. He didn't even want to think about what could have happened in there. The three then entered a significantly more sinister room filled with weapons. Whether it be simple spears, naganatas, or spiked maces, each weapon was designed to gravely wound and kill potential opposers to the Fire Lord's cause. "This ship has haunted my tribe since Gran was still young. It was part of the Fire Nation's first attacks," Katara gravely recalled. Many waterbenders were taken prisoner that day, including one of her best friends. Goku grimaced at the spears and clubs collecting dust along the room's wall. He shook his head in disgust. "I can't believe something like this could have happened. It's just not right. That's just how the Fire Nation is, Goku. They won't stop until the world is theirs to control and rule over." Katara scowled in seething hatred. "And they don't care how many lives are taken to do so." Aang, distressed by this remark, turned toward the waterbender with a frown. "Okay, I get that this war has been going on for a long time and all. But surely you can't mean that about the entire Fire Nation, right? 100 years ago, I had a friend named Kuzan who was as good of a person as they come. A lot of Fire Nation citizens are like that, actually," he said while inspecting one of the spears in his hands. "What I'm trying to say is that there's good and bad in every nation, Katara. That's what maintaining balance in the world is all about. Yeah, Kuzan was a pretty good guy. Makes me wonder if he's still alive out there somewhere." Goku wondered. Aang slumped his shoulders. Considering how much time had passed, he had a feeling Kuzan wouldn't have lived long enough to become a 112-year-old man. It would be really nice if he did, though. I doubt it, but who knows? Katara sighed, starting to get somewhat emotional. "I see what you mean, Aang, but coming from someone like you, I'm kinda surprised. Don't you realize what the Fire Nation did to your people?" "My people? What are you talking about?" Aang asked in confusion. "Oh yeah, your grandma mentioned something about the airbenders being extinct because of the Fire Nation." Goku suddenly remembered in sadness. "I didn't want to believe it, but maybe it's true." Aang spun his head around to stare at his friend in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Goku was jumping to conclusions so fast. You're talking crazy, Goku. There's no way Fire Lord Sozin could have attacked any of the air temples that efficiently. No single army of firebenders is strong enough to do that. Well, remember Wang Shihoin? Maybe he or someone else informed Sozin that we were staying at the Southern Air Temple. Then, somehow, someway, he and his army found a way there and attacked the airbenders, looking for us. Goku assumed in a dark, regretful tone. Aang's eyes widened in horror. The accuracy laced in Goku's description was starting to scare him. I don't know how this relates to them making up dumb stories about me, though, but still. There's a chance that the airbenders, including Gyatso, are all well, gone. The young avatar shook his head and sat down on the floor. Tears were starting to well up in his eyes. It's just not possible. They had to have been able to escape somehow. I just know it, he muttered under his breath. Katara crouched down and rested a hand on his shoulder. Even if they did, those attacks happened 100 years ago. I'm not sure how it was done either. But there is a reason why Gran hasn't seen a single airbender until you came around, she said in a sympathetic tone. I'm sorry, Aang. Goku then provided his own emotional support by lightly patting him on the back. This didn't seem to do all that much. But it did gain Aang's full attention. We shouldn't give up hope though. How about we go back to the temple and see if anyone's still around, alright? He suggested with a wide smile. We can all go there together. You, me, Nimbus, Appa, and now, Katara. Aang couldn't help but smile back. No matter the situation, Goku always managed to cheer him up somehow. Why yeah, that's a good idea. Katara picked Aang off the ground and led him towards the weapon room's entrance. Now, come on, let's get out of here, she said. This place is starting to get a little too creepy for my tastes. You don't have to tell me twice, Goku replied. All three of them walked into a deeper portion of the ship, looking for a way out. Rather than go back the way they came, Aang unintentionally wandered into another room filled with pipes that snaked along the walls and ceiling. Sure, we can head back in. Just as Aang was about to take another step forward, Goku noticed a thin piece of string placed near the floor. He dashed close to the monk and tried to pull him away. Aang, watch where you're going, he warned. Unfortunately, he was too late to stop Aang from tripping over the wire. Tall bars then descended from the entrance's topmost portion and trapped them inside. They, unsettled by this event, ran towards the cage and peeked through. What's that you said about booby traps? Aang nervously asked. All of a sudden, gears and meters inside the once dead Fire Navy cruiser whirred to life, and spewed billowing smoke from its many pipes. These meters reached their maximum settings and, after a series of ringing sounds were heard, a signal flare was launched into the sky. It exploded into a visible ball of fire before descending back down to the surface. Oh, Aang gulped. Well, guess the rest of the village knows we're here now, Goku said while scratching the back of his head. He then noticed a hole in the ceiling where the flare was launched. We need to get out of here fast. Follow me. After leaping through the hole, Aang looked up to see Goku ascend into the sky. He then picked up Katara as if she were a bride and prepared to jump out. Hold on tight, he exclaimed while holding her close to his chest. He used airbending to leap out of the hole and safely hop down from one part of the ship to another. Goku, still hanging in the air, waited for the two to reach the ground before he somersaulted to where they were currently positioned. Seeing Wolf Cove in the distance, Goku tightly grabbed Aang and Katara by the shoulders. The two of them were a little surprised by this sudden gesture. Oh, what are you doing? Katara asked. I'm just giving you guys a little boost. The three of us have a lot of explaining to do once we get back to the village, he said with a smirk. Let's go. Effortlessly picking them up off the ground, Goku ran back to the village at speeds exceeding that of sound and even light itself. His two friends could barely handle sheer momentum produced from this inexplicable dash. Whoa, slow down, please, the waterbender yelped. Her cries for help fell on deaf ears. Goku just kept moving forward, melting parts of the snow that his feet streaked by. Blank. Meanwhile on the Fire Navy cruiser, not too far away from where the signal flare was launched, Zuko caught sight of it through a black telescope. This telescope's lens allowed him to catch sight of both Aang and Goku leaving the old Fire Navy ship. The prince had just got done taking a nice, prolonged rest from his firebending lessons. So waking up to see this bombshell was more than a mere surprise for him. After all these years, His search for the two of them had finally paid off. There they are. I've finally found them, he whispered in satisfaction. The last airbender and the legend himself, Son Goku. Recognizing the black spiky hair and monkey tail from certain accounts, Zuko saw Goku crash down to Earth like a spinning meteorite without the explosion. He then caught a glimpse of the Avatar standing next to a southern water tribe girl around his age or slightly younger. Quite agile for their age. That must be the work of their Kai abilities. The prince assumed with a narrow squint of his golden eyes. He gritted his teeth. The fact that Iroh didn't teach him anything about Kai would make this encounter with those two much more difficult. The Avatar's training must have progressed faster than I anticipated. Zuko continued looking through the telescope. To his surprise, Son Goku grabbed the airbender and the girl, and suddenly disappeared in a flash of light. All that remained of their presence were scorch marks embedded into the snow. Strange. They suddenly vanished without a trace. He whispered, perhaps that's Son Goku's incredible speed at work. That could prove troublesome if I don't prepare accordingly. Zuko then spun around to aggressively point at some guards standing behind him. These guards were wearing pointed helmets, rather than the traditional skull masks. Wake my uncle. Tell him that I located Son Goku and the Avatar. The guards nodded and immediately ran back into the ship to report their prince's findings. Zuko, on the other hand, continued looking through the telescope. He adjusted its position to mark the current location of a southern water tribe village. It was a few miles away from where the old, inoperable Southern Raiders ship stood, as well as their hiding place. The former heir to the Fire Nation throne furrowed his eyebrows and fiercely glared at the village. It was now time to strike and reclaim his lost honor. Blank, underscore, blank. Back in the Southern Water Tribe, the signal flare continued to float in the sky, not ye. Close to reaching the ground even a few minutes after its initial launch. It had a curved tail of smoke that the Southern Water Tribe villagers immediately noticed. They all stopped what they were doing and stood in front of the village's entrance. Some kids were in the middle of sliding off Appa's tail into the snow, but they were stopped by their parents once the flare was seen. The Sky Bison now stood several feet away from the large group, waiting for Aang to return like everyone else. Nimbus wasn't too far away as well. Mere seconds later, Goku bolted into view with Aang and Katara wrapped in his arms. He gently set them down, causing the waterbender to almost fall over fatigue. Thanks for the help, Goku, but please never do that again, she said woozily. Her brown hair seemed to be standing on end, much to Goku and Aang's shared amusement. Sorry. They then casually walked up to the entrance. This caused all of the children to joyfully grin from ear to ear. Yay, Goku and Aang are back. The children beamed. They ran up to the two boys and eagerly huddled around them with large smiles on their faces. Sokka, Gran, and the adults of the tribe were nowhere as pleased. Oh ho, look who decided to show up all of a sudden, Sokka said with crossed arms. Well, now that you've had all your fun and games, do you mind explaining to us what in the world that was, Katara? He pointed up at the flare, causing Katara to sheepishly rub the back of her head in guilt. Well, we sort of stumbled upon that deserted Fire Navy ship and accidentally shot a signal flare into the sky. Yeah, we were inside the ship and there was this booby trap, and well we booby-ed right into it. Aang added. In his defense, I did try to stop him before he stepped over the wire. I just didn't think fast enough. Goku said. Well, all of you should have thought twice before going on that ship, Son Goku. It's forbidden to this tribe for good reason and Katara should have been smart enough to realize that. Gran scolded the three. Now, because of your mistake, we could all be in danger. Exactly, that flare must have signaled the Fire Navy by now. Sokka snapped as he pointed toward the flare once again. I just knew bringing those two back to the village wouldn't end well. How am I supposed to keep our promise to Dad now? There might not be a village left to protect once he comes back. As the argument continued, the children reluctantly walked away from where Goku and Aang were standing. Katara, in contrast, didn't move from her spot. Sokka, you're being ridiculous. Don't you realize who these two are? They're the Avatar and the legendary, monkey-tailed warrior, Son Goku. We've heard so much about them when we were younger, so what's stopping them from working together to fight back any Fire Navy ship before they even have a chance to invade the village? The waterbender argued. It doesn't matter if some ancient signal flare lures them here. If anything, they'll be the ones in danger, not us. Sokka attempted to provide rebuttal for his young sister's points, but no words seemed to come out of his mouth. Nothing she said was necessarily wrong at all. Goku and Aang's combined abilities really could be more than a match against any firebender, including the Fire Lord himself. He did think about banishing them from the village in order to protect Katara and everyone else, but, in reality, there wasn't any reason to. Accepting their help was the right course of action to take. I guess I can't argue with that, but still. Yeah, Goku should go and kick their butts, one of the kids yelled. The rest of the children laughed in agreement. Even some of the adults were starting to calm down thanks to Katara's speech. Gran, however, was still concerned for her people and family's safety. There is a lot of truth in what you say, Katara, but you still should have never gone on that ship. Who knows how many Fire Navy cruisers could have been drawn here by that flare? She replied, sporting a downcast expression. I've already lost a dear friend and daughter-in-law to those firebenders. I won't let my grandchildren face the same fate. Katara's expression softened a little. She peered down at her necklace and frowned, understanding her grandmother's feelings in this situation. Attempting to break the tension once and for all, Goku stepped up to Gran with his staff in hand. He smiled at the old woman. They won't. Me and Aang will stick around to protect you. We already have some experience fighting firebenders 100 years ago, he assured her, referring to their past battle with Wang Shihoin and the other thieves. And I don't have a problem doing it again. Right, Aang, right. We're the ones they're looking for, anyway. So we might as well show ourselves and keep everyone else out of harm's way. It's our chance to take responsibility for what happened with the flare. Aang stated adamantly, in spite of his wish to have fun and act like a normal, everyday kid, he still had no intention of running away from his destiny any longer. The world needed him now more than ever. Katara proudly rested a hand on Aang's shoulders. Sokka felt more confident about his position as the Avatar too. Spoken like a true Avatar, Aang, she said. Goku, looking out at the shoreline, suddenly came up with an idea. He sat on the snowy floor and crossed his legs. Here, to make things easier for everyone, I'll do this. He then closed his eyes, attempting to sense the energy signatures of these supposed firebenders. Sokka, however, didn't exactly know what he was doing. What, are you taking a quick nap before the fight begins or something? Shush, he's focusing, Katara hissed at her brother. Goku took soft, yet deep breaths as he sensed the world around him. After a few seconds, he began to sense something warm within his subconscious mind. There appeared to be about a dozen or so cheese at most. There's definitely a ship coming this way. There are a few people on board, but two of them have the highest energies by far. They're both as warm to the touch as fire itself, he thought. Feels pretty similar to the energy that Wang had in the past. The boy then calmly opened his eyes. Sweat appeared to be dripping out of his pores thanks to the heat of the firebender's energies. Alright, there appears to be only one Fire Navy ship coming after us. Two powerful firebenders are on board, but their Kai doesn't exactly compare to mine, unfortunately. Goku described as he stood up straight. As long as you villagers keep yourselves away from the fight, everything should be fine. I just hope that these firebenders, whoever they are able to give me somewhat of a challenge, at least. The villagers of Wolf Cove were greatly impressed by Goku's heightened senses. He must have been sensing energy signatures coming from a mile away or more. He could sense all of that from this far away. That boy truly is an absolute master of Kai manipulation. Gran thought in awe. There's no telling what kind of monstrous power he'll be able to obtain as an adult or even around my age. It's a shame I probably won't live long enough to see that day come to pass. Have any problems with that, Sokka? Katara cheekily asked. Sokka slumped his shoulders. All he could do was accept defeat at that point and apologize for his lack of trust. The apology part could come way later, though. No, I have to admit that fighting alongside you guys would be pretty cool, I guess. He grumbled. Just save some of the firebenders for me. I need to show them what a true Southern Water Tribe warrior is capable of. Sure, Sokka, we can save you one of them, at least. Goku agreed. He had a knowing, mischievous grin on his face. Good, I appreciate you for understanding. Hey, what do you mean, one? Sokka shouted in outrage. You'll see, haha. The martial artist chuckled as he, Katara, Aang, and everyone else walked into the village. They also chose to hide Nimbus and Appa someplace safe for good measure. That way, they help out with the fight at any point. Standing there dumbfounded, Sokka ultimately shook his head in frustration and ran after them. Ready our defenses, everyone. The Fire Nation could be on our shores any moment now, while Goku and Aang made their own preparations for the Fire Navy cruiser's arrival. Sokka donned a new outfit more suitable for close-quarters combat. It was a tightly bound gray tunic with 2 sets of white feathers resting on each shoulder. Underneath this tunic was a dark blue leotard that covered both his arms and legs. He had long sleeves that were tied down by thin strips of gray fabric. These strips were tied around his wrists as well. Sokka then put on a new pair of brown combat boots. He recalled the day his father left for the Earth Kingdom a few years ago. It felt like mere hours to him. I'm finally ready to fight this time, Dad. I'll make you proud, he thought determinedly. Placed in front of him was a small table that contained different bowls and containers filled with ink. They were either gray, white, or black. He dabbed his fingers in the black ink and traced it along his pupils. He then drew out 2 small triangles on his chin and a larger one underneath the tip of his warrior's wolf tail. Lastly, Sokka caked the upper portion of his face in gray war paint and the part just below his lip in pure white. With his fierce makeover officially complete, Sokka grabbed a hold of his boomerang and attached it to his back. The 15-year-old boy then looked back at a candle that indicated what time it was. He picked his club off the table and ran out of the tent. At the same time, Zuko's Fire Navy cruiser drew closer to reaching the Southern Water Tribe's shores. It sailed through the misty fog as Zuko himself prepared for battle against Goku and the Avatar. 2 servants attached a bulkier set of black armor onto the banished prince's body, tightly securing it with pieces of red string. Matching black and red boots were then placed over his feet as he glared at the wall. To top it all off, a specially designed helmet covered most of his head. A red crown of fire was perched on top of it, bearing a close resemblance to the Fire Nation's symbol. He narrowed both of his eyes in sheer determination. Failure was not an option for him. Once I get my hands on Son Goku and the Avatar, I'll finally be able to come home. Then, I'll be able to prove that I'm worthy of the throne, Father. You'll see. Tightly balling his fists, Prince Zuko marched up the stairs and headed for the upper part of the ship. His old servants quickly followed after him. A few minutes later, most of the villagers stayed close to their igloos waiting for the Fire Navy cruiser to arrive. Others, mainly the children, hid behind Appa due to how warm and soft his fur was. He served as a pretty effective substitute for the village's campfire. Hitch was currently struggling to burn for unknown reasons. The rest gathered some supplies before hiding away in their tents. Aang and Goku chose to stay in the back of the village, so the firebenders wouldn't be able to know where they were at first. At least, that was the initial plan until Goku grew curious about Sokka's new face and getup. What's with the face paint, Sokka? He asked. Sokka stood on top a wall of snow, waiting for the ship to arrive. He desperately tried to remain focused and ignore Goku's questions, but in the end, he couldn't take it anymore. How many times do I need to ignore that question before you stop asking it, Goku? It's meant to make me look fierce and intimidating. The non-bender growled in annoyance. Now, stand back and be quiet. I want to land the first blow against those firebending jerks before you jump in. Really? It just looks like some weird paint to me, but suit yourself. Goku replied while shrugging his shoulders. It was then that the entire village began to rumble and shake from side to side. Quiet, Sokka barked. Do you hear that? To Gran and the other villagers, horror. The rumbling became far more intense than before. Akka struggled to stand up straight as the snow beneath his feet crumbled into small pieces. He then looked to see one of his watchtowers collapse instantaneously. Oh, man, although concerned for Sokka's well-being, Goku ran to help some of the villagers back into their tents. He turned his head to see an absolutely enormous ship heading towards the village. It put the ship they previously investigated to absolute shame. Katara could only hang her mouth open in horror. She didn't know whether to save her brother or run for dear life. Oh man, Sokka gasped. The warship cleaved through the snow and ice, splitting it into 2 separate halves as said boat cruised forward. Smaller cracks emerged from this forceful split, managing to put a young boy in harm's way. He would have been seriously injured if not for Goku scooping him up at the last second. I've got you, he spoke. He then handed the little boy to Katara before reconvening with Aang in the back of the village. The monk was also busy leading some of the villagers back to their tents. Sokka, in contrast, was stuck in place. He was absolutely petrified by the ship's massive size. Rather than run away like a coward, the only thing he could think to do was hoist his club along his right shoulder in preparation to attack. Katara, thinking that he was absolutely insane, screamed, "Sokka, get out of the way." Too late to take any more actions. Sokka was pushed back a few feet due to the village's border being rendered a snowy pile of mush. The Fire Navy cruiser then came to an abrupt stop, hissing with steam as its blade bow opened up and plummeted into the snow. It would have crushed Sokka if he hadn't fallen on his butt and scooched back a little. Katara, Gran, and the others exited their tents to see who this ship belonged to. From the entrance, Zuko and 2 Fire Nation soldiers unveiled themselves. They used the bow as a makeshift staircase and calmly walked toward the village. They were quickly joined by 4 more soldiers, 3 of which held triple-bladed spears in their hands. Goku, now hidden inside one of the tents with Aang, snuck a peek at the 7 firebenders. He narrowed his eyes in curiosity. "Hey, Aang, you think that's the banished Prince Katara told us about?" "Could be," the monk whispered back. "He looks intimidating enough to be a prince of the Fire Nation, at least. That's what I'm worried about. We'll need to jump in the moment he tries to threaten one of the villagers' lives." "But what about Sokka?" Aang asked in concern. Goku looked over at the would-be Water Tribe warrior. He was holding his club in front of him defensively. "I mean, he did say that he wanted to land the first blow. Let's see what he does." As Zuko continued walking down the stairs, Sokka, unfortunately, misinterpreted this descent as an open invitation to attack. "Grog," he cried. He hung his club over his head and prepared to hit Zuko with it. Not intimidated by Sokka or his face paint, Zuko kicked his club to the left and kicked Sokka in the face to right. He was sent flying headfirst into a pile of snow, causing the upper half of his body to be partially submerged. The Fire Prince pretended as if nothing happened and stood in front of the entire tribe, inspecting them from head to toe. His guards stood behind him in 2 groups of 3. "Where are you hiding them?" Zuko asked demandingly. Silence. No one dared respond to the teen's question. His golden eyes darted from left to right as he roughly pulled Gran from the crowd. Her hand was wrenched free from Katara's grasp, much to her horror. They'd both be about this age, one a master of all 4 elements and the other with the tail of a hog monkey. Zuko elaborated in growing irritation. He clutched Gran's hood and lightly shook her about for further emphasis. No response was given. All the villagers did was look at Zuko in growing fear. Scowling, he tossed Gran back to the crowd. His patience wearing thin, Zuko produced a wide arc of fire from his hands. It just barely brushed past the villagers' heads as they ducked for dear life. "I know they're both hiding here somewhere," Zuko insisted with a tight clench of his fist. "Show yourselves." Suddenly, Sokka managed to free himself from the snow and grab his discarded club. Most of his face paint was washed out by the snow, but some of it still remained. "Ha!" he shouted loudly. He ran at Zuko, attempting to hit him from behind. The prince counterattacked by flipping Sokka over him. This caused the temporarily subdued teen to land on his backside once more. Deo! Sokka strategically rolled away before Zuko could burn him with a large fire blast. He rolled onto his feet and tossed his boomerang at the young firebender. It just barely missed his face and sailed into the upper atmosphere. From the sidelines, a young boy grabbed Sokka's spear from one of the tents and tossed it to him. Show no fear, determined to alter the course of this fight. Sokka readied his spear and sprinted toward Zuko. He was willing and ready to land at least one blow on the firebender's body. He promised Goku that much. "Come on, you can do this, Sokka," he thought. The teen picked up more and more speed until, finally, his spear was aligned with Zuko's face. However, the prince managed to effortlessly snap the weapon into multiple pieces with his forearms. He then snatched the rest of the spear from Sokka's hands and poked it against his head 3 times in a row. Sokka was knocked flat off his feet in disgrace. He massaged his aching head as Zuko snapped the rest of the spear in half and threw it on the ground. On second thought, maybe I can't do this, he deadpanned mentally. Just as all chances of victory seemed lost, Sokka's boomerang suddenly came back and smacked against Zuko's helmet. A loud clank of metal was heard as Zuko growled in irritation and slight pain. He glared down at Sokka and produced 2 daggers of fire from his hands. Before Zuko could attack the villagers, Sokka gulped and looked toward the back of the village. Hey, guys, I landed the first blow like I said I would. You can jump in at any time now. Zuko roughly picked Sokka off the floor and held a fire dagger to his throat. Katara held both hands in front of her mouth in concern. Your voice is getting on my nerves, peasant. Who are you talking to? NIM Bus SS. Like a living rocket, the flying Nimbus zoomed across the village with both Goku and Aang sitting on top of it. Sokka pushed himself off of Zuko right as the yellow cloud trailed closer to where the irate teen was standing. A flying cloud? He muttered in confusion. Nimbus smacked against Zuko's legs, causing him to go flying and slam his face into the snow. His helmet was removed from his head in response, revealing the black ponytail underneath. As Nimbus circled back around to where the villagers stood, the Water Tribe children cheered in absolute delight. Talk about good timing, huh? Aang chuckled. Katara smiled at him, visibly relieved that they came just in time to save Sokka's life. You could have done it a little faster, but yeah, I'd say so. Sokka said, sharing the smallest trace of a smile. Thanks for saving me back there. Goku hopped off of Nimbus and shook his head. Don't thank us yet. This fight's just getting started. Glaring at the firebender as he stood back up, Goku and Aang stepped away from the villagers for safety reasons. Nimbus floated in front of the group, so some extra protection could be provided. Zuko silently motioned for his men to surround the two boys. He then assumed a combat stance and stood in the center. Looking for us? Goku asked, while Aang held his staff in a defensive manner. The martial artist stood completely still without breaking eye contact from Zuko. The firebenders all took a step back in surprise. The moment he saw the monkey tail growing out of this spiky-haired teen's backside, Zuko recognized his true identity. The same could be said for the bald monk's blue arrow tattoos. The Avatar and Son Goku. You're them? He asked in disbelief. Goku nodded his head. That's right, and I'm guessing you've heard plenty of stuff about me, huh, Fire Prince? Zuko bared his teeth in anger. He didn't expect Son Goku to know such information about him so fast. I've heard more than enough about you, yes. He scowled. More than enough to know that you and the Avatar are lowly cowards who went into hiding 100 years ago, rather than face my great-grandfather, Fire Lord Sozin. Aang frowned, not liking the way he described their disappearance. Well, we didn't really have a choice. We were kind of frozen in a big iceberg during that time. The 6 Fire Nation soldiers whispered to themselves about this revelation. This must have been the reason why Fire Lord Sozin and his son, Azulon, both failed to discover their whereabouts in the past. Frozen in ice? That explains why you two look so young, he whispered. He then smirked in sudden realization. That means that you're not a fully realized Avatar, after all. You haven't mastered all the elements. You're nothing more Han, a simple airbender who ran away from their responsibilities before you could. He took a deep, satisfied breath and produced a ball of fire from his hands. This will make your inevitable subjugation a whole lot easier. He blasted a stream of fire at the unsuspecting Avatar. Before Aang could retaliate, it was effortlessly dissolved by a simple wave of Goku's hand. It's just as I thought. He is using Kai to greatly enhance his speed, Zuko noted. I didn't even see him move. Did you see that? He blew all of that fire away like it was nothing. Sokka coughed out hysterically. There were and any burns left on Goku's exposed skin. I know, Katara whispered in utter speechlessness. As they kept watching, Goku protectively stood in front of his friend and student. With someone like me around, it won't be, he remarked. Aang, get behind me. I'll deal with them. I can't let you do this alone. I'm the Avatar. This is just as much as my concern as yours. Aang protested this decision. I can use my Kai too. Let me help you. Don't worry about me, Aang. Just think of this as a little demonstration of what I can do at full power. Goku assured with a comforting grin. He then gave him a thumbs up. Take notes and protect the others. Aang slumped his shoulders in immense worry. There was no use arguing against Goku when he made up his mind like this. Fine, but I'm still not okay with this. If you get hurt, I'm helping you no matter what. Goku laughed at the monk's angry glare. Hey, I wouldn't expect any different from you, Aang. You're a good friend. The Avatar gave one last concerned look at Goku before he stood next to Katara and Sokka. Is he crazy? He's really going to take them all on like that? Katara whispered over the monk. What did you expect? He's the legendary Son Goku. Of course, he's crazy enough to do that. Sokka whispered with a proud smirk on his face. Aang and Katara glanced down at him in amusement. That's the last thing they expected him to say about Goku, given their past interactions with one another. Don't look at me like that. Him being immune to fire convinced me, alright, he grumbled. Goku continued standing in the middle of Zuko and his 6 soldiers. He darted his eyes from left to right, inspecting their respective combat stances. Sorry, Prince, what's his name? But whatever training you've done in the past would never prepare you for someone like me. Not even close, Goku proclaimed with the utmost confidence. I've been through more fights than you can even count on your own 2 hands. Zuko seethed. He wouldn't let anyone cast aside his hard work and training like that. He didn't care if it was some children's fairy tale who said it. I've spent years preparing for this encounter, Son Goku. Training, meditating, waiting for the day that I could finally face you and the Avatar in direct combat. Now, that day has finally come, he glowered, glaring at both Aang and Goku in fury. I, Prince Zuko, son of Fire Lord Ozai, will defeat you and reclaim my lost honor. Remember that once you lie unconscious beneath my feet. Goku said nothing in reply. He simply crouched down, stood in his trademark combat stance, and motioned for Zuko to attack. This infuriated the teen firebender even more. Upon my command, fire at will, men. They inched closer to Goku's position and raised their fists, prepared to burn him to a crisp with their firebending abilities. Some of the Water Tribe children had to look away from fear and potential disgust. Goku took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The world around him seemed to move in slow motion, granting him the ability to anticipate any given movement about to take place. Fire. Zuko and his men let loose fire blasts at the spot where Goku stood. The combined might of their bending skills melded together to form an enormous eruption of orange flames, seemingly incinerating Goku upon impact. Thankfully, right before he could be engulfed by these flames, Goku jumped into the air and temporarily floated in place. Cover your eyes, everyone, he shouted. Although uncertain by what he meant by this, Aang, Katara, Sokka, and the villagers did as they were told. This gave Goku the opportunity to place his hands on either side of his head. Zuko quirked a brow in confusion. What is that? Sorry to steal your move like this, Tien. This is just too good of an opportunity to pass up. Goku thought in recollection of his 3-eyed rival and friend. Solar flare. A massive dome of sunlight surrounded his entire body and made it appear as if it were glowing a dark blue. It flashed a few times, blinding Zuko and his sextet of Fire Nation soldiers almost instantaneously. Despite him closing his eyes, Aang could just feel the raw power emanating from this advanced technique. Zuko cursed himself and clutched his eyes in sheer agony. This solar flare's name was accurate in the worst way imaginable. It felt like they set their eyes on the sun itself. My eyes. With the 7 firebenders successfully incapacitated, Goku dropped back down to Earth and phased out of existence as an orange-black blur. Sir, I can't see anything. What's happening with PWAHHH? A high-speed chop to the neck sent the soldier's body crashing into the ground. Once he fell unconscious, Goku made short work of the other 2 skull-masked firebenders and defeated them with relative ease. They all groaned in pain, laying face first into the snow. Zuko struggled to open his eyes. He couldn't tell what was going on, but he could definitely hear his soldiers being knocked unconscious. What was that? Show yourself, Son Goku, he yelled. Don't worry, Prince Zuko. We have our spears at the ready, another soldier declared. As soon as he and his fellow guards raised their spears, all 3 of them were snapped in half by Goku. He then chopped each of the spearmen in their necks and powerfully kicked them to the side. Now, only Zuko and Goku were left standing on the battlefield. The Fire Prince just barely managed to open his eyes and look at each of the fallen soldiers in outrage. Get up, you idiots. Before Zuko suddenly felt a small, pale fist slam into his stomach. His eyes bulged out of their sockets as he looked down at Goku. He had squatted down, heightened the damage produced from his Kai-enhanced punch. No, he coughed out a mix of blood and saliva, feeling more pain than he's ever experienced before. That included the very moment which resulted in his scar. How disappointing, Goku sighed. Even Wang Shihoin put up more of a fight than you did. He removed his fist from Zuko's stomach, causing pieces of his battered armor to fall to the ground. The Fire Prince keeled over from pain and pathetically backed away to a safer distance. Goku then blew at his sore hand and smiled at the villagers. The kids cheered even louder than before and clapped their hands together. Told you there was nothing to worry about, Aang. Goku snickered. Kai really is something, ain't it? The villagers' harmonious cheers were white noise for the ailing Prince Zuko. He played back the words Goku spoke to him and how eerily similar they were to his own father's 2 years ago. How disappointing, how disappointing. The sound of Goku's voice was replaced with that of Fire Lord Ozai's in his mind. You have failed me for the last time, Zuko. The boy could only see red in that moment. Looking back at his fallen comrades, an enraged Zuko ran in front of the crowd and generated the largest fireball he could possibly muster. He sent it careening towards the southern water tribe villagers in blind rage. Watch out, Goku, Katara shrieked. Stunned by this sneak attack, Goku stood in front of everyone and cupped his hands together. Aang recognized this stance right away. He's actually doing it, he whispered. Doing what? Sokka asked. The Kamehameha wave. Sokka and Katara looked at one another in amazement. They were actually going to witness Goku's signature firsthand. Ka-me, as the flame picked up speed, a powerful blue ball of Kai appeared between Goku's hands. Ha-me. The blue sphere grew larger in size. It spun around, shooting out multiple beams of light that almost blinded everyone in close proximity. Zuko stumbled back a few feet until he was standing in front of his Fire Navy cruiser. The blast coming from Goku's hands reminded of the fire his father used to burn him all those years ago. He shivered from what could only be described as fear and petrification. It can't be. That's the... Before he could even finish his sentence, Goku let loose the Kai blast and fired it directly at Zuko's fireball. The massive blue beam dissolved the flames upon impact and sailed forward. It would They disintegrated Zuko the same way if not for Goku's sudden decision to lift his arms up and bend the Kamehameha's blast away from him. He bent it? Zuko hoarsely asked himself. The Kamehameha sailed into the air until it was directly above the Fire Navy ship's bow. Goku then pulled his arms down, so the Kai blast would pierce straight through it. He screamed. Like the beam of light produced from Aang and Goku's iceberg, the Kamehameha descended downward and created a large, gaping hole inside the ship. A larger-than-average blue explosion burst out from the hole, causing the entire cruiser to be damaged both internally and externally. It rocked from side to side and just barely managed to fall on its side against one of Wolf Cove's other walls. Zuko, in complete and utter disbelief over what just happened, collapsed onto his knees. He broke out into a cold sweat, unable to comprehend how close he was to being obliterated by the infamous Kamehameha wave. Satisfied with the results of his attack, Goku took a deep breath and placed both hands on his sides. Welp, it's official. You definitely need to teach me how to do that, Sokka stated eagerly. Maybe after Aang learns it, Sokka. Haha. Goku chuckled. The Water Tribe boy snorted at the airbender. HMPH. Lucky him, Goku, Katara, and Aang then stood in front of Zuko. They each glared down at him in dismay and slight pity. Your ship's a bit damaged right now, but it could have been a lot worse, Goku informed. Leave this village and don't come back. Having nowhere to run and no guards to help him, Zuko bared his teeth in begrudging acceptance. This was a battle he had certainly lost. Fine, I accept defeat for now. His uncle, Iron, then emerged from within the ship. He wobbled down the staircase with a tired look on his face. What was all that racket, Prince Zuko? He yawned loudly. I was having such a good nap too. Reaching the bottom of the ship, Iroh rubbed his stomach and looked around the area with a smile. A southern water tribe village. I haven't visited one of these in quite some time. Who's this old guy? Goku asked himself in curiosity. And why is his Kai signature so much more powerful than Zuko's? Iron then gasped at the gaping wound in his nephew's stomach. He quickly helped Zuko up before he could fall over from exhaustion. Zuko, your stomach, are you alright? He asked. It's nothing, uncle. I've experienced far more damage to my pride, anyway. Iroh raised one of his eyebrows. As always, he wasn't fooled by Zuko's bravado in the slightest. I see, he muttered. The old firebender then set his sights on Goku and Aang. If I may be assuming correctly, you two are Son Goku and the Avatar, yes? That's right, Aang nodded in confirmation. Very fascinating. Such young boys, yet you hold such incredible power and importance to this world. Iroh hummed while stroking his beard. I've been meaning to meet you since I was just a boy, Goku. Although, you would have liked the person I was back then. My younger brother and I were rather too similar at that stage in my life. Wait, does that mean you're Fire Lord Ozai's brother? Goku asked. That I am, unfortunately. However, I think you'll find me to be more approachable than Ozai is. Iroh stated matter-of-factly with a wide smile. In fact, I would offer you a cup of tea if not for. Enough, uncle, let's just get out of here. The ship is in need of some repairs. Zuko scowled. He rested an arm around Iroh's shoulder and urged him to turn around. The former general waved his hand. Until we meet again, Son Goku. Young Avatar. Zuko, temporarily ignoring the pain in his stomach, spun around to glare profusely at his two biggest enemies. Mark my words, I will capture the two of you someday. There's no place in this world the last airbender can hide from me. Zuko sneered. After all, you are all that's left of those pathetic monks. Aang was disturbed by the pure venom laced in Zuko's words. He didn't want to take what he said to heart, but given the unbridled rage in his tone, it was hard not to. Yeah, just keep moving before I throw my boomerang at your head again. Sokka smugly joked, and this time, you won't be protected by that girly-looking helmet of yours. Zuko widened his eyes, suppressing the urge to pounce on Sokka and tear him limb from limb. Girly, erg, Iroh held him back and sighed. Enough, Prince Zuko, let's just walk away and get some much-deserved rest. His nephew burned holes into the floor as they both walked up the stairs. They closely followed by the 6 soldiers that Goku knocked unconscious. I won't underestimate either of them again, uncle. That goes double for Son Goku. The ship's bow then closed back up as it slowly, but surely sailed away from Wolf Cove's shoreline. It became less and less visible after only a few moments, causing everyone to unanimously cheer in happiness. You did it, a little girl with brown hair cheered. That was amazing, Goku. You really defeated them all single-handedly, Katara said. The Kamehameha was also devastatingly powerful, yet beautiful at the same time. I can't believe I actually got a chance to see it. Beautiful? That's not how I'd usually describe, but thanks. Goku chuckled. I'm just glad that no one got hurt. Aang proclaimed while propping himself up with his staff. Well, apart from those firebender guys, but you get what I mean. So, what happens now? Sokka asked. I doubt you're just going to stay in the village, right? You have some Avatar business to attend to. Goku, Katara, and Aang exchanged knowing grins with each other. It was time for their journey around the world to officially begin. Katara tapped on her grandmother's shoulder with a wide, hopeful grin. Hey, Gran, we recently came up with an idea that I've been meaning to talk to you about. Blank. About an hour later, Gran Gr. and didn't exactly approve of Katara's plan to learn waterbending in the North Pole at first, but once she realized how important this was to her granddaughter, she gave them permission to leave. Even Sokka agreed to tag along after seeing how powerful Goku truly was in battle. Once they got Appa out of the village, packed their belongings, and said goodbye to everyone, Aang, Katara, Sokka, and Gok. You were ready to depart for parts unknown. The world, at this point, was a mystery for both Goku and Aang, but that was made this mystical, new adventure all the more exciting. They all stood by the furthest edge near Wolf's Cove. Appa and Nimbus sat beside each other in waiting for their respective passengers to take flight. You have a long journey ahead of you, kids. Please be careful out there, Gran said while handing Sokka and Katara their sleeping bags. It's been so long since I've had hope, but you've brought it back to life, my little waterbender. She warmly stated while giving Katara a big hug. She then directed her attention to Sokka. And you, my brave warrior, be nice to your sister. She gave another hug to the boy as he awkwardly patted her on the back. Yeah, okay, Gran. Aang is the Avatar. He and Goku are the world's only chance. I believe the two of you found them for a reason, the old woman wisely proclaimed. And him saving this entire village is most certainly one of those reasons. Hee, it was no biggie, Goku chuckled. On the contrary, it was a big deal, Goku. You and Aang's destinies are now intertwined with my grandchildren's. What happens to you will determine what happens to them and vice versa, she replied. You'll need to look after each other from now on. I'll keep them away from danger, ma'am. You can count on me and Aang. Alright, I'm counting on you then, Son Goku. She solemnly nodded her head. Good luck with your journey as well, Aang. I know you'll make this world a much better place than it is now. Thank you, I'll try my best, Aang replied while sitting on top of Appa. With that, Sokka and Katara boarded the Sky Bison's saddle while Goku hopped on Nimbus. Their time spent in the Southern Water Tribe had now come to an end. Appa, yip yip, Appa lowly growled and soared into the air. Goku quickly followed after them on the flying Nimbus. Goodbye, Gran. We'll try to come visit when we can. Katara yelled out from the sky. She saw Gran and the other villagers wave back before they became nothing but small specks. Reaching a higher point in the sky, Appa calmly sailed over a sea of clouds while Goku floated to next to him. The sky appeared to be almost as yellow as Nimbus itself. Hey, Aang, I never got a chance to ask you. Katara mentioned offhandedly. What did lead to you and Goku being frozen, anyway? Did you run away like everyone says? Aang perched himself on top of Appa's saddle in sadness. It's complicated. The truth is that I never really wanted to be the Avatar, he admitted, gloomily looking down at his feet. I ran away because some people were trying to take everything I loved away from me. Goku floated closer to where Sokka and Katara were sitting. But now that we've been frozen for 100 years, I guess that ended up happening, regardless. The people we met back then are all very old or dead? Sokka asked. Goku regretfully nodded his head. Katara bit her lip in sympathy for what Aang and him were going through. Well, now that you guys are back, there's finally a chance for this war to end. Everyone's counting on you to do that. I know, but how are we going to do that? I have so much left to learn, don't I? Aang sighed in frustration. According to legend, you first have to master water, then earth, then fire, right? Katara inquired. That's what the monks told me. He also has to master Kai. Aang can already produce an energy ball, but he has a very long way to go from there. Goku reminded them. So, he'll eventually be able to shoot the Kamehameha wave then? Is that possible? Katara asked in uncertainty. It was difficult to imagine the Avatar's abilities mixed with Goku's. That'd be quite a destructive combination, in her opinion. Eventually, yeah, we have to finish the basics first though. After he's able to sense Kai and fully project it, then the Kamehameha wave will be pretty easy to learn. Even Sokka could learn it at some point. Sokka stroked his chin in deep thought. It appeared that his lifelong dream could be achieved, after all. I like the sound of that. So, it's settled then. We can go to the North Pole. So you and I can master waterbending. Then, Goku teach you more about Kai manipulation in the meantime. Katara beamed excitedly. We can even find someone who can teach you earthbending too. Aang's mood considerably improved. Sound great. We can learn more about waterbending together. And Sokka, I'm sure you'll get to knock some more firebender heads on the way. Now, I'd really like that. Sokka mused contentedly with crossed arms. Then the four of us are in this together, Katara stated with the utmost hope and confidence. Alright, but before I go about learning waterbending or Kai manipulation, we have some serious business to attend to, Aang proclaimed while floating down onto Appa's saddle. He pulled out a scroll of his orange tunic to reveal a map of the entire Avatar world. Each continent was colored blue, yellow, orange, or gray to reflect their representative elements. Here, and here. He pointed to 2 areas in the Earth Kingdom and 1 near the Southern Air Temple. Which was their next intended destination? What's there? Katara asked while pointing at the map herself. Well, after we visit the Southern Air Temple, we'll ride the hopping llamas here. Then over here, we'll surf on the backs of giant koi fish. Then back here, we'll ride the hog monkeys. They don't like people riding them, but that's what makes it fun. Aang explained his plans for their trip. Katara and Sokka glanced at the map before turning around to look at an equally confused Goku. Is there any specific place on the map you're from, Goku? Katara asked in an attempt to know more about the martial artist's past. What do you mean? Goku blankly asked the 2 siblings. I mean, you have to come from somewhere, man. You claim to not be from the Fire Nation, despite the legend saying otherwise, and you're obviously not an airbender, so where were you born? The Earth Kingdom maybe? Sokka asked in steadily building frustration. Goku sighed. Kansi, daring the fact that they were all traveling together, he supposed keeping his origins a secret wasn't exactly necessary anymore. Katara and Sokka seemed like people he could trust, at least. Well, about that, you remember what I said about my master, the turtle hermit? Sokka raised an eyebrow. I just assumed you made that up, but yeah, go on. The reason you haven't heard anything about him or his technique, the Kamehameha wave, before I showed up 100 years ago is because he started fumbling over his words in nervousness. Aang shook his head, uncertain how the two water tribe natives would react to what Goku was about to say. Because what, Goku? Katara asked. I'm kinda from another world similar to this one. Hee hee. Goku revealed while sporting a big, goofy grin. He monk just palmed his face and smiled the same way. Katara and Sokka took this news as well as any normal person would expect to. What? Upon learning the truth behind Goku's arrival in this world, Katara and Sokka continued to bombard him with several questions about his original home. They spent hours upon hours asking how he was born, who his friends were, and, most importantly, where his monkey tail came from in the first place. That last question was something he couldn't really answer, but Goku did try his best to describe Grandpa Gohan, Bulma, Yamcha, Krillin, and many of his other friends. He would have recounted more of his past adventures if not for the sudden wave of exhaustion that blew over him. He was even too tired to let them know that Avatar Roku, Aang's past life, was the very person who transported him here. Although, given how cryptic Roku was in their last conversation, Goku preferred not to mention anything about him until further notice. I still need to figure out what that great comet thing is capable of, he thought tiredly. He then let out a loud yawn and rested his head on top of Nimbus. I know you're curious about where I'm from, guys, but can we save the questions for later? I'm completely pooped right now. Katara whined in disappointment. She was utterly fascinated that another version of Earth existed somewhere. Oh, come on, just one more? Is there a South Pole in your world? Or cold environments for that matter? I already told you, Katara. My world just has one large continent. Apart from a few islands, there aren't any separate pieces of land. Goku groaned in annoyance. And yeah, one of my friends lived in a snowy place called Jingle Village. Now, please, let me rest. Katara's curiosity wasn't fully piqued yet, but before she could ask another question, Sokka clasped her shoulder. Ease up on the kid, Katara. It's cool that he's some otherworldly being, and all, but you're probably frying his brain at this point. The waterbender crossed her arms and huffed. Says the guy who kept asking him questions about food. Hey, I haven't eaten all day. My brain has a one-track mind when it comes to that sort of thing. Sokka nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. You can understand that, right, Goku? Oh yeah, I understand that completely, Goku mumbled in reply. His voice was muffled by Nimbus' golden fluff. See, great minds think alike, even entire worlds apart. He then scooted closer to the front of the saddle. You mind stopping somewhere, Aang? I know you're excited to see your home, but we've been flying for hours. Sure thing, we can sleep down there, Aang said. He pointed to a small pond surrounded by green trees and small rock formations. Appa, yip yip, Garog. The sky bison landed near the pond's shoreline and laid down. Goku was already snoring away on Nimbus, so Sokka and Katara gathered their sleeping bags and set them somewhere along Appa's feet. Bundled together like some type of worm, Sokka was the next person to fall asleep. He, much to Katara's chagrin, was snoring even louder than their monkey-tailed friend was. She sighed, directing her attention back to Aang. He was trying to set up a campfire. The only issue was this area's severe lack of firewood. Hey, Aang, yeah, what's up, Katara? It's about the Southern Air Temple. I know you're really eager to visit your home again, but remember, it's been 100 years since you and Goku left it behind. A lot can change in all that time, but that's exactly why we're going there. I need to see if some of the airbenders have come back. Aang proclaimed hopefully. I bet the Fire Nation only brought them into hiding. I just know they found a way to survive. We can't know that for sure, Aang. The Fire Nation is ruthless. They killed my mother and they could have done the same to your people. Katara whispered. If my grandmother claimed that they're all extinct, then there's a chance you'll have to accept that. Aang narrowed his eyes. That I am the last airbender? The girl immediately regretted what she said. Even during Goku's fight with Zuko, she could tell Aang didn't like being called that. I didn't mean it that way. Let's just get some sleep. We'll see the temple for ourselves tomorrow. Katara nodded and climbed into her sleeping bag. Okay, good night. Night. Aang, after using some brown skur APS from Sokka's bag to light the campfire, sadly looked up at the stars. He remembered the nights Gyatso would tell him about the constellations known throughout all 4 nations. That was, of course, usually after they pulled some funny pranks on the Council of Elders a few hours prior. The old airbender had always been a master at that. He frowned, thinking back to the last time he saw Gyatso 100 years ago. I wonder how he reacted to me in Goku's disappearance. Not wishing to think about it too much, Aang jumped onto Appa's back and drifted off to sleep. Goku glanced at him from on top of Nimbus. He had been listening in on his conversation with Katara the whole time. I hope you're right about some of them escaping, Aang. It's all I can really hope for right now, the martial artist muttered under his breath. He then rested his head back on the cloud and closed his eyes. Part of him wanted to believe that Gyatso was one of the airbenders who managed to survive. Otherwise, he didn't know how him or Aang would even begin to react. The four then continued to get some rest for a few hours or so. As soon as the sun rose and caked the pond in a glistening sheen of gold, everyone, except for Sokka, gathered their belongings. Katara was already seated in Appa's saddle while Goku hopped on board Nimbus. They would have been long gone by now if not for Sokka deciding to sleep in and snore as loud as possible. Aang hurriedly tightened Appa's reins, fed him some grass and extinguished their campfire. He then walked over to Sokka in growing impatience. "Wake up, Sokka, Air Temple, here we come." The Water Tribe boy groaned and turned on his side. Sleep now, Temple later." He began to snore again, much to Goku's clear annoyance. "Oh, come on, you already got enough sleep. I need to get some food in my stomach pronto. Just 5 more minutes, 5 more." He continued to snore even louder than before in a state of pure relaxation. Aang, seeing a stick on the ground, sneered with mischievous intent and picked it up. "Sokka, wake up, there's a prickle snake in your sleeping bag." Aang yelled in exaggerated alarm. He moved the stick along Sokka's body, causing him to spastically freak out. "Ah, get it off, get it off, ah." He hopped about in his sleeping bag, causing him to fall over and slam his chin onto the ground. Sokka did not look amused in the slightest, but Goku and Katara, however, found it pretty hilarious. "Great, you're awake, let's go," Aang beamed. Everyone laughed as Sokka begrudgingly pried himself out of his sleeping bag and rolled it up. He then grumbled to himself while massaging his sore jaw. "Haha, what even is a prickle snake?" Goku asked. Sokka climbed onto the saddle and plopped himself next to Katara. She smirked at him in amusement. "Something with a bald head that's very annoying and interrupts people from their beauty sleep." Goku tilted his head to the side. "You mean Aang?" "Exactly." With that last remark, the four made their way to the Southern Air Temple as planned. It wouldn't be that long of a trip from here to there, thankfully. Blank. Meanwhile, with Zuko and Iroh, due to the massive damage Goku's Kamehameha wave caused, it took many hours for Zuko, Iroh, and their crew to reach the nearest Fire Navy harbor for repairs. The internal damages were so immense, in fact, that the two didn't even think their ship could be fixed at all. The Kai Blast's fiery explosion really did a number on the poor cruiser, managing to injure some of its soldiers in the process. To make matters worse, Zuko's stomach wound wasn't close to healing at all. It still hurt, but the Fire Prince was too stubborn to let it deter him from his lifelong search. He simply bandaged it up and kept it hidden underneath a new set of armor. He marched out of the ship's deployed bow with Iroh following close behind him. Their ship was comparatively smaller to the large, imposing Fire Navy vessels that surround them. "Great, how are we supposed to explain where that large, gaping hole came from?" Zuko scowled. "I need these repairs done as quickly as possible, Uncle. We can't afford to stay too long and risk losing their trail. To think that the Avatar and Son Goku are just 2 young boys. Wonder how the Fire Lord will react to this news. Don't mention their names on these docks. Once word gets out that those 2 are alive, every firebender will be out looking for them, and I don't want anyone getting in the way." Zuko warned in a cautious rasp. "Getting in the way of what, Prince Zuko?" Zuko and Iroh abruptly spun around in shock. Walking towards them was a middle-aged man with both arms crossed behind his back. He was wearing red and black armor indicative of all high-ranking Fire Navy officers. Apart from his amber eyes, this man's most defining characteristic was a set of brown mutton chops that arched outward below the ears. He stood up straight, exuding the utmost confidence and poise. Walking behind him was a unique variation of the typical Fire Nation soldier. Their skull-like faceplate was comparatively much larger in size, sporting a pitch-black helmet that curved along the head and shoulder area. The helmet was also accentuated by a blood-red crown similar in shape to a raging fire. The most striking feature of this armor, however, was that eye hole glowed a fiery orange instead of being hollow like normal. These eyes shifted in size and shape, mirroring the crackle of an active flame. Attached to their hip was a sheathed katana, which resembled the small knives sticking out of the soldier's plated arms. Neither Zuko and Iroh had any clue who this was, but they obviously had some affiliation with the man standing before them. Captain Zhao. Zuko glowered in recognition. He crossed his arms in order to look less suspicious. It's Commander now, Zhao corrected offhandedly. He then bowed to Iroh as a sign of respect. And General Iroh, great hero of our nation. Retired General, Iroh corrected him. He then glanced over at the silent individual standing before them. Their glowing orange eyes seemed to bore into his soul. And who might this be? The soldier stood motionless, not even bothering to introduce themselves vocally. Zuko was starting to get annoyed by this behavior. Ah, where are my manners? This is my lieutenant, Kari Higurashi, one of the only female officers in the entire Fire Navy. You could say she's my second in command more or less. Zhao responded with a proud smirk. She is also a master swordsman, man trained by the great Piandao himself. Zuko's eyes widened. He didn't expect to hear the name of his former instructor to be brought up. That man had taught him how to dual-wield twin broadswords a few years before his banishment. Piandao? He trained her? Zhao's smirk ever so slightly widened. Yes, the very same man who defeated 100 Fire Army soldiers single-handedly. Quite a shame had he ended up deserting our military the way he did, he replied with a shake of his head. But, enough about that. What brings the Fire Lord's brother and son to my harbor? Our ship is being repaired. Iroh gestured to the shredded pieces of metal where Goku's Kamehameha made contact with the ship. Zhao looked up at the massive, slightly melted hole in curiosity. That's quite a bit of damage you have there. Where did it come from? Zuko cleared his throat and awkwardly darted his eyes away from Zhao's. He, admittedly, didn't know how to answer this question without giving away anything important. Well, you wouldn't believe what happened. We ended up crashing into an Earth Kingdom ship and they somehow managed to launch a few giant rocks straight through our hull. It's a mere accident that we even reached this harbor at all. He tried to explain. He then nudged Iroh in the side with his elbow. Isn't that right, Uncle? Oh, yes, it was truly an incredible sight to behold. Iroh affirmed in a slightly disingenuous tone. Lieutenant Kari let out a disapproving sigh. There was a metallic echo to her voice, but it still sounded feminine, nonetheless. Permission to speak, sir? Zhao nodded. Permission granted. Quote, these two are full of it. That amount of damage could only be caused by nothing less than an incredibly powerful Kai blast. She logically inferred, they're hiding something. Zuko snarled at the armored woman in anger. She wasn't fazed at all by this emotional outburst. Mind who you're speaking to, Lieutenant. I'm still the Prince of the Fire Nation. You should show some respect. A banished prince isn't deserving of mine or anyone else's respect. You should mind who you're speaking to, boy. Kari grunted in reply. They proceeded to glare at each other until Zhao stepped in. Excellent point, Kari, but that should be enough talk for now. I'm sure these two can regale us with the thrilling details over a drink. He said with a sinister, goading sneer on his face. How about it, Prince Zuko? The banished prince scoffed, preparing to walk away from Zhao and his lieutenant. Sorry, but we have to go. Before he could leave, Iroh gently grabbed his shoulder. We would be honored to join you and this lovely young lady, Commander Zhao. Do you have any ginseng tea? It's my favorite. The old man was then led over to Zhao's tent. As Zuko balled his fists in frustration, Kari stared at him one last time before catching up with the others. What was Piandao thinking when he took her as a student? He muttered under his breath in disgust, letting out a low growl from his lips. Zuko angrily shot out fire from his hands and followed after them. Back with Aang, Goku, and the others. The group flew over a wide expanse of clouds located slightly below tall, gray mountains. Their peaks reached higher points of the sky that these clouds couldn't even reach, but the flying Nimbus, of course, did so with ease. Goku directed it toward the area above Appa, so he could get a better look at where they were going. Unfortunately, despite a half-hour passing since their initial departure, there was no sign of the Southern Air Temple yet. He sighed in disappointment. The loud grumbles of his stomach were starting to interfere with his flying skills. The boy desperately needed something to eat as soon as possible. Hey, guys, Goku said while floating back down to Appa's level. You got any small snacks I can eat before we get to the temple? I'm starving. Sokka felt the same way. His stomach had been rumbling since the very moment Aang woke him up. Tell me about it. I thought I had some blubbered seal jerky in my bag, but it's all gone. He groaned while pouring out his bag to find nothing but small crumbs. Aang looked back at them in sudden realization. Oh, that was food? I used it to light the campfire last night. Sorry. You what? Man. No wonder the flames smelled so good, Sokka whimpered in dismay. Goku plopped his face on top of Nimbus, whining. The monk glanced at them apologetically as Appa floated above a particularly tall strip of mountains. Don't worry, you two. The Patola mountain range is right in front of us. We'll be at the temple any moment now. For the sake of my stomach's life, I hope you're right, Goku sighed, removing his head from Nimbus' fluff to look up at him. Just remember what I told you last night, Aang. The temple probably won't be the same as it was a century ago. Katara warned in abject concern. I know, but you have to understand something, Katara. The only way to get to an air temple is on a flying bison. And last time I checked, the Fire Nation didn't have any flying bison. Aang replied. So, how would they have even gotten there in the first place? It doesn't add up. They may not have had flying bison, but didn't the Fire Nation own dragons back then? They can fly too, Goku reminded him, recalling the time they saw Veda Green Dragon and her egg from Wang Shihuan's wrath. Hearing this, Aang became significantly less confident in his assumption. He didn't even consider the fact that Fire Lord Sozin could have used dragons in his army. It made him a little sick just thinking about it. Katara's eyes drooped in sadness. Maybe back then, but based on what Gran told me, I heard most, if not all dragons were hunted to near extinction a long time ago. Most of the firebenders fought and killed them to prove their own strength. Goku gasped. That's horrible. I know. Some say that a majority of them were killed by one single man named Siwang Zhuo. Siwang Zhuo? Goku repeated. It sounded oddly familiar to him, yet ominous at the same time. The Fire of Death. Our dad told us a few things about him, but not much. All we know is that when it comes to powerful firebenders, he's the top dog. Or, at least, he used to be. Sokka recounted in a more serious tone. Goku narrowed his eyes. This Siwang Zhuo person, whoever he was, sounded like he'd be a pretty tough opponent to face in a fight. It, admittedly, made the boy a little excited too to encounter him. Top dog, huh? Seems pretty strong, Goku said with a smirk. Aang shook his head and looked toward the upcoming mountain range. Let's not talk about this stuff right now. The air temple is coming up fast, so hang on tight. He informed. Follow my lead, Goku. Yip yip. Appa ascended along the nearby mountainside. Goku, not wishing to get left behind, elevated Nimbus' position in the sky and tapped his foot on the golden cloud 2 times. Right, let's go, Nimbus. The flying Nimbus zoomed behind Appa as a streak of golden light. They both flew higher and higher along the mountain until finally, the group was face to face with the Southern Air Temple in all its beautiful, ancient-looking glory. There it is, the Southern Air Temple. A wave of nostalgia surged throughout his entire body. Katara and Sokka could only gape at the temple's massive size in disbelief. Even years after its original destruction, the temple's white towers and blue roofs were still kept intact. Seems a whole lot bigger from this far away, Goku remarked while smiling widely. It's good to be back. Parts of it, he noticed, were covered in piles of snow. This might have had something to do with him and Aang being unfrozen during the wintertime. He'd need to figure what exact month it was soon. Aang, it's amazing, Katara shouted in awestruck amazement. The aforementioned monk glanced down at Appa, stroking his fur as he admired the familia. Our likeness of their one and only childhood home. We're home, buddy, we're home, blank, underscore, blank. Back on Kitu Harbor, now seated in a large gray tent guarded by 2 Fire Nation spearmen. Zuko and Iroh watched Commander Zhao as he stood in front of a world map showcasing all 4 nations. Carrie leaned against a corner with both arms tightly crossed beneath her armor's chestplate. Iroh kept glancing at her face, curious to know what this woman looked like underneath that fearsome helmet. It got to a point where she had to look away from the old firebender out of discomfort and annoyance. And by year's end, the Earth Kingdom capital, Ba Sing Se, will be under our rule. Then, the Fire Lord will finally claim victory in this war. If my father thinks the rest of the world will follow him willingly, then he is a fool. Zuko scowled. While his uncle inspected some spears and other weapons, he sat in front of a wooden desk with 2 teacups on it. Smirking amusedly, Hao sat down and took a seat next to the irate teenager. Willingly? Fei, 2 years at sea and you haven't learned anything. The other nations won't have a choice in the matter once our forces unlock the secrets to complete Kai control. Zhao proclaimed confidently. I assume you remember that old legend, Prince Zuko? Yeah, son Goku. He instinctively held a hand over his wounded stomach in anger. Carrie noticed this, but didn't bother saying anything. Legends are legends, though. It's childish to think that a person with such power even exists or has ever existed. Ah, but that's where you'd be wrong. Using the scroll Fire Lord Sozin discovered at the Southern Air Temple so many years ago, plenty of Fire Nation soldiers, benders and non-benders alike, have been able to manipulate their life energy the same way Son Goku did. Zhao informed. He gestured to his second-in-command. Lieutenant Carey is a notable example. Iroh turned out to smile at the woman in admiration. Zuko, in contrast, didn't seem to care about what powers she had. Ah, I see. I knew there was something special about you, miss. There's nothing special about it. I simply worked as hard as every other warrior in the Fire Nation. She grunted. Modesty, I'm afraid, won't get you anywhere, my dear. Zhao smarmily chuckled. Other practitioners of Kai that come to mind are General Shinyu's Yuyan archers and, of course, Siwang Zhuo himself. Hearing that last name, a slight sense of dread and ire washed over the 16-year-old. It was difficult to hide it. I'm very well aware of who the Fire of Death is, Zhao. He was quite a wise and powerful firebender. I believe he helped form my father's Kai force before that whole disastrous experiment fell through. Iroh said while stroking his beard in thought. It's a shame that he was far too consumed by his obsessive need to defeat Son Goku and the Avatar in combat. If not for his excessive brutality, he really could have made something of himself. He grimaced. It was hard to believe that man used to be one of his mentors in the Fire Army. Without him, he probably wouldn't have become as powerful of a firebender as he was today. It's a shame that Siwang Zhuo, or Wang Shihuan as he used to know him, spiraled into madness the way he did. For his sake, Iroh could only hope that he didn't find out about Goku and the Avatar's return. The amount of destruction caused by their fight would be absolutely catastrophic. You're correct as usual, General Iroh. He seemed to drop off the face of the earth around the time Ozai came into power. Some speculate that he concocted his own personal search for those two, but never acquired any worthwhile results. Zhao grumbled. Speaking of which, he glared back at the banished prince, grinning from ear to ear. How is your search for them going? Zuko turned away from the Fire Navy commander to hide his nervousness. We haven't been able to find them yet. It's likely that the Avatar and Goku ran off somewhere 100 years ago. Maybe even the spirit world, given their supposed connections to that place. He trailed off. Besides, I thought the Avatar was all that stood in the Fire Nation's way. Would capturing Goku really be all that necessary? TCH, are you serious? While the Avatar may be the world's last source of hope in this war, Son Goku is the key to snuffing that out. Keeping him and his abilities under our control will create an entire army of Kai manipulators that can ensure the Fire Nation's victory for generations to come. Zhao stood up from his seat to lean closer to Zuko's face. He narrowed his eyes into slits. So, if you have an ounce of loyalty left, you'll tell me what caused that hole in your ship. Like I said, it wasn't them. The Avatar and Son Goku probably died a long time ago. Now, go tell your pipe dream about a Kai user army to someone who cares. Zuko barked. He then got out of his seat and marched towards the exit at a quickened pace. Come on, Uncle, we're leaving. Before he could leave, Lieutenant Carey transported herself in front of Zuko and pushed him back in his seat. Sit down. The prince's back slammed into the chair, causing the wind to be knocked out of him in response. As Iroh came to his aid, 2 guards crossed their spears in front of the entrance, so they couldn't attempt to escape again. A 3rd guard then walked up to Zhao. He had a brown mustache and goatee. Commander Zhao, we interrogated the crew as instructed. They confirmed that Son Goku blasted the ship with a Kamehameha wave to protect the Avatar and some Southern Water Tribe natives from Prince Zuko. Zhao nodded. Good work. Immensely pleased to hear this news, Zhao walked up to Iroh and Zuko with a conniving sneer. Carey stood directly next to him, emotionless as always. Now, remind me, how exactly was your ship damaged? Blank. Back at the Southern Air Temple. Once Appa landed and the flying Nimbus flew away, Aang eagerly sprinted towards the Southern Air Temple's main plaza. Goku would have tried catching up to him, but like Sokka, his intense hunger was getting in the way of his energy. They were both struggling to satisfy their large appetites. Katara rolled her eyes hearing the incredibly obnoxious sounds both of their stomachs were making. "Hey, you've been here before, Goku. You think there's something I can get to eat here?" Sokka whispered while clutching his empty stomach. "Can't you two think of anything else besides food? We're the first outsiders to visit an air temple in decades since," Katara trailed off, pointing to the martial artist walking beside her. "Well, you, Goku. Shouldn't you be taking this more seriously for Aang's sake?" "I'm trying to, Katara. I really am, but my body just can't seem to function properly without tons of food. I think I might actually pass out soon," Goku moaned in hunger-induced delirium. Sokka patted Goku on the back sympathetically. "We'll get through this, my monkey-tailed friend. We'll get through this," he said determinedly with a raised fist. Katara pinched the bridge of her nose. "You two are impossible." The three rendezvoused with Aang near a small cliffside, watching him point out multiple locations in the Southern Air Temple. Some of them, oddly enough, weren't seen by Goku during his week-long stay there. "That's where my friends and I would play airball. And over there is where the bison would sleep, and..." Aang sighed and slumped his shoulders in sadness. "What's wrong?" asked Katara. "This place used to be full of monks, lemurs, and bison. Now, there's just a bunch of weeds," Aang said, his eyes transfixed on a group of dead trees. "I didn't want to believe it, but I guess things really have changed." Goku, wishing to cheer his friend up, gestured to the airball court down below. "It's weird that even 100 years ago, you never told me about airball before. Would you want to teach me how to play?" "I didn't." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Aang beamed in excitement. Him and Goku then jumped from the cliff to the court. "They could have asked me to play," Sokka grumbled as he and Katara climbed down the cliff as well. The court was filled with multiple wooden poles that had blue stripes on top. Each side of the court sported square goalposts that included 4 blue semicircular shapes around a larger brown target. Propped against one of these poles was a yellow sphere filled with holes reminiscent of a common wiffle ball, but comparatively much bigger in size. Goku marveled at the detailed craftsmanship of this stadium, moving his head from left to right in childlike wonder. "Okay, Goku, airball is a pretty simple once you get the hang of it," Aang explained while picking up the titular airball. He utilized airbending to balance himself on top of a wooden pole facing the left-hand goalpost. "I'll stand in front of one goal and then you'll stand near the other one. After that, all you have to do is take this ball and..." Aang projected a stream of air into the ball, causing it to rapidly spin around. He then tossed the airball and kicked it using a powerful shockwave of wind. The airball ricocheted from one pole to another, picking up more and more speed as it shot straight through the other goal. Shoot it into the opposing player's goal a few times until you win. Simple as that. Aang finished his explanation with an enthusiastic thumbs up. Sokka and Katara stood on the sidelines, preparing to observe their friend's short match. I guess that seems simple enough. Kinda sounds a lot like that soccer thing Bulma told me about," Goku pondered, thinking back to one of the sports that Bulma tried, and failed, to teach him. Aang raised an eyebrow. "Soccer? Don't worry about it. Let's just play," Goku suggested while slamming a fist into his open palm. He hopped in front of his own goal as Aang brought the airball back into his hands. "Sound us off, Katara." The waterbender awkwardly shrugged. "Oh, okay. 3, 2, 1. Aang projected air into the ball once again and smirked at Goku. "Go." Now, with the game officially in progress, Aang threw the ball up and hit it directly at Goku's side. "Try to block this one, Goku." The ball speedily bounced from one pole to another, zigzagging closer and closer to its intended target. However, with the aid of his Kai-enhanced senses, Goku viewed the surrounding area in slow motion. He anticipated the exact direction from which the airball was traveling and kicked it back. He, unfortunately, put way too much force into this attack and sent it rocketing towards the distant horizon. The ball was nowhere to be seen from that point onward. Hee. Whoops. Goku sheepishly chuckled. "My bad, Aang." The Avatar looked at the part of the mountain where the airball fell. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead in dismay. He was hoping the game would go on longer than that. Maybe Sokka would have been a better person to play this with, he thought. Although disappointed that one of the last remaining airballs was gone for good, Aang quickly regained his composure and assured that everything was fine. It's alright, Goku. At least you know how to play it now, right? Glad that Aang wasn't upset, the martial artist grinned and leapt off the pole he was previously standing on. Welp, that didn't last long, Sokka muttered, wondering why he expected any other result from Goku. He then tried to walk away, but was stopped by the sight of an object that sent shivers down his spine. There, covered in a pile of snow, was the tattered, cracked remains of an old Fire Nation helmet. Katara, Goku, check this out. They walked to where Sokka was standing in dismay. Their concern for Aang's well-being was now back in full swing. I knew it, the Fire Nation was here. Katara darkly glowered. Goku saw Aang quickly approaching them. Should we tell him? We have to. Hiding the truth won't making things any easier for him, Sokka answered. Katara, on the other hand, was a bit more indecisive. Right as the monk caught up with them, she waterbended a pile of snow on top of the helmet and Sokka. Goku blinked a few times, admittedly not expecting her to do something like that. What are you guys doing? Aang asked. I was just showing Goku a new waterbending trick I learned, Katara replied. She glanced at Goku, silently pleading with him to play along. Thankfully, the boy was cognizant enough to understand. Yeah, you should have seen it, Aang. She knocked that pile of snow right on top of Sokka. He chuckled. Sokka, very displeased with his sister's overprotective nature, dug himself out of the snow and begrudgingly nodded. Really? Hee. That must have been pretty funny. Aang laughed. But enough practicing. We still have a whole other part of the temple to see. He then jogged to another part of the southern air temple as instructed. Once he was gone, Goku and Sokka looked at the waterbender in confusion. You know, you can't protect him forever, Katara. He'll find out at some point. So why not show him direct proof that the Fire Nation was here and get it over with? As they spoke, the three followed Aang to another portion of the temple that Goku hadn't seen before. It contained a black fountain in its center. I know, I just don't want to see him get depressed so soon, she whispered in growing sadness. He may be the Avatar, but he's still a kid at heart. I couldn't forgive myself if he lost that innocent glint in his eyes like we did 6 years ago. Sokka sighed. He reached for his sister's shoulder in an attempt to console her. Katara, look here, Goku, bet you remember who this is, huh? The martial artist looked up to see Aang standing near a wooden statue of Monk Gyatso. It depicted the old airbender in a calm, meditative position with his fists pressed against one another. Wow, it's Gyatso, Goku shouted in glee. A statue of him, technically, but still Gyatso. I didn't know he was that respected here. Those old council dudes used to always disagree with all of his decisions. That's because he was usually right about everything. Haha, Aang joked. Who's that? Sokka asked interestedly, stepping closer to the statue alongside his sister. Monk Gyatso. He was the greatest airbender in the world. He taught me everything I know, Aang replied, bowing in front of the statue as a sign of respect. Katara and Sokka looked up at the old man in wonder, curious to know what an airbending master was capable of. Wow, Katara gasped. He must have been incredibly powerful. Sokka massaged his chin. Could he fly? His sister deadpanned at this seemingly dumb, out-of-the-blue question. Oh, don't give me that look. Appa can fly and he's technically an airbender. So, why not people? Goku shook his head. Nah, I didn't see him do anything like that. Although, he did mention something about a Guru Lama being able to fly, but that's all I know. I think you mean Guru Lagima, Goku. Aang corrected. Yeah, that's right. The martial artist snapped his fingers in realization. Gyatso was a good cook too. That egg custard tart he made us was delicious. I'll still never forgive you for eating that whole thing. The monk's light-hearted bitterness was replaced by a downcast expression. He bowed in front of Gyatso's statue one more time, thinking about all the good times they had together. You guys must miss him a lot, Katara whispered. Yeah. Aang then climbed the steps leading to another part of the air temple. Where are you going? The air temple sanctuary. There's someone Gyatso told me I can meet there, Aang informed mid-step, while Katara and Sokka hesitantly trailed behind him. Goku stayed behind to pay his own respects to Gyatso's statue. You coming, Goku? Sokka asked. Go on ahead, I'll catch up, the martial artist told him with a nonchalant wave of his hand. The Water Tribe boy ultimately shrugged and left him alone. Goku then glanced up at the hollow, half-lidded pupils of Gyatso. identifying how knowledgeable and wise his gaze seemed even in a sculpted form like this one. Although the time he spent with him and Aang was short, the old airbender left quite an impression on him, regardless. Looking back at Gyatso's wrinkled face, in fact, seemed to elicit memories of his own father figure, Grandpa Gohan. The very man who taught him how to fight and fend for himself on Mt. Paozu. Their similarities were pretty uncanny. Goku could only smile in melancholic remembrance of the person he cared for most of all. Even after reuniting with him at Fortuneteller Baba's tournament, he still missed him dearly. He knew exactly what Aang was going through in that sense. The boy bowed forward as a sign of respect for the kindness both Gohan and Monk Gyatso showed him. I don't know if you're still around, Gyatso, but I just wanted to say thanks for everything you did for me and Aang 100 years ago. I came out of the sky from some whole other world, yet you didn't treat me as a threat or weapon like the other monks did. I'm grateful for that, really. He grimaced, knowing what the fire benders had done to the other airbenders. He didn't wish to think what could have happened to Gyatso. The old man might have been a master, but even masters could either be overpowered or outnumbered given the circumstance. I just wish we could have left you on better terms. I hope you can forgive us for that. He mentally sighed. Who knows, maybe we'll meet again someday, so we can apologize to you directly. He opened his eyes and raised his fist in determination. I promise to look after Aang and keep him safe, Gyatso. You can trust me on that. Not wishing to waste more time than that, Goku hurriedly sprinted down the hall to where Aang and the others were. There you are, Goku. What was the hold-up? Aang asked. They were standing in front of a massive doorway. A large tree coiled around the wooden door's topmost section. Leftover roots ensnared within the temple's walls and floorboards. In the center of this entrance was a convoluted system of brass pipes that intersected into two separate horns. These funnel-shaped modules were connected to three blue swirls representing the symbol for the air nomads as a whole. Nothing major, just wanted to pay my respects to Gyatso, I guess. Goku replied. Ah, I see. Well, hopefully we'll be able to reunite with him face to face once I get this door open. But wasn't he an old man when you last saw him, Aang? There's no way someone his age could survive in there for 100 years. Katara pointed out. It's not impossible. Goku and I were able to survive in the iceberg for that long. Aang said optimistically. Plus, I've heard rumors that more spiritually enlightened airbenders could preserve their bodies through meditation alone. It's said that they can enter the spirit world that way. Guess I can't really argue against that. Hopefully they were able to preserve a fresh stack of delicious meat in there too, Sokka murmured, greedily rubbing his hands together in anticipation. He would have tried barging his way through the door, but Katara gave him the stink eye before anything could be done. What? A man's gotta eat. Sue me for being a just simple guy with simple needs. He's not wrong, Goku muttered while intentionally looking away from Katara's glare. Well, you can think about food all you want, but based on what Gyatso told me, I think whoever's in there might help me figure out this avatar thing. He walked closer to the sanctuary's entrance. All it takes opening this door up. Do you have a key for it? Sokka asked. Aang glanced at him with a smirk. The key, Sokka, is airbending. Standing up straight, the monk took a deep breath and projected two streams of air from his hands. They entered the module's horns and traveled through its pipes until all three airbending symbols spun around, each letting out excess air through small holes. The door's yellow and red locks then clicked open, and granted them access to the sanctuary. The wooden doorway seemed to slowly creak open as if it was on autopilot. Cool, Goku whispered. Hello, anyone home? Aang asked in a slightly raised voice. He then trudged into the darkness of the abandoned sanctuary as Goku, Sokka, and Katara followed him from behind. Blank. Meanwhile, so, son Goku, a 15-year-old boy, single-handedly defeated your firebenders and blasted your ship to smithereens with his Kamehameha. Tisk, you're lucky to be alive. Zhao scowled while pacing back and forth. His two guests were currently being kept in their seats by Kari Higurashi and the other guards. Any movement from either Zuko or Iroh would be met with swift apprehension. And fact that you weren't even able to lay a finger on the avatar makes you far more pathetic than I thought. Goku's skills and techniques were far more formidable than I expected. I will not be bested a second time, Zuko confidently proclaimed with a fervent raise of his fist. Him and the avatar will good as mine once I complete my training. Kari glared down at the boy's body. And when will that happen? Goku punched you directly in the stomach. You'll be out of commission for days, maybe even weeks at this rate. Zuko laid a hand over his injury in surprise. He didn't mention anything about how slow the healing process was. How did you? She's right. You honestly think you'll be given a second chance after what happened? From what my soldiers have told me, Son Goku's Kai blast would have blown you to pieces if it weren't for the sudden redirection of its path to your ship. He's simply too powerful for a petulant teenager to handle. Zhao spat with a tight grimace on his face. They're all mine now, Commander Zhao. I've been hunting Son Goku and the Avatar for 2 years, and I. His pleas were silenced by an arc of fire being projected from Zhao's fist. And you failed. They need an opponent that will actually put up a decent fight against them, both physically and mentally. Someone with my credentials would much better than a pathetic outcast denounced by his own father. At the mention of his father, Zuko, in a blind rage, attempted to lash out at the commander, but was restrained by the 2 guards currently keeping watch over him. Carrie then shoved him back down on his seat before he could kick the wooden table away. Don't underestimate me, Zhao. You're just afraid that I'll be able to capture them before you and your armored lackey. The lieutenant hovered a hand over her sword and prepared to unsheath it. This boy desperately needed to temper his tongue, and, prince or not, she would be PPY to oblige with a swift stroke of her blade. Iroh stood up from his own seat. Prince Zuko, that's enough. Afraid? Of you? Bahahaha. Zhao took a moment to guffaw at the prince's bold claim. Tell me, what's there to be afraid of? I have hundreds of warships under my command and just as many soldiers like Carrie willing to go to battle for me. What exactly do you have? He glowered indignantly, tearing away at Zuko's confidence and conviction with every word he spoke. Nothing. That's what. You're just a banished prince with no home or allies to call your own. It's no wonder your father doesn't even want you. You're wrong. Delivering the Avatar and Son Goku will restore my rightful place on the throne. My father will welcome me home with honor and pride once they are in my grasp. If the Fire Lord really wanted you home, he would have let you return by now, regardless. But the truth is that, in his eyes, you are a failure and a disgrace to the Fire Nation. Zhao pointed out in burning hatred. Zuko tightly grasped his chair's armrests. That's not true, TCH. You have the scar to prove it. Having enough of Zhao's cockiness, Zuko bolted up from his seat and stood face to face with him. Grr, maybe you'd like one to match. Is that a challenge? Zhao almost chuckled. An Agni Kai at sunset. Zuko affirmed with tightly clenched fists. They glared at one another for a moment before Zhao stood back, nodding. Very well, we'll begin once I set up my search party. Feel free to prepare yourself, but we all know this will end in your humiliation either way. Zhao then made his leave, signaling for Carrie and his guards to follow him. His lieutenant, however, leaned closer to him, so she could whisper her objections to this duel. Surely you can't be serious, Commander. A fight against someone like Prince Zuko will be a complete waste of time. She insisted with narrowed orange eyes. He has absolutely no control over his emotions. Rejecting an Agni Kai duel would be disrespectful on my part, Carrie. Especially when I get the chance to humiliate him in front of his uncle and everyone else on this harbor. It's a shame that his father won't be here to see this, but oh well. Zhao said with a shrug. Besides, as you're already well aware. He turned around to address Zuko and Iroh. With a conniving smirk, he raised up a single finger and projected yellow energy onto its tip. This energy erupted with small sparks until, in a moment's notice, they combined to form a large, fiery ball of Kai. It was much less powerful than anything Goku had produced, but still formidable, nonetheless. I've been doing my own preparations for Son Goku's return. He then grasped the Kai ball in his hands and fired it at a nearby set of weapons. They were all disintegrated upon impact, much to Zuko's shock. Iroh, on the other hand, showed no sort of reaction to this demonstration. See you at sunset, Zhao grunted as he left the tent. The banished prince slumped down in his seat, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. How could Zhao of all people be able to use Kai? It's impossible. It's just as he said. That scroll your great-grandfather found affected quite a few Fire Nation soldiers in both his time and this one. I suppose that one of them was Zhao himself, unfortunately. Iroh sighed in disappointment. He could tell Zhao's Kai ball, although powerful, was very unstable and unrefined. This gave Zuko more of an advantage in this duel than the boy assumed. Are you sure this Agni Kai is a wise choice, Prince Zuko? Have you forgotten what happened the last time you dueled a master? Zuko's expression slowly darkened. His identifiable scar was illuminated by the tense faint candlelight. I will never forget. His prior hesitation was gone. T was now overshadowed by an ever-present determination to preserve and reclaim his lost honor. Blank. Back at the Southern Air Temple. The sanctuary proved to be much stranger and ominous than even Aang expected. It was a dark blue chamber filled with hundreds upon hundreds of statues, each varying in terms of gender, attire, and overall nationality. They were organized in separate rows that extended all the way up to this ancient facility's roof. These rows, oddly enough, seemed to be set up in a specific order. Sokka looked up at one of the statues in dismay. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to gorge on some food, after all. Statues? That's it. Where's the meat? Maybe there's some hidden inside the statues? Goku suggested absent-mindedly. The wolf-tailed boy was very much on board with this idea. He slowly grabbed his club and prepared to swing it at one of the statues. Katara walked past him in irritation. Don't even think about it, Sokka. He then put the club down and slumped his shoulders. Goku just shrugged. Who are all these people, Aang? The waterbender asked. She was particularly intrigued by the old-fashioned clothes some of them were wearing. I'm not sure, but it feels like I know them somehow. Aang wondered aloud, finding it strange that he could recognize some of the statues' faces from memory. He then noticed that one of them was a middle-aged monk with a thin mustache. Look, that one's an airbender. Katara then saw that the person next to him was wearing a wolf-like headdress akin to more experienced Southern Water Tribe males. And that one's a waterbender. They're lined up in a pattern. Katara noted. She went down the line and pointed out an avatar from each respective nation. Air, water, earth, and fire. That's the avatar cycle. Of course, they're avatars. All these people are your past lives, Aang. Wow, there are so many, Aang remarked in amazement. Sokka doubted this claim was accurate. He folded his arms and looked over at the two. Past lives? You really believe in that stuff, Katara? It's true. When the avatar dies, he's reincarnated into the next nation in the cycle. Although Sokka was still skeptical, Goku proved him wrong by directly confirming what the waterbender just said. She's right. The avatar before Aang, a firebender named Roku, was actually the one who transported me here. He said. He then pointed toward Roku's position in the cycle. Aang is standing in front of his statue right now. They analyzed Roku's statue alongside the young airbender. His sleeves were interlaced together beneath his long, flowing beard. Katara looked impressed. Wow, to think you were contacted by the spirit of a previous avatar. Her brother gasped in sudden realization. No wonder I didn't trust you guys when we first met. You were affiliated with some OD firebender. What was he like? Well, I didn't talk with him that much, but he was a nice enough, I guess. He was pretty vague about a lot of things though. He wouldn't even tell me the real reason I was brought to this world until Aang and I were already frozen. Goku recalled in minor frustration. Aang scrunched up his face, looking confused. He never heard anything about this before, even 100 years ago. Wait a minute, Goku. What real reason? I thought your only purpose was to teach me Kai, so I can defeat the Fire Lord someday. The martial artist gravely shook his head. That's part of it, yeah, but Roku told me that there's an even bigger threat coming. One that's far stronger than the Fire Lord, Zuko, and that Siwang Zhuo guy combined. Katara and Sokka shuddered. They had no idea what Goku was referring to, but it definitely gave them the creeps. This eerie sanctuary only served to things worse. A bigger threat? How could there be anything bigger than the Fire Lord and his firebenders? You're talking nonsense, the non-bender asked in a doubtful tone. Aang, all of a sudden, read what happened in the tent yesterday morning. He mentioned something about King Piccolo before Katara came in. Your nightmare from before. Don't tell me that this has something to do with. Their conversation was interrupted by the chittering noise of a strange animal. The four turned around to see a white lemur with big green eyes and a dark brown face. It had long, floppy ears and a brown tail, which coiled around its body like that of a monkey's. It tilted its head to the side in animalistic curiosity. Isn't that one of those flying lemurs you told me about? Goku asked in semi-recognition. Yep, I always wanted one as a pet. Better late than never, I suppose. Lemur or not, I'm definitely going to be eating that little guy for dinner tonight. Sokka said while hungrily salivating from the mouth. He slowly pulled out his club, ready to pounce the small creature at any moment. Don't listen to him, little guy. We're not going to hurt you, Aang cooed as he outstretched his arms to pet the flying lemur. Yeah, it won't hurt being in my stomach. Gah! Sokka charged the lemur with his club raised above his head. At the sight of both kids chasing after him, its back fur puffed up as it screamed in fear. It then hopped out of the sanctuary, moving further away from the monk and warrior in training's grasps. Wait, come back, I just want to be your friend. Aang used airbending to speedily dash after the lemur. And I want to eat you. Sokka's forward momentum was suddenly cut off by Goku. He grabbed onto his hood, so the teen couldn't chase after the lemur any longer. Gak, he choked out. Killjoy, we'll eat something before we leave here. Trust me, I'm probably 10 times hungrier than you are. Goku chuckled, releasing Sokka's hood. He just grunted in response and massaged his aching throat. I'm going after Aang. Make sure to watch over Sokka for me, Goku instructed. Katara nodded. Okay, we'll be right there. He then used his Kai to propel himself out of the sanctuary at breakneck speeds. All that could be seen of him was a barely visible streak moving from side to side. You know, I'm really starting to hate when he does that, Sokka grumbled under his breath. Tell me about it, Katara muttered. She'd rather not experience running with Goku a second time. At the sanctuary's closest balcony, the lemur dived off of it and used 2 bat-like wings to glide through the air. Aang did the same, but through hopping down from one rock formation to another at unparalleled speeds. The two then safely landed on a lower section of the southern air temple. Continuing their chase on foot once again, Aang tried to dive on top of the lemur, but it leapt away at the last second. It then crawled through the torn, shredded remains of an airbending tent. He LKED inside and pushed aside 2 sets of purple drapes. Come on out, little lemur. That hungry won't bother you anymore. Upon opening another set of drapes, Aang bared witness to a very disturbing sight. He gasped at the skeletal remains of Fire Nation soldiers that were lined across the entire building. They each wore rusted, heavily dismembered suits of armor that were dated by modern standards. Firebenders? To the Avatar's continual distress, his gray eyes darted towards the skeleton of an airbender master. It laid in the center of each fallen firebender, lit by a stray beam of sunlight. That highlighted this corpse's exposed ribs and hollow eyes. What disturbed Aang most of all, however, was the wooden necklace wrapped around its neck. It contained 3 swirls in its center, giving the monk a chance to recognize who this skeleton belonged to. Gyatso, he whispered sorrowfully. Tears began to build up in his eyes. It can't be. He collapsed onto his knees and sobbed uncontrollably. Fresh tear after tear trickled down his cheeks as he tried to cover them up with both hands. His sorrow drowned out Goku's footsteps as he walked into the tent. Aang, did you find the lemur yet? He asked. His eyes widened in horror. The very sight of Gyatso's brutalized decomposing corpse made him struggle to keep standing. No, they couldn't have, he whimpered while frantically shaking his head from side to side. Not him. Analyzing each piece of Fire Nation littered across the room, he couldn't help thinking that this was all his fault. Anyone who showed him kindness was doomed to experience a terrible fate because of their connection to him. It's happening all over again. This is unforgivable. He died because we ran away and left him behind. Goku balled his fists in. Slammed one of them against the ground. First, Grandpa, then, Bora, Krillin, Chaozu, Master Roshi, and now, Gyatso too. Who else will die next because of me? He wiped away some stray tears coming from his eyes. Knowing that this world didn't have any Dragon Balls to wish anyone back to life with, he needed to be certain that Aang could properly defend himself. The Avatar had to survive for his and this entire world's sake. Mark my words, I won't let it happen to you, Aang. You'll never have to experience something like this ever again. I swear on it, Goku mentally promised his friend. He then took a deep breath and gently rested a hand on Aang's shoulder. Aang, I'm sorry, I know he meant a lot to you, but he's gone now. There's no way we can change what happened in the past and bring him back. We need to accept that and try our best to move on. The monk didn't respond with words, unfortunately. His eyes and arrow tattoos glowed a brilliant white once again, taking Goku by immediate surprise. The Avatar state, he was then smacked away by a large dome of high-speed wind that encircled itself around Aang's body. Grog, Goku cried out. He slammed a fist into the ground and utilized his superhuman strength to keep himself in place. The dome grew ever so slightly larger in size, creating a massive tornado that powerfully blew the roof off this building. It was then that Goku could sense hundreds, maybe even thousands of Kai signatures inside Aang's body. He immediately knew that these had to be all of the past avatars and their spirits. The avatar state must have manifested all of their power at once. This amount of Kai, it's the highest level Aang has ever been able to reach. It's incredible. Back at the sanctuary, every single statue's eyes glowed the same white hue as Aang's. Katara and Sokka gasped in reaction to entire complex being lit up by his abnormal glow. Oh no, Aang's in trouble, Katara shouted as she grabbed her brother's hand and Klee dragged him out of the sanctuary. We need to hurry. They made their way down the mountainside, spotting a humongous funnel cloud that was getting bigger and more violent by the second. Horrified by this unfathomable display of power, they quickly met up with Goku as he struggled to maintain his balance. Goku, what happened? He found out that the firebenders killed Gyatso and it triggered the avatar state. He answered with a bit of strain in his voice. It must be his avatar spirit. We have to find some way to calm him down. Katara and Goku helped each other inch closer to the monk in his most devastating form. Sokka hid behind a stray piece of rock, so he'd be less likely to be blown away. Well, do it before he blows us off the mountain. The waterbender and martial artist continued to trudge forward with some difficulty. Aang, unfortunately, ascended higher into the sky as they moved. Their time was limited at this point. Back with Zuko and Zhao's duel. As declared by Zuko, an Agni Kai arena was set up in the center of Kidu Harbor by sunset. The sky was now an orangish-yellow color that matched the fires that burned within each combatant. Both him and Zhao knelt down on either side of the stadium, wearing red ceremonial vests that exposed their bare chests. Their boots were removed as well. The banished prince was being coached by Iron, who spent most of their conversation reminding him of his past training sessions. Remember your firebending basics, Prince Zuko. They are your greatest weapons, Iroh sternly advised. Even Zhao's Kai abilities can be bested by them with enough effort and skill. I refuse to let him win, Zuko darkly proclaimed. Zhao was also being given a pep talk of sorts, but for completely different reasons. I suggest you don't drag this out too much, sir. You should be strong enough to beat him with relative ease, Carrie suggested. Zhao rolled his eyes. I'll let myself be the judge of that, Carrie. Just stand back and watch. The armored swordsman was annoyed by his tone but didn't dare try to talk back. She crossed her arms and took a step back. As you wish. The two firebenders and stripped off their vests and stood in combat stances. Much to the temporary shock of Zuko, however, Zhao's back and chest were covered with scorch marks. Some portions even had large gashes sewn back together with red thread. Surprised? In order to fully unlock my Kai, I needed to reach the breaking point in terms of mind, body, and spirit. It wasn't a pleasant experience, mind you, but the results were more than satisfying. Zuko growled in disgust. No amount of torture will do anything to increase your chances of victory. I know that from experience. He narrowed his eyes in remembrance of how badly Goku defeated him. From now on, the prince would never lose to anyone, but him or the Avatar. That especially included someone as smug and prideful as Commander Zhao. HMPH. We'll see. This will be over quickly, anyway. He outstretched both arms in his own battle stance. It was similar to Zuko's, yet different at the same time. With both firebenders ready to fight, a Fire Nation Sol Ida rang a large red gong to begin the Agni Kai in proper fashion. They glared at each other, waiting for one of them to make the first move. Hurrah! Zuko growled as he launched a fireball from his left fist. After Zhao sidestepped to evade this attack, the prince kept his distance and launched 3 more blasts of fire. His opponent dodged again before completely obliterating the next 2 reams of orange flame with a powerful arm swipe. Zuko took a few shallow breaths before retaliating with a kick that sent a large, elongated arc of fire at Zhao's body. Zhao effortlessly slashed through this arc by superheating his palms, and then smacked another blast away from him. Zuko, not wishing to give in, flipped around and fully outstretched his leg. Hiya! He screamed. A massive strip of fire soared over to where Zhao was standing. No matter how powerful this counterattack seemed to be, however, the Fire Navy commander cleaved straight through it by transmitting fire straight into his own 2 hands. He evilly smirked, viewing this as one step closer to his inevitable victory. Zuko struggled to stand up straight from exhaustion. Iroh, noticing this, decided to cheer him on. Basics, Zuko. Break his root. Zhao just chuckled at this sorry excuse for support. It was about time for his final trump card to come into play. Let's finish this utter farce of a battle, shall we? He squatted low down to the ground and, seemingly, charged up his kai. His muscles expanded in size, fresh sweat converting into steam as an invisible energy surrounded the naval commander's body. Zhao then ground his teeth, releasing all his pent-up frustration in one single, devastating attack. Due to the firebender leaving himself wide open, Zuko shot fireball after fireball at the commander as he, quote-unquote, charged his attack. This only resulted in each fireball dissolving upon contact with Zhao's skin. I don't like the looks of this, Iroh gravely murmured himself. This much energy Aang used for one attack was a foolish move on his part, but nevertheless, it did seem fairly destructive in nature. Rah! Zhao screamed. He outstretched both of his arms in a flash of blinding light. After Zuko, Iroh, Carrie, and everyone else in the stadium covered their eyes, they looked to see that Zhao's pale skin had an orangish-yellow sheen to it. Even his eyes had an almost golden glint to them, a prospect which Zuko did not know what to make of. Carrie, on the other hand, was not happy in the slightest. Unlike everyone else, she knew exactly what this technique was. Great, he's actually using it this soon. She mentally scowled. That idiot, he knows it's not perfected yet. What is that? Zuko asked in slight unease. He could feel Zhao's kai exerting some pressure on his shoulders. It made it much more difficult to stand up. Zhao uttered no clear response and simply raised his two hands. One hand sported an orange flame common to all known firebenders, while the other sported a large yellow kai ball similar to the one from earlier. This is the power that will bring Son Goku to his knees. Zhao confidently laughed. Be grateful that you're able to experience its power, Prince Zuko. Powering up his aura further, Zhao brought the kai ball and flame together, causing both objects to greatly expand in size. This forced transmutation created a spherical globe of golden fire that was comparable to the sun itself. It firmly rested in the palms of Zhao's hands and flickered with small bolts of static electricity. Light of fire. He cupped his hands together and released the sphere as a golden flaming kai blast that streaked toward Zuko's entire body and face. The prince was left in a state of panic. Images of both the duel against Fire Lord Ozai and Goku's came. Kamehameha wave flashing through his subconscious. As the combustible inferno prepared to engulf his entire being, Zuko could only close his eyes in deep focus. Zuko, Iroh cried out in concern, preparing to intervene with his own kai blast or firebending technique. Thankfully, just as the light of fire technique came close to consuming the boy, Zuko waved his arms around to project a triple-layered circle of fire in front of him. HRAAAH! He shouted assertively. He pushed the makeshift shield against Zhao's kai blast with as much strength as he could muster. Zuko successfully lightened the force exerted from this attack, but was still sent flying backward from the resulting shockwave. The light of fire was then thrown completely out of balance, collapsing in on itself and exploding in the dead center of the arena. Zhao and an ever-observant Carrie were shocked by this. They didn't think the prince was capable of such power. Impossible. How could he have blocked it? The recoil of his technique's destruction smacked him into the floor as well. There was now a prominent crater placed in between Zuko and Zhao's fallen bodies. With some effort, Zhao helped himself off the ground and breathed heavily from exhaustion. He looked down at his blistered hands, noticing that a small amount of kai was still present. I can still win this. I have enough power left, Zhao assured himself. He sprinted toward the prince's bruised body before he could fully recover. Gurrah! He jumped next to Zuko's body and prepared to shoot another kai-enhanced fire blast at his face. Before the fire could hit his one good eye, Zuko gained the upper hand by spinning his feet around in a breakdancing-like motion. This sudden display of martial arts both extinguished Zhao's firebending and knocked the commander off his feet. Zuko then smirked and slid waves of fire at the commander's bare feet. Zhao helplessly wobbled backward, giving the prince an opportunity to let loose two powerful fire kicks at him. He fell back and rolled on his side, completely out of commission. Iroh smiled proudly at his nephew's success. On the other side of the battlefield, Lieutenant Carrie rested a hand on her forehead and sighed. This was not how she expected this duel to go at all. Completely out of Kai and strength to carry on, Zhao was now cornered by his opponent. Zuko raised his fist at the man's head, giving him the chance to end this battle permanently. Do it, ERRGH. Zuko, although seriously considering the option, ultimately decided against murdering Zhao and shot some fire near the side of his head instead. A smoldering pile of his ash was left as result. That's it, your father raised a coward. Zhao scowled in disgust. That light of fire technique left you completely drained of energy. Finishing you off wouldn't have made much of a difference. Zuko replied, noting the significant flaws that attack had. But the next time you try getting in my way, I promise, I won't hold back. Right as Zuko began to walk away, an angered Zhao attempted to kick a huge blast of fire at the prince's back. This attempt, however, only resulted in a few small pellets of smoke coming out, much to the commander's further humiliation. It appears that my nephew was correct. You're all out of fire and Kai to bend. The former Fire Nation general looked down upon Zhao in great disappointment. Is T.S. how the great commander Zhao acts in defeat? Disgraceful. Even in exile, my nephew is more honorable than you. Iroh casually insulted the commander's actions as a warrior and Fire Navy officer. Lie. Aunt Carrie gently helped him off the floor. In spite of her loyalty to him, she couldn't deny that Iroh's assessment of Zhao was fairly accurate. Oh, and, by the way, that light of fire of yours as nothing compared to Son Goku's Kamehameha wave. If you think that technique will stand any sort of chance against him, you are greatly mistaken. Iroh warned in acknowledgement of Goku's immense strength. Thanks again for the tea. It was delicious. With that last thought, the firebending master and his nephew left to board their ship. Their repairs had likely been finished by now. Did you really mean that, uncle? Zuko whispered, sort of touched by Iroh's kind words. Iroh nodded. Of course, Zhao will need a lot more than brute strength to handle Goku. Even you still need some more training in that regard. Zuko's face grew more serious, gazing upon the distant horizon in hopes for what tomorrow may bring. I know. Back in the arena, Zhao mused over Iroh's words. As much as it infuriated him to admit, the general was undoubtedly correct about Son Goku. I told you not to use that light of fire thing. It's not suitable for fights yet, especially those against fast opponents like Goku and that airbending kid. Carrie whispered in a strict tone. I realize that now, Higurashi. Now, shut up and bring me back to our ship. Zhao glowered in annoyance. He then dangerously narrowed his eyes. We have work to do. She slightly nodded and limped the commander over to one of his many warships. As they moved further, Zhao thought of a crazy idea that could help improve his skills as a Kai manipulator tenfold. And that idea involved bringing Siwang Zhuo, the Fire of Death, back into public eye. Back at the Southern Air Temple, Aang's Rampa, progressed into even greater levels of destruction. The white glow of his tattoos and eyes shone with even more immense power as Goku managed to stand directly below him. Katara stood close to the martial artist while Sokka continued to hide behind some stray rocks. Goku desperately tried to talk some sense into the monk, but it didn't seem to be working as well as he thought. Please, Aang, listen to me. I know you cared about Gyatso more than anything. I really liked him too, but for the people who are closest to you, you have to know when to let them go. He yelled as his black hair wildly blew in the wind. Take my grandpa, Gohan, for example, like Gyatso was to you. He was the person who taught me how to fight and the closest thing I had to a dad. One day, he died and, although it tore me apart inside, I had to learn to move on with my life and accept that he was gone. Aang continued not to say anything. His tornado raged on, tossing everything around it off the mountain. What I'm trying to say is that even though my grandpa and Gyatso may be gone for good, they'll always be able to live on in our memories, Aang. You don't have to forget about the good times we had with them. He's right, we all know how hard it is to lose the people you love. Me and Sokka went through the same thing when our mom died. Katara supported Goku's points with mentions of her own unfortunate loss. Monk Gyatso and the other airbenders may not be around any longer, but you still have a family. Sokka, Goku, and I. We're your family now. At the mention of them being a family, Aang gradually descended toward the ground. The tornado completely dissipated once his eyes and tattoos went back to normal. Goku, overcome by his own emotions, ran up to the monk and gave him a big hug. Lick. I said to Gyatso 100 years ago, I won't let anything happen to you while I'm around, Aang. All three of us won't. The martial artist assured him in a sympathetic tone. I know you won't. Aang sniffed. He then let go of Goku and collapsed into Katara's arms from exhaustion. I'm sorry, guys. It's okay. It wasn't your fault, Katara assured him. But I should have listened to you. Katara. If firebenders found this temple and there's no one else left here, that means the same thing happened to the other temples too. Aang said, closing his eyes in acceptance of his people's fate. I really am the last airbender. Katara, unable to say anything else, shared a tight, comforting embrace with the boy. Goku and Sokka placed their hands on his shoulders in support. After a few more minutes of comfort, the four silently reunited with Appa and packed their belongings. They decided to make one last trip to the Southern Air Temple's sanctuary, so Aang could look at the statue of Avatar Roku a second time. How is Roku supposed to help me if I can't talk to him? He asked Goku. How did he even find out about you in the first place? Beats me. He just brought me to the spirit world somehow. The martial artist shrugged obliviously. All he told me was that teaching you Kai was integral to both our destinies somehow. Like I said, the guy could be pretty darn vague for an old man. And he said that there's an even bigger threat than the Fire Lord somewhere too, right? Aang asked. Yeah, but I don't have much information beyond that. Sorry, Aang sighed. Guess we'll have to find a way to consult him together then. Katara then walked up from behind them. You guys ready to go? Before they could answer, a familiar winged lemur reared its adorable head from the sanctuary's entryway. It hopped over to Sokka and dropped a wide variety of fruits for him to eat. Sokka, not wasting any time, ate to his heart's content. You better share those. Goku dangerously glared at Sokka, slobber trickling down his chin in wanton desire. Viewing this as a personal attack, Sokka slid the fruit pile behind his back. No way, get your own, monkey boy, he said while chomping down on each fruit in quick succession. Like a rabid cat, Goku's monkey tail flared up as he pounced onto the Water Tribe male. This elicited a comical battle for dominance, which Goku, of course, seemed to be winning. The lemur then curled itself around Aang's neck and head, having no idea what was taking place. He and Katara just laughed at the two's antics. Ha ha ha. Once Sokka reluctantly agreed to share his rations with Goku, the group left the Southern Air Temple with their new companion in tow. Aang saddled up Appa and admired his childhood home from a distance. The lemur was perched on top of his right shoulder. You, me, and Appa. We're all that's left of this place. We have to stick together, he promised, striving to keep the Airbenders' legacy alive. Guys, say hello to the newest member of our family, Aang gleefully introduced. Goku and Sokka were in the middle of wolfing down some peaches. What are you going to name him? Katara asked. Suddenly, the flying lemur jumped off of Aang's arm and swiped a peach from Sokka without him even noticing. Momo, Aang simply replied. Ah, why couldn't he take one of Goku's? Sokka whimpered resentfully, gesturing to the large pile of food still in Goku's arms. The monk and the waterbender looked at each other for a moment before laughing out loud. He. Actually, Goku trailed off as an idea suddenly came to his mind. He handed the rest of the food over to Sokka. You can have the rest, Sokka. I need to check on something before we go. Sokka gave him a thumbs up. Much obliged, my man. You want us to go with you? Katara asked. Nah, that's okay. Me and Nimbus will be right back. Aang frowned. He sat on top of Appa, wondering what the monkey-tailed warrior could be up to. Blank. Somewhere in the Southern Air Temple, Goku and Nimbus entered the Air Temple's central plaza. It appeared to have received the most damage from the Fire Nation's attack, being littered with burned skeletons and several scorch marks. He was somewhat relieved that Aang didn't get to see this portion of the temple. Gyatso was one thing, but the remains of his former friends would be even more disturbing. No one around their age deserved this kind of fate. It made the Fire Nation seem even more despicable than they already were. I wish I could have gotten to know you guys more. You didn't seem all that bad. Clenching his fists, he turned around to see the crumbled remains of the Air Temple's council hall. He still remembered the day Bumi came over to fix one of its walls for him and Aang. In hindsight, that damage seemed practically non-existent compared to this. It looked nothing like what it used to be. It made him wonder how Gyatso managed to part from Pasang, Tashi, and the other airbending masters. Did they possibly sacrifice themselves so he could escape? If so, what could have Gyatso been running away with? It doesn't add up, he whispered, not wishing to dwell on that particular thought. Goku bowed in respect for the Council of Elders. They may have been uptight and difficult to talk to, but High Monk Pasang, in particular, just wanted what was best for the world 100 years ago. It's a shame that he, like the other airbenders, had to die by Fire Lord Sozin and his followers' hands. He sighed and moved on to his intended destination. It was the very same Bawil Ding where he and Aang used to live before they got lost in that storm. Surprisingly enough, the inside of the building was largely kept intact. No room was destroyed or pillaged by the Fire Nation whatsoever. At least this part of the air temple survived. Goku walked up the stairs and slowly entered Gyatso's room. It was just as he remembered it. There weren't any damages or imperfections to take note of. It made him smile a little in relief, even after knowing that the man himself had now passed away. However, something seemed a little off about the room. Located in the dead center of Gyatso's pie show table was one single tile. The others were either destroyed or lost to time. It was an orange flower with 9 yellow circles in its center. He vaguely remembered its name from the pie show match that he played with Gyatso so many years ago. The white lotus tile? He picked it up with his fingers and inspected the coin-shaped object. I wonder if this means anything. Squinting his eyes in confusion, Goku shrugged and stuffed the tile in one of his pockets. He'd need to tell Aang about it later. Apart from that, there was nothing else to really see of the temple. He, like Aang, just wanted to give it one last goodbye before their journey officially continued. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The martial artist then walked toward the entrance and gave the room one last look. "Goodbye, Gyatso," Goku whispered. He then gently shut the door, ran down the stairs, and hopped on top Nimbus. In a way, this cloud was one of the last remaining parts of the Southern Air Temple too. He'd need to preserve it for as long as he could in that sense. Let's catch up with the others, Nimbus. They're probably worried. Nimbus shot across the sky, reaching the spot where Aang, Katara, Sokka, and the others were. Goku gave them a brief, somewhat misleading explanation as to where he went, and then, from there, they officially took off. They sailed through a wide expanse of purple clouds, leaving the Southern Air Temple and, consequently, the past behind them. Aang and Momo could only gaze longingly at the abandoned complex, and recall what was once with forlorn expressions. Goku, sitting cross-legged on Nimbus, could only look at the temple with regret and bitterness as well. In a world without Dragon Balls, the Southern Air Temple was a lingering phantom of an era that has long since been forgotten. However, he and Aang, given their experiences together, would never truly forget about it. We will continue in next part.